Yes.
The lead Supreme Army sends its regards.
Hello, everyone. I'm the Enforcer, and I'm accompanied by Enforcer Matt.
And good evening, folks. This is Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to day 1529 of the War News Stream. And today we have massive news that we have to cover throughout the day, and also crazy stuff happening literally right this second. We've seen today that Iranian fast attack boats were deployed in the Strait of Hormuz. About 70 of them or so swarmed the entire strait, and that's a huge situation. We've also seen major airstrikes erupt near the Syrian-Jordan border, and also Russia is currently panicking as Ukraine is striking near Moscow, and also a couple of active situations. Apparently, Ust Luga and Primorsk are about to be under attack as we speak, live right now in the air. There's also major U.S. Air Force evacuations taking place in the Middle East right now, and also very big reports of jet activity over the Iraqi capital of Baghdad, and also some other things too. So it's a lot going on, but it's good to see you all once again.
And of course, we're going to be covering the past 24 hours of the news from around the world, as we have been able to hear of significant developments within most regions of the planet, including the Middle East, Eastern Europe, Western Europe, and also East Asia as well over the course of the day. Significant developments have emerged from the area of the Middle East as a large swarm of Iranian attack boats, somewhere between 50 to 80 of them, are currently swarming the Strait of Hormuz at this moment, and are currently within the area of the minefield that has been laid prior by the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. It is believed at this moment that this may be another wave of vessels that have traveled into the Strait of Hormuz to lay another layer of the minefield once again, showing that the Islamic Republic of Iran is only trying to further bolster its position and indefinite blockade of the Strait of Hormuz, even if armed conflict begins soon. We have also been able to hear that the situation here in the United States side is still remaining as it has been, with last night the first oil crisis fatality being reported as Spirit Airlines officially stopped all operations throughout the United States, effective immediately at 3 a.m. in the morning just today. According to Spirit Airlines' official publication for all seizures of company operations, they announced that it was due to the rising oil prices and the rising cost of aviation-grade jet fuel as a result that made it financially untenable untenable for the company to even limp on forward even another day, leading to their immediate closure over the night. Additionally, we've also been able to hear that the United States of America is once again stating that they will be trying to conduct some form of military action, at least at this point, against the Iranians, as we've also been able to hear that the Iranians have proposed a peace agreement to the United States of America that once again requires the near full capitulation of the United States of America to see that the Strait of Hormuz is reopened. We have also been able to hear that domestic fuel prices are still rising within the United States of America, and we are seeing that at this moment it has reached one of the highest levels domestically that we have seen in the entirety of domestic fuel price history within the country. We have also been able to hear that at the same time, a significant amount of U.S. forces are building up within the United Arab Emirates just to the east of Dubai, and we've also seen that a large amount of U.S. support aircraft, particularly those of the C-17 and C-5 varieties, are currently outbound from the Middle East at this moment, with currently what appears to be very little, if not any, return flights flying into the area. We have seen that at the moment there are some aerial tankers which are airborne and operating over the Middle East, but these appear to be the only aircraft that are either attempting to remain within the region or are traveling even deeper into the Middle East. Every other supply aircraft that we have seen so far is conga lining on its way out of the area, at least for now, suggesting that we may be seeing once again that they're making preparations for eventual armed actions against Iran to resume at some moment in time. We've also been able to see that an RC-135 rivet joint was flying over the Persian Gulf today, an incredibly rare occurrence to say the least, while at the same time in Tehran, the Iranian government stated that they were prepared to repel any aggression. The Iranian government also explained away the sound of explosions within Isfahan as them attempting to detonate and destroy dud explosives that landed on the city in the prior phase of the armed conflict, and jet activity was reported over northern Iraq as well. Israeli forces are continuing their battles with Hezbollah within the southern regions of Lebanon, and it does appear that today the Israeli Air Force has been used to heavy effect to be able to try and inflict as much casualties on them as possible. We've also seen that airborne operations have been conducted, or more so airstrikes, have been conducted throughout Syria by the Israelis and the Jordanians, with the Jordanians claiming that they're trying to blow up drug dealers. Don't know where that came from, just kind of came out of left field, but apparently we're watching the Jordanians airstrike drug dealers in southern Syria. I don't really know what kind of drugs they're dealing. I guess hopes and dreams, which are really non-existent in Syria, but nevertheless, it does appear they're bombing those out, whatever may be left of that. We've also been able to hear outside of the region that a vessel has been hijacked today by none other than the Somali pirates, right off of the Yemeni coast. It's currently being transited back towards the Somali coastline, where we believe that the crew and the vessel will be held hostage by the Somali pirates that took the vessel. We've also been able to hear that the People's Republic of China has announced to its companies to ignore all U.S. sanctions and operate as if they aren't even in place, while simultaneously, in Europe, Ukrainian armed forces are conducting major drone attacks against Russian oil infrastructure once again, this time targeting the ports of Ust Luga and Primorsk within the Baltic Sea region of the Russian Federation. At this very moment on air, we do know that these drones have made it into the Primorsk and Ust Luga areas and may have already hit their targets, but we are waiting at this time for more video and picture evidence to come out to confirm the exact kind of damage and the size and scale of the destruction that has been caused by these drone attacks at the moment. We have also been able to hear a slight rumor moving around today that the Russians may use tactical nuclear weapons against the state of Ukraine, but we're not sure how credible that information is. That sort of information and threat has been coming out for about the entirety of the war. We've also been able to additionally hear that there was unusual activity on the Belarusian-Ukrainian border today by Belarusian forces, and we've also been able to additionally hear that the Ukrainian armed forces have been inflicting significant casualties onto the Russian Federation's armies throughout the entirety of Ukraine, and have largely stopped any, if not all, advances by the Russians across the entirety of the front over the course of this day. We've also seen the fires in Perm and Tuapse are continuing, and we've now heard that the President of the United States is declaring that more than 5,000 U.S. troops will be withdrawn from NATO, and specifically from EUCOM's area of responsibility. At this moment, NATO is trying to ask the United States why this is being done, and we're also seeing that this is being met with a significant amount of opposition within Europe and the United States of America as well, as it is a disastrous decision as far as U.S. strategic outlooks are concerned, and also those of our allied nations' outlooks are concerned for their security within Europe. But before we move on into all of this news, starting with our largest stories first, and then moving our way on down into the smaller stories throughout the night, we actually have breaking news that's happening at this moment live on air. So Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so tonight we might actually have some breaking news throughout the night. It looks like I'm getting pretty confident about this whole conclusion right now. It looks like final preparations are currently taking place as we speak to get ready to strike Iran. Of course, we've seen a major conga line of U.S. Air Force cargo aircraft. They're currently leaving multiple different bases out of the Middle East, and they appear to be evacuating to Europe. That appears to be what they're doing tonight, and we're also seeing that it looks like a U.S. Navy P-8 Poseidon apparently has flown out of Eilat, which is in Israel, of course, and it looks like it's heading out to an air base in Sigonella. So it's evacuating as well. So it does appear to be that some of these aircraft, the U.S. Air Force aircraft, are getting out of Dodge right as we've seen that the all the aid to the Gulf states was pretty much forced through without any type of congressional oversight to rush it there for some reason. So it looks like it's about to go down. At this point, it wouldn't be too far-fetched to say that we should be on probably high alert tomorrow night, on Sunday night, to see exactly if it's going to happen then. It could happen tomorrow night, possibly. I don't think it's going to happen tonight because it's already kind of getting into the daylight hours inside of Iran right now, but it could be maybe late tomorrow evening that we see something start at the earliest. But if not, maybe next weekend. But pretty big news with that. Also, a side note, by the way, we are tracking right now a very large drone attack on what's believed to be Russia's export oil ports of Ust Luga and Primorsk. So we are keeping an eye on that as well. But right now, that is the active stories happening in the breaking news.
We'll be making sure to cover these stories as we continue to develop the news stories live on air here in just a moment, as it does appear that a lot of these continuations of breaking news coming out at this moment are actually following along with breaking news stories that we've been seeing unfolding over the course of the entirety of the day. And moving us on directly into our breaking news coverage for the rest of the night, starting with our largest stories first and then moving our way on down into the smaller stories throughout the night, we are immediately going to be moving into the Middle East as we have been able to see a significant amount of developments that are currently ongoing within this region of the world at this time. To give you all a little bit of an up-to-date development that we're seeing right now, we are seeing that a significant amount of U.S. aircraft are currently leaving the area, and while we can see that there are a few small numbers of flights that appear to be heading into CENTCOM's area of responsibility, it looks as though most flights are actually heading out about as quickly as possible. We can actually see here as well that several C-17s of the United States Air Force and C-5 Galaxies are currently flying from their bases that they were currently just at in the Middle East and back into Europe. We have also been able to see that P-8 Poseidon is flying over the Mediterranean in some area right now, heading towards Sicily and an airbase there that would be able to support that aircraft once it lands. We are generally understanding that at this moment, most of these sorts of actions of moving a larger amount of the support aircraft out of the area that are not involved in combatant operations is usually a preparatory action that happens just several hours before strikes begin, but I do want to make it clear that right now this window in time might just be a little bit coincidental, and we may be seeing that no strikes are conducted over the course of this weekend. It might be the next weekend or the weekend after that, but it does certainly appear that at the moment, strikes could happen at any time as long as it's on the weekend. We've also been able to see as well that the Islamic Republic of Iran is working its hardest on preparing some form of a military confrontation with the United States, or at least exerting significant amount of control over the area of the Strait of Hormuz at this moment right now. We've been able to see that within the area of the Strait of Hormuz, there was a humongous swarm of speedboats or fast attack boats, which you can see in this picture right here. This kind of looks like bed bugs a little bit on like a navy blue sort of a bed cover, but what that really is a whole bunch of small IRGC fast attack boats. This specific picture right here, from the very beginning of the formation to the rear of the formation, there are around 80 speedboats in total in this one swarm. We understand that this swarm was moving at high speed throughout the area and was moving through the area of the minefield within the Strait of Hormuz, while another swarm was also moving directly along the area of Qashem Island, which is about another 50 to 70 fast attack boats that is in that completely separate formation, meaning that right now the Islamic Republic of Iran had about 140 to 150 fast attack boats of their navy operating within the Strait of Hormuz just over the course of the past few hours. We've also been able to see more proof of this as well along the coastline of Qashem on that second group or formation that was moving through this area, as the satellite footage did show One, this large amount of fast attack boats here, and additionally, the humongous swarm that was actually moving east to west along the coastline of the island of Kashem as well earlier on just a few hours ago. From what we understand, this incident happened around noontime here in the United States of America, which means that this would have happened sometime right around the twilight hours, at least within the Islamic Republic of Iran, before nightfall started to set in. These sorts of large groups have only been seen prior since the quote-unquote ceasefire went into effect, when they were being used to go out into the Strait of Hormuz, into the area where the minefield had been laid, and to drop a load of additional mines into the area. It would highly likely be believed that these two groups were conducting a similar action today, as due to their numbers, they're able to ensure a success of their mission, no matter the losses, because they'd be guaranteed to at least drop a couple of dozen mines off, even in the worst case scenario, and in the best case scenario, which is the one that happened for them today, considering that they weren't fired upon, we could understand that they dropped at least 80 mines into the water, if not 160 or more, depending on if each of those boats was carrying 1 mine, 2 mines, or 3 mines per vessel. This is a fairly large presence within the area as well as far as direct control, and it is once again showing us that even still, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps' control over the Strait of Hormuz is uncontested, and the United States has not done anything to stop this. This is even against the orders of the President of the United States, who had declared about a week and a half ago orders publicly to the Navy that any fast attack boats that once again scurried out into the middle of the Strait of Hormuz were to be attacked and destroyed by the United States Navy. Over the course of this entire day, not a single fast attack boat was attacked or destroyed by the United States Navy, apparently meaning that that order was nothing more than public optics and showmanship for a little dog and pony show, because we're not seeing that the U.S. Navy or the U.S. military took any actions to stop the Iranians from swarming back into the Hormuz and most likely laying an even larger number of mines into their already pre-existent minefield, only increasing the difficulty of ensuring the freedom of navigation in this area once military operations commence and we start to try and clear shipping lanes through it to allow for commercial ships to pass in and out of the Strait of Hormuz. And this
but get this though. Maybe they're not hitting the individual boats, because keep in mind that's going to be a very big undertaking. I tried to count them earlier. I think it's like 60, 70, something like that. There's a lot of these little fast attack boats running around the Strait of Hormuz. That's a lot. That's at least 50 plus boats right there that you're looking at just in that one image right there. So that's going to be a lot of munitions being used to take out each and one of those little small ant-sized boats. That's a lot of work. Maybe here's what they're doing instead. Maybe they're trying to do surveillance from the air to see where these boats are going back to, so that way they can track them back to the cave or the areas where they're hiding out, the hardened shelters on the coast, and then when the war restarts, to strike those spots instead and take them out all at one time possibly, or find a way to send in a sea drone into those caves and try to blow up these boats. Maybe that's it possibly, because that would be a lot more efficient if they can find out where they're going.
Maybe, but the U.S. military generally already knows where the subterranean shelters are for these fast attack boats, as they have been photographed under construction decades ago, and there are still continuous satellite photographs being taken of this area over the past few decades since the construction of those pens, and so we would easily know exactly where these boats are going and where they've come from, because there's only so many pens along the coastline, and all of them, from what we understand, are being used. So generally, the fact that we didn't fire upon these fast attack boats isn't us trying to gather reconnaissance here, because we already have reconnaissance from satellite photography that has existed over the past few decades. Importantly, I do have to point out, folks, that because some people are going to say, well, they're hidden subterranean complexes and whatnot, so they're going to be hard to see. The United States of America has had satellite photography capabilities since the late 70s and the 1980s, meaning that we've been able to photograph the Islamic Republic of Iran's abilities around the Strait of Hormuz ever since the Islamic regime came into existence in 1979 when they overthrew the Shah. None of these boat pens existed during the time of the Shah in the Kingdom of Persia. They were all built afterwards under the control of Imam Khomeini and Ali Khamenei, who were the supreme leaders of the Islamic Republic of Iran. That means that when construction was being conducted, the U.S. would have been satellite photographing these facilities under construction, which would be unsettling a large amount of sediment on the bottom of the ocean within that area, causing a very large profile. And not only that, we would have been able to know for decades, just looking along their coastline, where in the world there looks to be any form of a boat pin that is inside of a mountain or a cliff face somewhere within the strait, meaning that we don't really need to gather that intelligence at this point. We already know where these boats are coming from. We've been seeing those pins for decades at this point. The reason why they weren't hit is because the U.S. is not doing anything at all for some reason, and the reasoning behind that to me is completely unknown. I couldn't even explain to you all why we wouldn't be hitting and destroying these boats, because it's not incredibly difficult to do such a thing. An AH-64 Apache can carry 16 AGM-114 Hellfire missiles, with each missile having a range of about 25 miles. And a singular Apache could knock out 16 of these boats using one Hellfire on each boat. 2 Apaches would increase that by a factor of 2, meaning that they would then be able to destroy an even larger number of these fast attack boats, almost half of them that were out in the strait today, with just 2 Apaches. A single Apache wing, or a single Apache squadron of 4 Apaches, could have knocked out the entire boat swarm. It's not like these boats have any missile-based air defenses on board. They are quite literally speedboats equipped with unguided rockets and machine guns for attacking surface vessels like merchant ships, so I just don't understand why in the world that action wasn't taken, considering that publicly last week we were told that if any of these boats went out in the strait again, we were going to blow them up.
Yeah, well, I've been trying to figure out today, why did Iran do this? Because it was kind of a risky move to do it, because the prior threat is still in place. The U.S. had ordered, according to the reports that we had heard, they had ordered the destruction of these boats the next time they showed up. So they showed up today. So, I mean, I would assume that Iran was expecting the U.S. to attack. I would assume that, because that was the order that was in place. So the U.S. did not attack. But what was Iran's intent behind doing this, though? Because they knew the threat was there. They sent them out anyway, and they didn't get an attack. So I wonder if they were trying to goad out the U.S. forces to attack early for some reason, possibly, or maybe they were trying to go ahead and spark something ahead of time, because it seems like a strange move by Iran.
Yeah, it does seem like a strange move, and I see some people saying, Enforcer, you're totally wrong, an Apache can only carry 8 Hellfires. Well, that's 16 right there. That's 4 on each pylon, and 4 groups of 4, and 4 times 4 is 16. So an Apache can carry 16 Hellfires. It can easily do that. We already know that there are a couple of American U.S. Army AH-64E longbow Apaches in the United Arab Emirates, just a couple of dozen miles away. We already saw pictures by U.S. CENTCOM's area of responsibility of 2 Apaches conducting a patrol in the southern area of the Strait of Hormuz a couple of weeks ago, letting us obviously know that we do have helicopters in the area that are equipped with Hellfires that can destroy these boats. And for other people who are saying, well, the Apaches can't destroy the boats, well, explain to me how AGM-114 Hellfires were used against cartel boats in the Caribbean of the exact same size, the exact same dimensions, and able to travel at the exact same speed as these fast attack boats, and they were easily hit by AGM-114 Hellfires, yet these boats would be elusive to the Hellfire. That doesn't line up at all.
I mean, wasn't sending an Apache into the strait, though? That would be like sending in a sitting duck, basically, because those are not very fast for the most part. So while they could hit the boats, they're also basically a huge target for Iran, too. A surface-to-air missile, a man-pad could possibly hit an Apache in the strait.
Not quite. A Manpad only has a range of about 5 miles at max. Most of them do. And an Apache's Hellfire has a expected range of something, I always say 25 miles, which is what's believed to be the absolute epitome of any range of any variant of Hellfire, but generally somewhere in between 15 to 25 miles. And if an Apache was sitting right here over the town of Kuzmar, they could fire out about this far into the strait, which is quite literally into the minefield, exactly where they were at. And those vessels have no way to defend against it because they're way out of range, even if they had air defenses like man-pads, and they wouldn't even be able to see them because the Apaches have surface search radars on the longbow variant and the AH-64D that allow for them to be able to be sitting basically right at ground level and detect targets that are traveling basically out of the pilot and the gunner's view. So an Apache could easily deal with these sorts of boats, and I don't really know why we're not using the ones that are literally just about 100 miles away near Sharjah that are currently based there right now, because they would be able to use those to great effect to be able to enforce the statements made by the president that these boats would not be allowed into the middle of the Strait of Hormuz like was stated last week. But right now, a lot of people are talking about the fast attack boats and the huge number of them that have been deployed inside of the Strait of Hormuz. And Matthew, what are people thinking about this right now, and what are you thinking about it as well?
Okay, so now that we've seen this today, which is a pretty big move by Iran, we're not totally sure why they did it yet, but what are your thoughts about them deploying 50 plus attack boats in the Hormuz Strait, just kind of out of the blue, also at risk of getting hit by a U.S. airstrike? 63% said Iran is probably laying more mines in Hormuz Strait. 16% said they're probably looking to hijack some ship. They were basically cruising for a bruising, as they call it. And 12% said they are just patrolling the coast and making their presence known. And I would say that they might be back to laying mines again, because the last time these little small boats went out, they were laying more mines in the international water section of the Strait of Hormuz. That's what they were up to last time. And, there was no official U.S. confirmation of that, but the reports seemed to suggest they were laying mines. Now they've gone back out in very large numbers, by the way, and I would think they're probably up to that again. There's pretty much no hope of Iran giving up control of the Strait of Hormuz without a military intervention by the United States. So I don't know why they would hesitate to lay mines, because they're not going to give it back up, and they're pretty much trying to solidify control over it. So I'm with a 63%. It was probably a combo of simply calling the bluff of the United States and also laying more mines as well. It's probably what it was. If they were looking to hijack a ship, they could have done it. There's definitely ships lurking around the area that they could have hijacked, but they didn't do it. So I'm with the 63%. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd agree with the 63%. They're certainly laying mines in the strait. We've seen this thing happen only once before, where dozens of them went out in the strait in a giant group, and it was then confirmed the next day after by the U.S. government that they were out there laying more mines within the minefield. So the fact that we saw two large groups like this today, both of them transiting into the area of the minefield and back out, would give us a clear understanding that the fiberglass hulled fast attack boats that can't set off the anti-ship mines that are already there went back into the Strait of Hormuz and dropped off even more of them. So there is definitely a fact here that these Iranian boats are still laying more mines in the strait. Now, if the Iranians were legitimately attempting, like some people in the U.S. government are saying, to get a deal and they're begging for the U.S. blockade to stop, why in the world would they be laying even more mines in the strait to make passage by civilian ships even more difficult, and to make it take even longer for the United States to be able to clear out the minefield and make it safe enough, even just one lane through the minefield, for commercial ships to be able to pass through? This is clearly showing that they are still operating off of the maximalist mindset that they've been operating off of the entirety of the war, and they are hell-bent on making sure that the United States bends our knee and reaches their demands instead of it going the other way around. This also shows that any attempts that they're making at peace talks is, once again, like we were saying yesterday, buying them more time to make their position more advantageous, which is against U.S. interest, which is why we should be conducting military actions against them as quickly as possible. That is what we should be doing. Instead, we're giving them free time to formulate, plan, and conduct whatever sorts of operations they want, like these, several times over, where the minefield only gets larger and more deadly with each passing day, and will take even longer to demine the more time we give them and the longer we wait. So, of course, not a great situation. In the midst of this situation, we have also been able to hear that the rising oil prices within the world and the rising domestic fuel prices here in the United States have finally been able to claim their first major victim. Many people have claimed here in the United States that the rising oil prices don't affect us at all. In fact, it's economically good for the United States because we make more money. And we have always stated on the channel, going through our very elementary understanding of economics, generally based off of simple models like supply and demand, that if the supply of a good drops, the demand remains the same, and therefore the price will skyrocket as everyone's in a bidding war to not be that one schmuck who ends up without any oil or any fuel. And it turns out that that certainly has been the case as of late. Many of y'all will know of the story of Spirit Airlines The Wise, or more so the tragedy of Spirit Airlines The Wise, which is a budget airline or an ultra-budget airline within the United States of America that has existed for about 35 years. Spirit Airlines generally runs on fairly small profit margins due to the fact that they sell their seats at an incredibly low cost, meaning that their profit margins generally rely on their aircraft being packed almost to maximum capacity And it also requires them to see that the fuel prices remain exceptionally low. Any fluctuations in fuel prices, specifically for aviation grade jet fuel, can completely wipe out those small profit margins that budget airlines like that operate off of, and can even start sending them into the red almost immediately. Because of Spirit Airlines' tough run in with the COVID-19 pandemic back several years ago, a large part of Spirit Airlines' war chest, which is a load of money that they keep in bank accounts and companies that are involved in transportation to weather them through rough times, was completely dissipated because Spirit Airlines was not able to fill up hardly any seats on their aircraft for those 2 years because most recreational travel had completely vanished, which was their primary market. After COVID-19, the Spirit Airlines company was able to limp onwards into the next several years up until recently, but just about last year, they already started to declare that they were entering even further trouble, and their situation was quite perilous. The United States government recently was looking at attempting to bail out Spirit Airlines to see that the company would continue to survive, but due to the rising costs of aviation-grade jet fuel, the incredibly slim amount of money that the company was running on, and the very thin margins that they were also still hoping on making, completely disappeared, ran them into the red again, and ran them right into the ground in their very fragile position, leading them to completely cease operations last night at 3 a.m. in the morning. We actually got a written statement from Spirit Airlines itself, surmising the situation and the reasoning why the company has quite literally shut down overnight, and this was the statement. On May 2nd of 2026, this was at 3 in the morning, Spirit Aviation Holdings Incorporated, parent company of Spirit Airlines LLC, Spirit or the company, today regretfully announced that the company has started an orderly wind down of operations effective immediately. All Spirit flights have been canceled and Spirit guests should not go to the airport. The wind down follows the company's extensive and comprehensive efforts to restructure the business and pursue transactions to strengthen Spirit's financial position and create a sustainable path forward. Unfortunately, despite the company's efforts, the recent material increase in oil prices, important one there, and other pressures on the business have significantly impacted Spirit's financial outlook. With no additional funding available to the company, Spirit had no choice but to begin this wind down. We then got a statement from some of the executive officers and officials from the company talking about how much of a tragedy this is that they're having to shut down the company, but the important part to notice here is that they specifically underlined the recent material increase in oil prices, which we do understand has been affecting the airline industry quite badly, and a lot of other major airlines, not just in the United States, but around the entirety of the world, are already in significant concern that aviation-grade jet fuel stocks may completely disappear within just the next several weeks. Many airlines in Europe are incredibly scared of this sort of an outcome in countries like Germany, the United Kingdom, and others, as the amount of aviation-grade jet fuel there is quite literally on a knife's edge of either being there or ceasing to exist within the next several weeks. That also means that the cost per gallon or ton, since it's sold by the ton in the airline industry, of aviation-grade jet fuel is going to be skyrocketing as airlines are going to be in a bidding war to get that fuel to make sure that their flights are flying and that they're not the ones having to cancel flights because they just don't have any fuel. This also means that a lot of companies are going to start running in the red, even trying to continue normal operations, and that may lead them to start shutting down or shuttering their doors as well due to the significant pressure of just trying to survive in a world with hardly any aviation fuel and hardly the funds to be able to afford the little aviation fuel that may be left.
Yeah, it's wild. This is the biggest airline collapse that we've seen in a couple of decades, actually. Like, this is the biggest one. Also, what's fascinating as well, I didn't know this until earlier today. Did you know that Spirit is the only airline that I've ever really heard of that had a perfect safety record? Like, believe it or not, they had not a single crash during their entire time of operation, which was a very long time they were operating.
That's crazy. Honestly, man, I would have assumed that they would have had the worst safety record.
Yeah, they were actually
airline.
They actually had the best. It's kind of wild. But I will say this, though. I've been seeing people say all day long, and it's a fair point because it's no secret. Spirit Airlines was having some financial difficulties even before this war broke out in Iran. They had bankruptcy issues and restructuring issues before, I think twice before. But here's the catch, though. They had restructured, they had reduced the size of their fleet, and they were generally on life support, and they were trying to get back on their feet. And their margins, according to what I've heard, were very slim. So they didn't have much much margin for error. They were surviving, but they didn't have much margin for error whatsoever. So when the jet fuel spiked, that finished them off. So I mean, whether or not people want to accept it or not, it's the direct result of the Strait of Hormuz being closed, causing jet fuel prices to go through the roof, that caused this company to collapse. Arguably, some people have said, well, they should have allowed the merger back during the other U.S. administration. They should have allowed the merger. But here's the catch, though. They survived the rejected merger. They survived that. They simply restructured and they kept surviving. The thing that finished them off was the Strait of Hormuz closing. So, who gets to blame? It's the current people, because it went under their leadership. So, I mean, it is what it is.
Well, also additionally, the issue is that a lot of people are kind of skirting over why in the world that merger was shot down. There may have been a significant concern, and I haven't looked into what the the Land Transportation Board or the NTSB or the FAA or anyone else who would be involved in authorizing that, or the FCC, which is also involved in it to some extent as well, what they said about it, because they may have said that by allowing that merger between JetBlue and Spirit, it would be creating a significant competitor that would threaten all of the other companies that are budget airlines, which may create a situation that would produce a monopoly, which generally we're supposed to be preventing. Because we could say, folks, that if we just took, say like UPS is struggling, if we took UPS and merged it with Amazon under Amazon Prime and just absorbed UPS into it, then UPS wouldn't ever have to worry about any financial troubles. Well, yeah, but then we've created a monopoly in the process. So generally, because of the antitrust laws, we're not supposed to be allowing for a situation or an environment like that to be created to where a single company is pretty much the only dominant one within that field. And generally, from what I understand, in my limited understanding of the airline industry, legacy carriers and budget airlines are generally considered to be in entirely different market categories, because while they're both involved in civil aviation, there's a completely different competition bracket and business model involved in running a legacy airline, which runs high-cost ticket seats and also longer-range flights, versus ultra-budget airlines, which generally only fly domestic flights at incredibly low profit margins and amongst other budget airlines as their real competitors. They don't really compete with each other. So I would generally say I believe that's the reasoning why that may have not been allowed, but I'll have to go back and look at the reasoning as to why they shot down that merger, because that might not be the case.
I'll say, me personally, I never flew Spirit Airlines. I also wasn't really planning on it either. But I do hate to see it go, because, the less competition there is, the higher the prices you're going to get on pretty much everything. That's just the way it works in a capitalist economy. So losing Spirit, even though most people probably didn't like them that much, because apparently their service wasn't that great from what I heard. And also, it was kind of known as like the Ultima of the skies. Like, it didn't have a good reputation. Let's just put it that way. A lot of videos and a lot of what some people would call entertaining fight club activity going on the planes. So whatever the case is, unfortunately, it's not going to do any good for the prices of anything. That's the sad part, but it is what it is.
I just found the answer, by the way. You wouldn't believe it, folks. I just went and Googled this on the side, why the JetBlue merger was shot down. It was literally shot down on the exact grounds I just stated a second ago, in that it would be a violation of antitrust laws, because it would basically be creating a monopoly in the budget airline sector, to where they would have almost, I think it was something like over 50% of the market share of all airfares and ticket purchases in the budget airline sphere. So it'd be almost producing an environment that would create a monopoly within the next several years afterwards, because they'd be over competitive compared to their adversaries. So that's why they didn't allow the merger. That would be like saying, folks, like the insanity of saying, shame on anyone for not allowing a monopoly basically to be formed. It's very similar in saying in the future that if Norfolk Southern, which is a major railroad in the country, collapses, well, shame on them. They should have allowed it to merge with Union Pacific and pretty much create an American railroad monopoly, so that way that wouldn't happen. But it's like, well, what does that do to the competitiveness of that entire industrial sector? It does a lot of harm, and it also does a lot of harm to the customers of those companies, because now they're having to deal with basically a single company that's able to adjust their rates to whatever they would like. So not really a good position to work off there, but regardless of the fact attacks, the Spirit Airlines company did shut down, and their own publicized statement from their company, which I'd assume they know the most about their financial situation and why they collapsed, they stated that it was due to rising oil prices as one of the primary reasons. But outside of that, a lot of people are talking right now about CENTCOM's commander, who did make an interesting visit today to the USS Tripoli. We were actually able to hear that, according to U.S. Central Command, during a trip to the region earlier today, Admiral Brad Cooper, who is the CENTCOM commander, visited sailors and Marines on board the USS Tripoli, the ALHA-7, and the Arabian Sea. These Marines are a part of the 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit, and the USS Tripoli is the flagship of the USS Tripoli Amphibious Ready Group. He interacted with service members, recognized top performers, and toured various bases throughout the amphibious assault ship, including the Combat Information Center, which you can see a brief picture of right here. A lot of people have pointed to this visit by the CENTCOM commander to the Tripoli to possibly suggest that there may be some sort of an upcoming military operation that may actually involve the 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit once the war resumes against the Islamic Republic of Iran. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that right now, and what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so that's the question. Is this a signal of things to come in Iran? Because we see that the CENTCOM commander himself went there. He visited the troops on board the Tripoli, which is a part of, what is that, the 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit, I believe, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, he visited there. So what does it mean? 65% said it is a signal. It's a final visit before an attack on Iran. 15% said it's simply a routine commander visit. And 12% said I'm 50-50 on this one. So what I believe this was right here is the CENTCOM commander was likely heading there to meet with the commanders of the 31st. That's probably what he was up to, and he simply turned it into a photo op after his briefing was over with those commanders. That's the only real reason I could see the CENTCOM commander actually going here, is because he was trying to meet with the commanders of the unit, the 31st, in the area and on the Tripoli. So they simply used it as a photo op and on top of that. That would be my guess. So I would say this is a moderate signal right here that this could be a final briefing before attacks. So I'm with the 65%. I think it is a final visit. But Enforcer, what say you?
I think it might be a final visit before an attack, and we may also be seeing that there is just a general check by the CENTCOM commander with the commander on board the Tripoli and the commander of the 31st MU to make sure that they're all on board with the upcoming plans. And generally this photo op was to give a bit of a cover to that as to why the CENTCOM commander went out there today and took a little bit of a tour around the Tripoli, and also made sure to, kind of not make it as obvious that it's a preparation for continued military operations against the Islamic Republic of Iran. We've also been able to hear, moving us back into the Strait of Hormuz, that the United States of America has reiterated once again that shipping companies that pay tolls to the Iranians may face sanctions by the United States if they pay those tolls to try and pass through the Hormuz. We also were able to hear that the national gas prices here within the United States of America have now surged to $4.43 a gallon as the national mean average, meaning that this is the average across the country right now. It is up 61% since December. Americans, according to the Kobisi letter, will spend about 90 billion US dollars more at the gas pumps in this year than they would with gasoline at $3 a gallon.
That's tough right there. That's tough. That's rough. I saw several videos of truckers starting to complain. Not just truckers, by the way, but the people with these large, these massive sized pickup trucks, these massive ones that are pretty much reserved for farm use. But for some reason, people that don't have farms go out and buy these massive trucks for whatever reason. I don't know. But they're now paying $200 and $300 per fill up for those trucks each time they go to the gas station. They used to be paying $120 or something. Because these trucks have large gas tanks on them, these huge pickups. But now they're paying $200 to $300 a fill up, which is insane, by the way. Because if you have to take that truck to work and you have to fill up at least once a week, if not more sometimes, depending on how far you're driving, that's possibly several $1,000s a month in just the gasoline bill for the truck, which that's clearly not sustainable.
And this isn't even to mention diesel fuel, like Matthew's talking about, which sadly we don't have a graph to show y'all here, which is that high. It is unbelievably high. It's kind of a little bit funny, folks. A second ago, some people were arguing that Spirit didn't go under from the rising fuel prices. It's because of the whole merger deal that would create a monopoly. But it's also a little bit funny, folks. We've had people here who literally watch our show that run small trucking companies that are super chatting and telling us every single night that their companies are going to fold in a couple of months if these prices stay the way they are. I don't really feel like everybody in the United States just has it out for the president to the point they're going to run their companies into the ground off of fictional number fudging just to run them in the ground and say that he did it from the rising fuel prices. I have a feeling that that's probably legitimately, and I'm being quite sarcastic even saying that is the reason why all of these companies are going under. They cannot afford the cost of the rising fuel prices. A lot of transportation companies see that as their primary expense outside of labor and manpower. So that is the reason why we are seeing that a lot of companies like Spirit just went under, and we're going to be seeing a lot more smaller companies that are involved in the transportation industry, and maybe even larger ones, suffer or completely disappear because these prices are rising beyond any reasonable figures that anyone could continue economic activity under.
Yeah, it's wild. I don't know how we're going to keep up with those. It's definitely something else. So we'll just have to see how this goes. But I suspect the gas prices are going to keep rising. Would be my guess. Also, I've been seeing people even say that even if the Strait of Hormuz was reopened right now, like let's just say there was like a miracle of Hormuz, and the strait just reopened, like floodgates open, and everything resolved itself, and it was good. I've heard from folks that it's going to take time to relieve the bottleneck that's been caused by this whole situation, and apparently the gas prices will stay at their current level. They'll probably stabilize. They won't increase anymore, but they would stay high for probably quite some time.
They certainly would, because they have to try and get the fuel back into the country. They have to be able to try and restock the depleted stores that a lot of these refineries are working off of. It would take a decent amount of time to get everything back in shape for the larger part. Just like, for example, the post-COVID world in the United States, where the entire transportation sector and logistics sector was under this unbelievable strain of how it was trying to function. A lot of y'all probably remember, because this is probably one of the most memorable things from it, the queues of dozens of ships literally queuing in lines outside of Long Beach to wait to be able to get into the terminal to sit there and unload, because the terminal was hardly operating at full capacity during the entire time of the pandemic, and once full capacity returned, the port facility just didn't have enough longshoremen and also enough customs officials to be able to run the port properly, meaning that there was a huge bottleneck at the port on getting ships in and unloading them and then loading them with cargo to go out of the United States. So these sorts of issues can be significant and last for some time. And this damage right now will be around for a good minute. But we need to see that it's reversed as soon as it possibly can be, which means that affirmative action has to be taken on the Strait of Hormuz to reopen it as soon as possible. Every day wasted is another day that this is going to get worse, and another day where we're not fixing the problem. We've also been able to hear, additionally, that the President of the United States made a statement today that he'll be soon reviewing a plan that Iran has just sent to us, but I can't imagine that it would be acceptable, in that they have not yet paid a big enough price for what they have done to humanity and the world over the last 47 years. So that's the statement today. We've also been able to additionally hear as well that apparently the president is heavily considering the resumption of strikes. I can't play the clip, but I can read y'all the direct quote from it. He stated, "I can't tell that to a reporter if they misbehave, if they do something bad, but right now we'll see. It's a possibility that could happen, certainly," suggesting that military strikes against the Iranians could be beginning at any day now, and that's still a heavy consideration by them at this point. We've also been able to hear that the Iranians announced today that they proposed reopening the Strait of Hormuz and ending the U.S. blockade while delaying nuclear talks, and the proposal was rejected by the U.S. This is very much sugarcoating it from the Iranian side. Their claim of reopening the strait is reopening it to everybody except for the United States. So it's not reopening it. So that's generally our issue right now, is that every time they say they're going to, in air quotes, open the strait, they just mean opening it to their allies and keeping all American aligned countries from passing through the strait, which is certainly something that we cannot accept, which once again forces us to take military action to try to force it open, because they're not going to open it up either way.
Also, get this. Here's some more details, by the way, about this whole Iran proposal that they made today that the president was referring to in his post right there. Here's what Iran allegedly demanded, according to Iranian state media. Iran demanded that the United States withdraw all the U.S. forces from Iran's surrounding areas. The U.S. needs to lift the naval blockade immediately and also recognize a new mechanism for the strait, which is basically Iranian control. The U.S. needs to lift all sanctions. They need to release Iran's frozen assets. They need to pay Iran war compensation, basically reparations, and they need to end the war on all fronts, including Lebanon. And that's just to simply get to the table to talk, by the way. So, I mean, that's one thing the president is correct about when he said that in that True Social post. Clearly, it's not acceptable, and they're still not on the page to actually talk and make sense. So, that's why strikes are likely imminent.
I would have to say it's certainly going to be imminent because there's no other choice. But the real question right now is, folks, is that how long are we going to wait for the inevitable action to be taken that has to be taken to where we resume strikes? How much more time is the U.S. government going to buy Iran through its own indecisiveness for the Iranians to be able to build up their defenses and make it even more difficult to reopen the Strait of Hormuz? And that we don't yet know. Right now, it's the middle of the weekend. It's the latter into Saturday, meaning that we only have about 24 hours left for the U.S. to start strikes to reopen the Hormuz this weekend. And if they don't do it now, we're going to be waiting another 7 days for them to get to the next upcoming weekend and then see if they'll do it then. And each week passes on, and the oil resources in the world run lower and lower. And we just continue to see that we're sitting back on our ass at this point and doing absolutely nothing to try and fix the situation that is definitely hurting the United States of America quite badly. We've also been able to hear that there is a significant buildup of U.S. forces right now in the Al Minhad Air Base in the United Arab Emirates, which is once again showing us that there is a relocation of U.S. forces near to the area for possible military action to begin here soon. We've also seen that an RC-135W rivet joint was flying over the area of the Persian Gulf today as well, between Qatar and the United Arab Emirates, which is a pretty rare sort of an occurrence. We haven't seen this much at all, to be entirely honest with y'all, over most of the conflict. It's been exceptionally rare, and it is showing us that the U.S. is probably trying to gather some sort of reconnaissance and intelligence to be able to give them a better idea of how they're going to be preparing these new operations in the future. We've also seen something else interesting come out today as well. And I gotta say, folks, I gotta point this one out because I find this sort of a thing a little disingenuous. Satellite photography has been finally published, including Google and Apple, from their satellite imagery. But you will notice something a little bit interesting about this image. There's a giant purple square over the Al Salim Air Base right here that doesn't allow you to see what's down there. And then if you look over here, the entirety of the Al Salim Air Base on Apple, we're assuming, or Google, has been completely blurred out, not even really letting you take that much of a look at it. Now, a lot of people are going to say, well, duh, this is for operational security, so that way the Iranians don't know what they blew up. But here's the thing, folks. Iran doesn't count on Google or Apple's maps to see what kind of damage was caused by their own strikes on our bases in the Middle East. There's this big thing out there, and this will come to a shock to many about operational security. There's this big thing, it's a blob basically, called the People's Republic of China, and they have these big military satellites that are high-tech and everything as well, like ours, that orbit over the entirety of the globe, and they take tons of pictures, thousands of them, every single minute of what's below them on the surface of the planet. And so when the Iranians blow up a U.S. base, they don't have to go to Google Maps and try and see what the damage looks like. They just get the information straight from the Chinese. We know that without a doubt because the Chinese have made that about as open a secret as they can. So what this is doing is largely trying to hide the damage to the U.S. public that the United States military faced because of the strikes. And I don't know what point there would be in hiding that information from the U.S. public because here's the issue that I have with it, folks. We've been talking about on this channel that drone warfare and our inability to adapt to it so far, because the military has been such a slow-moving apparatus, and the civilian administration side of things has been slow-moving on this as well, has led us to be open to basically an Achilles heel to where they can attack us and we really have no proper way to defend against it. Then the U.S. government says that it's not that bad and it's a whole bunch of BS and don't believe that. And then, for some reason, after a couple of attacks where we do hear that drones did make it through, now they don't let the U.S. public see the damage, but anybody else that has access to Chinese satellite photography could easily see it. And that's trying to hide the outrage on the U.S.'s public's end on why the hell is the military so slow to adapt to drone warfare and the damages that's clearly causing U.S. armed forces within the Middle East.
Yeah, it's also concerning to me because not only have we seen, like, for example, it started off with the U.S. government sending letters out to certain satellite image providers telling them to hold back the satellite data for, like, I think a period of like 2 weeks or something. So it started with that. Now it appears like they're possibly blurring stuff out on some of the satellite images on commercial platforms. Now it looks like that's happening. And on top of that, if you believe it or not, there's been videos circulating apparently showing Camp Buring, however you pronounce it in the Middle East. Yeah, it appears to be that there's damage there that wasn't previously reported by the United States military, and it looks like someone either snuck a camera in there or something. I think the footage was being shown first on CNN, and then it made its rounds everywhere else. But that's also a bit concerning as well. It seems like there's a lot of covering up going on about how much damage we've actually taken, which understandably, there will always be some element of that in a war. Like every country wants to sort of like hide its losses to a certain degree. But the point is, though, it's like, are we how badly are we being lied to? That's the question. Right now, there's no way to be certain about that because we don't have access to behind the scenes information like that. So we can't really say. All we can do is assume that maybe there's lightly covering it up, but we don't know.
Well, here's the thing about it, though. It's like they're covering it up for nobody in the world that actually matters. The Iranians know what kind of damage they did, China knows what kind of damage Iran did to us, and Russia knows what kind of damage Iran did to us. All of our enemies know exactly the kind of damage that Iran did cause, because Russia has pretty shoddy spy satellites, but they do have them. China has pretty decent satellites that are getting close to the comparability of our spy satellites that are able to photograph these bases with a high photographic fidelity. We've already seen those pictures from the Chinese of the Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia, of Muwafaq Salti. They can literally see the exact airframes of aircraft that we have at those bases and count them. They even have an algorithm on these satellites to be able to identify exactly what the satellite just pictured. It could be a Nimitz-class carrier, an F-18, or anything in between. So the fact that this is being done isn't trying to hide this from our enemies. This is trying to hide this from the U.S. public, because they don't want the U.S. public to get an idea that the U.S. military has had, well, at least the civil administration, has once again overestimated our capabilities in some regards and had put soldiers in harm's way almost through sheer incompetence as a result. This is something that the U.S. public ought to be able to see. Our enemies are seeing this right now every day of the week with the satellite photography that keeps coming around every orbit. We don't. We need to know how bad it is, so that way there can be outrage in the public that demands that action be taken to be able to shore up this Achilles heel instead of just ignoring it, hiding it and covering it up, and then possibly putting more U.S. soldiers in harm's way of imminent death because we want to try and hide the fact that we don't really have any defenses against drone forces. That's the only thing that this is trying to achieve at this point.
Yeah, it seems like it could be. Pretty much the only way to solve the drone crisis right now, and I know people are tired of hearing about this, but the only way to solve it is to partner with Ukraine to fill that gap. That is literally the only effective means that we have at our disposal right this very second to deal with that problem, is go to the experts, which are Ukraine. Ukraine has practical experience over 4+ years of how to combat drones, and we're seeing the complete opposite right now by the United States. The United States is pushing Ukraine away, and not only pushing them away, but actively bashing Ukraine and ruining the relationship between us and that country. So, I mean, until something changes with the Ukraine relationship, then clearly we're not solving the problem. That's a big issue because right now U.S. companies are trying to catch up, but I mean, truthfully, they're just not there yet. They're just simply not. There's companies trying to fill the gap, but why would we take that risk instead of just taking advantage of what we have right now, which is the drone experts in Ukraine? Why are we going to take that risk when U.S. forces are at risk of losing their lives if we get it wrong?
Exactly. It doesn't make any sense at all. And for people who say, well, the U.S. has never done that, we've done that so many times you can't even count it. We did that in the First World War endlessly. The entire U.S. Army Air Corps in the First World War was made up of French-dominated aircraft. Not a single one of them, hardly, was American-made, and we only had a few of them at the end of the war in the Curtiss Jenny variety. Every other one of them was French-made and given to us. Most of the artillery we used in the First World War was either French or British-made. Most of the small arms that we used, especially that of any sort of handheld light machine gun, were either French or British provided. Most of the equipment that the U.S. used in the First World War to send us over the top and eventually defeat the Germans in the latter year of 1918 were almost entirely provided to us by our allies. We hardly produced any of it because we didn't have an ability to yet, because we were so early in the phase of mobilization by that point in the war. In the Second World War, there were plenty of allies who got Lend-Leases from us, going the opposite way around to help them out. They didn't sit there and go, oh, we can't take American weapons. No, they took them because their soldiers needed them. Our soldiers need drone defenses, and they need them not in a year, not in 6 months, not in 2 months. They need them today. We are at a war today. And every day that we're in a war, and every day that those soldiers do not have a proper defense against a new weapon, is another day that one of our own citizens, one of our sons or daughters of this republic, could die on the battlefield needlessly because they had no way to defend against a form of a threat. And that's something that we need to fix immediately by reversing our deteriorating relationship with the Ukrainians, growing our relationship with them, and seeing that they help us with drone defenses so that way our sons and daughters of this country do not die needlessly because of the arrogance and the incompetence of a few in Washington. That is something that needs to be addressed immediately instead of trying to cover it up on satellite photography to try and hide from the public how bad of a situation that really is. We've also been able to hear outside of this development in Kuwait some other news from in Tehran, where we were able to hear that the Iranians have once again stated that they are fully ready to repel any aggression, according to senior officials that spoke to Al Jazeera today. We've also been able to hear that apparently the Iranians signed off some sounds of explosions in Isfahan as the sounds of dismantlement of undestroyed explosives within the area, possibly suggesting duds.
So they gone from saying that it was gas explosions. You remember the last time before the war started, they said all these gas explosions, they were happening all over the place. Like they were happening in apartments or just random apartment buildings. They were happening in some like government buildings, and they were like, oh, it's just the gas. It's like, well, that's some very strange timing with a gas explosion. It's happening all at once across the whole country. Now we're dismantling old munitions. What a swell time to be dismantling old munitions right before a war is about to restart. It seems like a bad time to start doing cleanup work.
I mean, honestly, man, it kind of seems like a little bit of a wrong time. It's like, what's one of those bombs? Oh, it's just us blowing up these old bombs. Don't worry about us. Like,
they have like the maid outfit, and they got the broom out, talking about, oh, just some spring cleaning. It's like I really doubt they're doing spring cleaning by dismantling old bombs right now. There is something going on the ground. They're fighting either covert agents on the ground that are blowing stuff up for destabilization operations, or something like they're trying to cover something up.
Man, some Iranian citizen gets curious, and they go looking over one of the mountain ridges near Isfahan, and they just see a whole bunch of Iranians dressed like that, blowing up old bombs.
Man, especially Mustafa.
Man, Mujtaba, dude, he just dresses like that every day. It's just his fit. Like, he just does it. But moving us on out of that, we also were able to hear down near the coast of Yemen that today, folks, we finally got confirmation of who the guys in the boats were. Because yesterday we were up in the air as to whether they were the Yemeni Houthis or the Somali pirates, because they're both kind of thick as thieves in the Gulf of Aden and the Bab el-Mandeb. Found it out today. The UKMTO put out a report. Here it is. The UK MTO has received a suspicious approach 84 nautical miles southwest of Al-Makalla in Yemen. The master of a bulk carrier has reported being approached to within 500 meters by one green-hulled skiff, which was accompanied by one white fishing vessel. Sounds like piracy to me. The vessels are advised to transit with caution and report any suspicious activity to the UK MTO. Not long afterwards, we then got a report that that very ship that made that report, the MT Eureka, was seized by Somali pirates right off the coast of Yemen. So the vessel did spot them, and it seemed that they had a very decently significant profile of pirates. You know, the little green skiff, And then the larger fishing boat, the mothership, that also was off in the distance as well. That's literally the old-fashioned pirate setup that the Somali pirates used in the late 2000s and the early 2010s when they were conducting piracy back then. We've now heard that the ship has been hijacked and is sailing towards the Somali coastline at this moment, so it does appear that the crew is most likely hiding in a safe room in the ship, and the ship is going to be run aground and held hostage, and both the crew and the ship will be held for ransom until the company pays up or someone comes and tries to save them. We're not really sure which would happen at this point, but it was the Somali pirates. Yarr! Find me some nice cracking blow because we're boarding ships south of Yemen. I gotta tell you, it really doesn't have that kind of like romanticism to it that like the piracy of old did in the Caribbean. You know, back then they were on like sailing ships and they had eye patches and, you know, wooden legs and stuff. Nowadays it's just a whole bunch of skinny dudes and like greasy wife beaters with AKs on some shitty skiff, like pulling up to your boat. Not really a romantic kind of an image, really. You know, it's just not the same look.
And all these pirates now, they're all so like self-absorbed and stuff. Like back in the day, they didn't want to board ships to become the captain. They just wanted to board the ship to take the goods off of it. Now you have these guys in Somalia, they're trying to jump on these cargo ships, and the first thing they do is not to go steal the cargo. The first thing they do is go to the captain and say, "I'm the captain now." It's like, look, we're not like a therapist here. It's like if you have like ego problems, you're having to go see a therapist. Don't come to the captain talking about you want to be the captain now. It's like you just hijacked the thing. It's like, what do you think you are? You're a burglar.
Man, like back in the day, man, pirates would come on board and go, "Give me all of your money and valuable cargo." Nowadays, they come on, "Look at me. I'm running your ship now. I work for the company." It's like, hey, dude, look, if you want to get a paycheck, why don't you get a job like the rest of us, you bum? Like, you don't get to steal mine. Screw you.
It's like, that's not the way that works. You have to climb your way up the corporate ladder. You need to learn a thing or two, you damn pirate.
Man, that's not out of the piracy stories down in the Gulf of Aden. We've also been able to hear of some jet activity over northern Iraq. We're believing it's U.S. air activity at the moment. And we also were able to hear that the Royal Jordanian Air Force was also blowing up some towns inside of the Sawaida governorate of southern Syria. Listen to that.
Oh, wow.
Wow. So, to cut the clip short here, the reason why these airstrikes are happening is that apparently the Jordanian government announced that they're battling against smugglers or drug dealers or something like that. I don't know what kind of drug dealers they got in southern Syria that requires them to hit them in an airstrike in their house. But apparently that's what they're doing right now.
Well, you know, there is actually drugs. There's a big drug trade that goes on in Syria. There's like that drug they call Captagon or something like that. There's a whole bunch of stuff in Syria. But the catch is though, it's like, is drug dealers really the top of the priority list right now? It's like, you know, there's a lot of stuff going on. So it's like drug dealers seems like a side note, like compared to everything else that's about to happen with the war restarting. I think it might be a cover for them attacking possibly Iranian proxy positions maybe inside of Syria. It could be a cover for that. You know, preparation operations like we saw the last time. They could be doing that.
Man, I gotta say, man, man, they really do trade in that thing called Captagon, don't they?
Yeah. Oh, is there an inside joke there or something?
Bruh, I was just imagining, man, it's somewhere in southern Syria. "Hey, man, you got that good shit?" "Oh, man, I got that good shit." "Really? No cap?" "Oh, no, I got all the Captagon." Like, how much do you want?
Apparently it's a bad one. I don't really know much about it, but apparently that's a rough one.
Apparently, I haven't heard about Captagon until right now, so I'm guessing it probably is pretty bad. Because I didn't know, folks, about the drugs they had in Eastern Europe until a couple of years back before we started running the show. There was like a documentary that was covering that stuff, and they have something in Eastern Europe called crocodile, which literally like melts your body wherever you inject it. Like, it's gross, and I never knew about that until then, and I was absolutely appalled. Like, honestly, it makes the American drug trade seem tame and humane compared to what people come up with over in Eastern Europe. But outside of that, we also were able to see some airstrikes in the clips of it here in southern Syria as well. Opa.
Damn. Bro, that cricket was as loud as the like initial explosion. That was a loud cricket.
Man, that cricket was out there trying to find a woman somewhere. He was like, "Yeah, man." Like, man, but anyways, moving us on out of southern Syria, we also were able to hear that near Kiryat Shimona, the Hezbollah forces were firing more rockets into northern Israel, and we did get to see the in-air interceptions occurring as a result. And we could hear them as well. Would you listen to that? Quite an active night over Kiryat Shimona. And someone said, let's see, y'all cover the Middle East. Y'all don't know about Captagon? Well, I mean, I'm not really
Bro, I
like
just
a
mentioned
drug
it.
connoisseur, you know? Like, I'm not really like someone who's like, man, let me know all of the illicit substances of the world. Like,
Well, how could I mention it if I didn't know about it? I mean, I didn't just like come up with it on the spot.
man, I mean, that's a good point actually, right there. I mean, that's how we kind of knew about it, or even mentioned it, or brought it up on air. But me personally, I'm not really a connoisseur of like liquor or tobacco or drugs, so my knowledge on that's going to be pretty non-existent, and I never really have an interest. I mean, like, oh, let me find out like how they get messed up in the Middle East. Like it's never really been an interest of mine. But we can see them blowing up some Hezbollah positions here in the Israeli Air Force. Or, as we generally like to be honest, entire city blocks are generally getting blown up by the Israeli Air Force because there might be a Hezbollah guy somewhere in there, but we just don't know where.
Well, sir, they certainly didn't miss.
I don't think they can miss with a bomb like that. I think you can land that thing on the other side of the city and still get them. But moving us on out of that little bit of news, we also got to see as well, before we move on, that there were some special flights of C-130s with no markings painted in solid white today from Amman, Jordan. I wonder what that was about. Well, it was flights from the Bank of Utah trustee, so, you never know. But, moving us on from apparently the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints apparently making a mission trip to Jordan in the middle of the whole thing, we've also been able to hear some other developments with the significant airlifts that are currently ongoing within the area, which y'all can see right here as well. But with all of that in mind, it is time for us to finally move on out of the Middle East, because we have a lot more news to cover inside of China and also inside of Europe. We have a whole load of news that came out of Europe today. But before we move on into the rest of the news that we have for the night, I do want to make sure that we take a brief moment to thank each and every single one of y'all for watching so far. This stream has been live for an hour and 15 minutes. And we've had a peak viewership tonight of 19,000 people, and about 100,000 people have watched this show over the first hour and 15 minutes. We got to thank you all greatly for watching so far. We still have a whole load of news to go, so make sure to stick around. We've got a lot to talk about and a lot to cover that is quite large and significant in its own way in different areas of the world. And before we move on into that, I do want to take a brief pause for a moment to get to talk to a couple of y'all and answer 3 questions from the chat. So, Matthew, what do we got?
All right, and we're going to grab those 3 super chat questions right now. But also, by the way, just to let y'all know, I am tracking another breaking story. I'm going to hold off on reporting on it for right this second because I got to do some more research into it. But we'll see here if I can validate it, and I'll report on it after the question segment if I can. But with that, folks, jumping into our first super chat question, this one's going to go to none other than Fred Vreeman. And thank you very much, Fred, for that $50 support, and we do appreciate it very much. This is one of the largest super chats of the night. He said, "Oh boy, what a mess." He said, "I hope you guys are holding up okay. We appreciate all the coverage, LSA and USA."
And LSA, and I gotta say, thank you so much for the support, Fred. And it is quite a mess at this point. We try and still make it a little bit humorous, but it is quite annoying to watch the United States get into something that's going this badly, because I always expect better from a country that is as great as it is. So I do thank you incredibly for the support and help this channel to keep on running. And I got to say thank you so much for appreciating our coverage. We try our best to cover this each and every night the best we can. And as far as us holding up, well, I'm holding up pretty good. Honestly, we went on a hike. It's not even that hard of a hike, to be entirely honest. It was the Millby North Overlook Trail, but for some reason on the day that I went with Matthew, I was struggling to do it. And now that I've gotten off of that trail, I actually kind of hurt my right foot a little bit. So I've been having to take it easy on that foot throughout most of the day today, because when did we do that, Matthew? Did we do that like yesterday or the day before yesterday?
I think it was the day before yesterday.
Yeah, I think it was the day before yesterday, but I really have hurt my foot from that one a little bit, so I'm having to kind of baby it a little bit so we don't hurt it any worse. I think it's the laces on that shoe weren't really tied the right way. So I need to, relace it and make sure that it's right and everything. But beyond that, though, doing pretty good outside of my foot hurting, and the views were great. That was actually the first time that Matthew ever went up the Millby North Overlook Trail, and he got to see the alpine views that you get from the overlook. overlook, and it was pretty cool. Turns out, by the way, like, not to rabbit hole on this one too much, but when I came home from that hike, I got, oh, actually, really quickly to break from that story, we actually have some breaking news coming out at this moment right now. So, Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so I've generally gotten some validation, at least enough validation to at least report on the story right now. It looks like, thanks to Gordo on Twitter, he's been tracking some things on Flight Radar 24, and it does appear to be quite interesting. We're seeing here, it looks like one of the command planes, the Gulfstreams of the U.S. Air Force, has just made a flight down to what appears to be heading toward West Palm Beach, possibly, it looks like. We're also seeing some other flights making their way down toward Miami. And the important part is there is a command headquarters down there in Florida. So if these aircraft are all going to the same spot, that could indicate that maybe they're going down there for some possible meeting, maybe for future military operations. That could indicate that, because we are seeing a pretty decent amount of flight activity heading down to Florida. Also, is the president currently in Florida right now? Like, have you heard anything about that?
I don't know, but if they were trying to go to a headquarters, say, for CENTCOM, they would have to actually fly to Tampa, because that's where CENTCOM's headquarters is at. If they go down to Miami, that would be Southcom's headquarters, and if they go to Mar-a-Lago, then that means they're just setting up the whole, dog and trick pony show thing in the lobby at Mar-a-Lago, I guess.
I believe, the last I heard, I believe the president is currently at the Doral Resort in Miami right now, and I believe that resort is just right down the street from Southcom's headquarters, if I'm not mistaken. So it could be that maybe they're using that headquarters as a temporary spot to meet, possibly, not necessarily for Southcom operations, but simply a meeting spot, since the president's nearby in the area. That could be it. But it does appear to be a lot of aircraft heading down that way. So some people believe that maybe the Secretary of State was on one of those aircraft heading down there. We can't verify that, though. But that could be a signal, but I'm not very confident in it right now. But just wanted to report on that.
See, CENTCOM is right in here somewhere. Weirdly enough, folks, it's like a normal office building in the midst of the rest of them. Like, it's not really that cool or anything. Like some
Look
of the
for
others.
Doral Resort, and it should be right up the street.
Let's see. Well, I found the DoubleTree by Hilton. That counts.
It's right in here, by the way. It's right in here somewhere.
Let's see. The Doral Resort. There's a loft. Where the hell is this damn Doral Resort?
Just type it in.
Oh, I typed in Doral Resort. I mean,
type in the headquarters you're looking for instead of the resort.
Wait a minute. Man,
it's right there. It's right there. You see where that Marriott's at right there? It's right in there in that office building. Zoom in. Right above it.
Oh, right over here. Here it is. Yep. Southcom, right there.
There it is.
Yeah, so, but I mean, that would be something. Oh, wait a minute, the whole Cuba thing. Oh, okay, yeah, that might be why. Because
once again, just because they're meeting at a Southcom building doesn't mean that they're necessarily doing Southcom operations. It could be just a meeting place.
Well, maybe. I mean, that's a good point. Yeah, for some reason I was thinking that they have to go to the specific headquarters to deal with the specific people in that command to get stuff done. But yeah, you're right. They could just meet there for the hell of it.
They could be meeting at the golf course. You never know. They might not be going to that building at all for the military stuff. They might be going to the golf course. You know, during the raids in Venezuela, they set up a makeshift command center in Mar-a-Lago. So, I mean, it's not a requirement, and under this current leadership, to be meeting in a military facility. They'll do it anywhere. They just literally tell them to start bringing all the secure communications to the spot. They set them up, set up comm links and stuff like that, and they just run the operation from a resort.
You know, that's actually an interesting point. It's really nice to know, by the way, that the Hong family from China just moved in and bought up this whole strip of houses over here. And weirdly enough, they've been, like, gutting a lot of them. Like, there's, like, no furniture in them, and there's these weird, giant, glowing mechanical contraptions in the middle of the room. But I'm sure that has nothing to do with the fact that they're all hanging out right here at the resort just next door. Obviously hasn't. I'm of course joking about that. Like, that's definitely not happening. But you would think that with this being the case, that's a giant golf course and it's just a normal resort, and there's giant neighborhoods nearby and unprotected areas. Some people might be able to set up some tech to eavesdrop if they can.
Possibly. We have pretty secure communications, though, so that'd be kind of hard to do. You'd have to have pretty big equipment to tap into that, at least a mobile setup, at least.
Well, hopefully they don't have something like that yet.
Unless the unless the Russians are driving around in a van with like the satellite dish on top of it, like you see in the movies, like they're driving around like trying to pick up some signals. I think that might catch some attention, by the way, because they monitor the roads when the president's in places like this. They monitor the traffic around there. So if someone's driving by with like a big ass antenna on top of a van, that might catch some attention.
Oh my God, dude, they wouldn't ever expect this. An ice cream van. You could rig one up because
Hey,
they're
that's what
all over the
Borat did.
place. But they're all over the place down there because it's a seaside sort of a location. You could just drive this thing nearby with a load of equipment in it, and it would blend in perfectly because it's Florida and these are everywhere down there.
Yeah, but obviously we don't want that to happen. Obviously, we don't want them to eavesdrop on anything. We want our stuff to be secure. So no, they'll catch them if they're going by. If someone's trying to eavesdrop, they'll catch them.
Well, yeah, I mean, we don't want them to do that, but I mean, they could, man, I'm gonna tell you, man, that's gonna be absolutely heinous, folks. If that ends up happening, like if there's this specialized ice cream van that they have in like from China or Russia that just eavesdrops, but we don't have to worry about that, folks. We know that the Russian envoy will be invited straight into the meeting, so we don't even have to worry about the whole eavesdropping thing. They'll just be there. But anyway, or we'll just call Putin and tell him everything afterwards. But anyways, moving us on out of that whole deal, we do have to get back into our super chat segment talking to Fred. And after we got done with that whole Milby North Overlook thing to get us back on that conversation and wrap this one up, I actually went and read my hiking guide, and it turns out that trail, which starts down here, actually leads up to this peak, which is Mount Raymond, which has some really stunning views in the late summer. Like this one. That's a really nice view. Honestly, I want to do that one day, but it's like 4,000 feet up. I don't think I'm ready for that. But a huge thanks to you so much once again for support, Fred, and helping this channel to keep on running. And I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next super chat goes to none other than Hokey Redneck. And thank you very much, Hokey, for that $50 support. And Hokey said, how many AGM-114 missiles can a Warthog carry?
I don't think that an A-10 Warthog can actually carry Hellfires, at least from my recollection. I think that it can carry an AGM-65 Maverick, which is kind of similar, but not exactly a Hellfire in the way that it operates. You could still get a Maverick to get some pretty decent range. That thing also has a range of like 25 to 50 miles, so pretty long range, all things considered. But for cost-effective purposes, an Apache just loaded up with as many Hellfires as it can carry, which would be 16, it would be the most ideal sort of a system to use. It is as impervious to fire, at least in that situation, as an A-10 would be. It doesn't require a direct line of sight, and the missiles are a lot cheaper per unit than that of the AGM-65 Mavericks would be. So I hope that does address that the best I can, and a big thanks to you for support and helping to keep this channel running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, Hokey, we wouldn't be able to answer the great questions like that and keep this channel running. And so a humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the last question of the segment, and then we're going to be moving on into the rest of the news for the night.
All right, so this one's going to go to Hokey Redneck once again, and thank you very much, Hokey, for the second support, the 50 right there. He said, what happens when there is no makeup on the shelves? Fake up takes oil to make.
Oh, man. I tell you, you're losing the women's vote right there. like if you can't have makeup, honestly, a lot of stuff wouldn't be around. It wouldn't just be makeup. There is a lot of products that have some sort of petroleum item in them.
Hey, also, can you imagine? I mean, I know that was obviously pointed at the women, I think, right there. But at the same time, though, imagine all these news anchors that slather on the makeup and all this stuff before they go on the air. You know, all these old washed up people on mainstream media that keep jumping on there and getting in brawls with people that are 22 years old and stuff like that. It's like all the makeup they need. I mean, they need makeup to hide the tears. Like they're not going to have it. They're going to get on there looking all haggard. Going to get on there looking rough.
Man, I gotta say though, gotta give a big shout out to the folks over at that one channel that did go on CNN. Went on there, and turned it into a firestorm. I mean, like honestly, like rightfully so. I mean, they had the same kind of like argument points that we kind of have on this channel. And apparently they weren't really liked too well on CNN because they don't fall under that goofy framework that most mainstream media companies fall under and how they operate these days. But that is a good question. I actually pulled it up, and it turns out, folks, that 96% of all commercialized goods have some form of petroleum product in them in their manufacturing process. Did you know that, Matthew?
Yeah. I knew that generally. Yeah, I did know that. If y'all ever see like if we get like a whole thing where like the shades of orange start becoming like slightly like a shade lighter each day, that might indicate that the supply chain hiccup has finally reached the makeup possibly or the spray tan. Like if you start noticing like 50 shades of orange like over the next couple of weeks, that could indicate that maybe there's a problem with the supply chain at that point.
So, to give you all a little bit of an idea, some of these will be obvious, of the types of products that use oil, every type of plastic obviously uses oil. That's a no-brainer. Synthetic clothing, which is most all types of clothing these days, uses oil products. Tires obviously use oil products. Cosmetics also as well. Detergents, you're not a dish, you're a man. They all use oil to some extent. And also pharmaceuticals, like the medicines, they also use that as well. So most everything that y'all use in modern daily life has some form of oil in it. But you know what, folks? Nothing's ever been sweeter than a whole bunch of European ships sucking the oil straight out of our strategic oil reserve. Nothing's been better. Really makes America come out on top. For some reason, the U.S. never did that before, and, no other politician in all of U.S. history has ever thought of that as a good idea to succeed, and we succeeded not doing that for the past 80 years since the end of World War II. But apparently, they were all wrong. The U.S. didn't become a successful superpower, by all of these guys doing the right things. They obviously did all the wrong things, and for some reason, just by our luck, we became a superpower. So obviously, doing the complete opposite will produce far better results. We all know that, because if a company is a multi-billion-dollar Fortune 500 company, and a certain CEO is running it well, then we obviously need to remove that CEO and do the complete opposite of everything he was doing, and then the company will really take off and do well. That is logic, and that is what a lot of people miss these days. But a big thanks to you so much once again for support, Hoagie Redneck, and helping this channel to keep it running. And I hope that does address it incredibly well. And I hope that you're back safe and sound in Washington, D.C., enjoying yourself up there. And so a humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, it is now time for us, folks, to move on finally out of the Middle East. We've finally done it, folks. We have made it out of the Middle East. We've made it out. We getting out of the hood with this one because we're going straight to China. We were able to hear that the Chinese have announced today the following. China has ordered national companies to ignore U.S. sanctions on domestic refiners accused by Washington of buying Iranian oil, saying Chinese entities must not recognize, implement, or comply with the measures to safeguard national interests. So,
damn, is that a thing? Like, can you just do that? Like, I've never really heard of this. The United States slaps sanctions on Chinese companies, and China's just like, man, just ignore it. It's like, I mean, has anybody ever tried to just ignore them before like that?
Some people have. Man, China said, oh no. Anyway, we balling. Y'all just don't worry about that one.
It's like, this makes it sound like the sanctions are optional. Like China said, they slapped sanctions on our company, and China was just like, we're gonna opt out. It's like, it's throwing me for a loop.
Man, they sat there and said, huh? Wait a minute, what's this? Yeah, sanctions applied to us. Hold up, this isn't right. Let me call up the Department of State in the United States. Hello, this is Marco. Yeah, we would like to unsubscribe from the sanctions package. You what? Yeah, it's just not good for us right now. We don't really like them, so we're just going to keep doing what we want. We want to unsubscribe. Thanks. Click. All right, everyone, just keep doing what you were doing. Don't worry about those. That's like, what? It's like, I don't know how that's actually going to work, but that's what they said today to all of their companies in China. They just said act like they don't exist, so we'll see what happens as a result of that. But apparently the Chinese just unsubscribed from our sanctions plan. Make it make sense.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I don't even know where to go with it. I gotta tell you, folks, a lot of these days, back in the day, for the last several years, we knew where to go with everything. Like, there was some analysis and stuff to say. These days, literally things that have never been done are being done every day. I don't even know what to make of most of the stuff anymore like that. It's like, what do we make of it? I don't even know. I mean, that's never really happened before. No one's ever just opted out or unsubscribed from something like a sanctions package, so we'll have to see. But anyways, moving us on from that, we actually have more breaking news coming out in this moment right now. Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so take us to Flight Radar 24. We have a situation going on right now inside of Russia, it looks like. There is an aircraft. It should be #1 tracked on Flight Radar, by the way. It should be in the top list. This I've been tracking this aircraft the entire time we've been live on the air. Right now, of course, there is an ongoing attack by Ukrainian drones believed to be on Ust Luga and the Leningrad area near St. Petersburg. This aircraft has been in a holding pattern literally the entire time we've been on the air, and it's believed to be this aircraft is not being allowed to land because of the drone attacks that are taking place nearby. So it is still there. I don't know how long this thing can stay in the air in a holding pattern like that, but it's been there for a long time. And also, where did it come from? This thing had a long flight from somewhere. Where was the origin point?
Antalya on the Turkish southern coast.
Yeah, it seems like at some point this thing's going to be running out of fuel at some point. So it's just still lurking around. It's just doing a holding pattern for well over an hour at this point. So not sure. They haven't redirected it yet. It's just been flying around in circles.
That's wild. Any other aircraft doing that? This one kind of seemed to have done it for a minute. It also is supposed to be landing in St. Petersburg. And this one as well looks like it might be doing that. Air China, Aeroflot. That one's going to Moscow, though. So it's really just these three aircraft that are going to St. Petersburg. These two are clearly in a holding pattern. This one, not as long as the other one. This one's been in a holding pattern for a good minute now. I'm guessing that at some point they might have to declare an emergency and just force a landing in St. Petersburg, no matter the condition, or be diverted elsewhere, although I don't know where they could be diverted rather than Moscow, because I don't really know of a lot of airports that could really handle a modern aircraft in Russia.
Yeah, that is a fascinating thing. Also, it looks like it's actually heading out right now at this point. It looks like it actually is heading out. Yeah, it is. It's left the holding pattern literally right this second. We called it literally leaving right here on the stream. So it is now heading, appears to be southeast, it looks like. It might be heading
Moscow.
down to Yaroslav, possibly. It's heading to Moscow, you think?
Yeah, because look at them. The trajectory here, if you drew a straight line, it's kind of the Moscow area. And this one also is beelining at this point kind of towards the Moscow area. So maybe they're going to like the Demetev Shimtevo International Airport on the northern side of the city, or the Domodedov. I mean, there's so many international airports around Moscow, they could go to any of them. But I'm thinking that they're diverting them all to Moscow at this point.
Interesting. And also, this thing's hauling ass. Like, it's going almost, let's see here, according to transponder, it's almost going 500 knots. So they are hauling like ass. They are going probably as fast as they can go, at least right now, trying to get to the next airport. They haven't declared an emergency yet. It looks like they haven't done that, at least according to their transponder data. But it's heading out, certainly. So that is interesting. Apparently, they wouldn't let it land, even right now. So they must have the airport on lockdown.
Huh. It's interesting. Yeah, I'm guessing that must be the case at St. Petersburg because it is an ongoing drone attack. But that's very interesting. It looks like this one isn't going at least towards Moscow yet, but these two certainly are. I mean, they're really getting on their way to Moscow at this point. We'll have to keep watching them and see what happens with them, but clearly they are they are up there. That's for sure. But moving us on out of that news, it's now time for us to get on into all of that news in Europe, and we have a lot of it. Make sure to sit down and strap yourselves in, folks, because the news that we're going through in Europa today is really a treat. So let's get on into it. Moving us on into London, we were able to hear that the Royal Navy is getting some new drones. Apparently, the Royal Navy is going to be deploying 20 Kraken K3 drone boats for littoral warfare and naval reach expansion. That's what they look like right here. And y'all can tell that these things are basically a license-built variant of a Magura. They almost looks exactly like one from Ukraine, and it looks like the Royal Navy is trying to start implementing drone-based boats or drone attack boats, a lot like the Ukrainians have in the Black Sea for coastal defense purposes. Pretty cool, honestly. Moving us on from that, we've also been able to hear news within Europe that has not been good today. According to the United States earlier in the morning, the U.S. weapons deliveries to the UK, Poland, Lithuania, and Estonia will be delayed. The United States stated that the war with Iran is straining American stockpiles. This also comes simultaneously as the president saying that we have more bombs than ever before. And while we bombed the hell out of Iran and generally expended a great deal of bombs doing that so far, for some reason we just somehow came upon more bombs than we've ever had, and we have an unlimited supply of them. But apparently we don't have enough to be able to give to anyone in Europe. And that starts to raise the question, what's going on with it? Is the U.S. lying? Does it have plenty of bombs and it just doesn't want to give them to Europe? Or is it out of bombs? That's really the big question there. In the midst of all that, we then were able to hear that the President of the United States has started to say some other things, at least at the moment, about our position in Europe. He said that the cut to 5,000 troops is just the start, and we're going to cut way down, and we're cutting a lot further than 5,000. So, the original withdrawal of 5,000 U.S. forces that was announced yesterday from the U.S. Army of Europe and Africa, and generally EUCOM's AOR, is apparently going to be a lot larger, according to the president. This is already reducing U.S. forces in the region by almost 10%, and going any further than that's only going to be weakening U.S. forces and their position within the region. This has actually been such a significant measure that the Armed Services GOP Twitter, which is run by the GOP, stated today as one of their key quotes within their article that prematurely reducing America's forward presence in Europe risks undermining deterrence and sending the wrong signal to Vladimir Putin. So it does appear that there is pushback on this, obviously, by everybody, because it's stupid to do. Removing U.S. forces from Europe is greatly weakening our position to power project within Europe, the Middle East, and Africa, considering that it's basically the nexus for operations within all three of those theaters. And not only that, it's weakening our position against the Russians, with the Russians already acting in a very hostile fashion against our European allies in Eastern Europe at this moment right now. Withdrawing U.S. forces would basically be in symbolically opening up the door to the Russians and showing them that they could try and go to war with Europe, and the U.S. might not even be there for them at all, which is certainly not a good idea. That would be pretty stupid. It's pretty much opening up our largest economic and military allies, which are in Europe, to a full-blown war with an enemy country, the United States, for really no inherent benefit to us, to our allies, or to the Russians at all. It would be a lot better to keep a strong foot forward within that area, and to be able to make sure that the Russians don't feel encouraged to invade Europe, and that we also don't weaken our jumping board to conduct operations not only in Europe, but once again in the Middle East and Africa, as all flights to Africa and the Middle East have to make it to Europe first to then springboard into the other areas. And so, Matthew, what are people thinking about this right now and the announcement that there's going to be a lot more than 5,000? Are people thinking that this is retaliatory or something else? And what are you thinking about it as well?
Okay, so it's a very rare thing when you see, both sides of politics kind of coming together on an issue like this, but this one's got both of them worried, which tells you a lot about how bad this actually is. If both of them are worried, even the allies of the current leadership, that's pretty bad. So the USS forces in Germany will be reduced a lot further and a lot more than just 5,000, which is currently what's withdrawing at this very moment. So why is this? What is the reason? Because right now we have gotten zero official reason for why this is being done. So we're left to speculate about it, and everybody's asking, why the hell are we doing this at a time where Russia is aggressing on Europe? Makes no sense. 68% said it's purely retaliation on Europe. 18% said simply over force relocations, and 9% said Congress will probably act to halt this. So I mean, there's really no other explanation in my view that we could come up with other than it's purely retaliation. There's a big spat going on between Germany and the United States, and where are we seeing forces being reduced? Inside of Germany. So there appears to be a correlation with that. Also, the fact that we have not gotten an official explanation from the leadership about this also indicates it's retaliation. If it is, they can't just say that, because then that really looks really bad to say it's retaliation. So I'm with the 69%. I think it is that. And it's concerning because apparently 5,000 was not enough to make the point. They're going to be reducing the forces a lot more than that. So, it's a little bit strange to me. I will say this. I saw reports the other day, and also I think the president might have confirmed this, that he was having talks with Putin, and now we're seeing forces being reduced in Germany. That seems to be highly concerning, to say the least, because with no official explanation, and everybody's at a loss, and people are getting very concerned, and we're still not getting an answer, that is probably the utmost concern that an American should have at this point about why that is happening. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that it's absolutely stupid. The sort of personal foreign policy that's being conducted, it expands not only to foreign policy, it expands to the domestic situation as well, to where you basically have to um, kiss ass to the extreme, or else every single kind of consequence that can come to follow is going to be brought forth, even if it's basically shooting ourselves in the foot or cutting our own nose off to spite our face. Those actions are taken, and it's ridiculous to watch them happening because Germany is the most important place that we have forces based in all of Europe. The British are the second most important, but Germany is by far the most important. We have the largest amount of operational Air Force bases there. We have the largest amount of operational support forces there, capable of supporting U.S. military operations in Europe and elsewhere in that area of the world. And withdrawing forces from that area is uh, basically chopping off one of our own legs operationally for anything that happens in the Middle East or Europe. It's absolutely stupid. I don't even understand it. And the whole reason why is because Germany said some stuff that hurt the little snowflake's feelings who's in charge. So now we have to punish them by basically punishing ourselves. Because what type of punishment is that to Germany in reality, folks, for us to withdraw our forces from Germany that support our operations in Europe and the Middle East? That's not hurting them. That's actually hurting more us than it is the Germans. So what's the point in doing that? And all because the Germans said some stuff that he didn't like about the war in Iran. So we're going to screw our own armed forces over and the country over just because feelings were hurt. That's a pretty
Yeah.
goofy thing.
And also, by the way, like, or tell me if I'm wrong, because I have a vague recollection of this, but didn't the most recent National Defense Authorization Act say that the U.S. or the president couldn't do this unilaterally if it meets a certain threshold of withdrawing a certain amount of troops from Europe, or moving a certain amount of equipment from Europe, then Congress has to get involved. I mean, what the hell is going on with Congress? I mean, we have three branches of government in this country, and Congress is completely abdicating their duty altogether on pretty much everything. I mean, we're literally. I mean, folks. I mean, I can't find another way to put it. I try not to use words like this, but we're literally moving toward a like one branch dictatorship at this point. Like, Congress has to check and balance. If they don't, then we don't have that branch of government at that point. So, I mean, are they going to step up and actually, do their duty and actually check and balance the executive branch, or are they just going to sit back and let them do whatever the hell he wants? I mean, even if it's something that might be a good idea, Congress still has a duty to act. Even if it's something that's a good idea, we have to follow the law here. We can't just, ignore the law when it's convenient. If there's something saying that he has to check in, he has to check in. We have to follow it to the letter.
I mean, that's the truth of it, and also on top of that, another thing is, folks, because I see like everyone always acts like everything that this clown does isn't a big deal. Like, oh, 5,000 isn't that big of a deal. These are 5,000 support troops. Like, some people might not know a lot about how this stuff works, and then they just sound like they do. But let me tell you what that means. The U.S. Army of Europe and Africa right now is structured as a support force and a quick reaction force for a larger war that could break out in Europe. We have two combat divisions, which are the Atlantic Resolve rotational divisions in the region, and then everything else is support forces. A field hospital brigade, combat aviation brigades, artillery brigades, logistics brigades, special support brigades, generally everything that we would need to have in place, the building blocks logistically, so that way if a war starts in Europe, we can start flooding the region with combat forces, and everything that would be needed to support them in that opening phase of the war would be there and ready to go before they even arrive. That's how the forces are based right now and structured in Europe. So what our plan is right now is to take 5,000 of these essential soldiers out of the region, the building blocks of any future military operation, and bring them home and completely abandon any positions that they are manning and operating right now in the support forces in Germany. So that way, when a world war breaks out, when the Russians start going to war with Europe, and then when we might end up getting pulled into it, whether we want to be or not, now we can watch a whole bunch of U.S. soldiers get wounded and killed on the battlefields in Poland, and when they're carting them back on the stretchers, there might not even be a field hospital ready to take them on, and they're just sitting there agonizing in pain until they pass away, because we decided to remove all of those support forces because the Germans said some hurtful words and really hurt our feelings.
And what do we get from Congress? Congress puts out a letter talking about this is concerning. It's like, well, you've been saying everything's concerning. It's like, at what point do you say, okay, this is concerning, and we demand an answer? It's like, where's the teeth behind anything they're saying? Like, Congress has the ability to demand answers. Like, they have to check and balance the executive. They have to do that as part of their duty. But we don't hear that. It's just these weak, like, limp statements of basically abdicating their duty, doing enough to say that they did something, but not doing enough to actually do their duty, which is to check the executive. It's pathetic, really. I mean, they're spineless.
And also, I saw someone in the chat say, and I find this one to be so humorous. But the Europeans said mean things, which is basically just saying they don't really like the war in Iran about America, and that's not right. That makes us look weak. Okay, so off of that mindset, the Europeans ought to be attacking the United States right now with cruise missiles, because we've been calling them weak bitches for almost a year and a half now, and even threatened to invade Greenland and insulted them even farther when that whole thing was an issue last year. So off of that justification, the Europeans shouldn't just be cutting off military relations with us. They should be actively at war with us and attacking the United States and us. That's a very stupid mindset to work off of, because if anyone's going to sit there and say that the U.S. has a right to punish the Europeans because they said in political language, the most political wordage they could, that they're not really a big supporter of the Iran war, then the Europeans have every right in the world to basically glass the surface of the United States, because we've gone out of our way to offend literally every leader and every citizen of a European country for the last year and a half at this point. And that would be a completely unfair sort of a standard to set on the Europeans, considering that the U.S. president has made so many statements dissing on them that there's no way to even make that seem like they're two comparable sides. Like, it's just completely untrue. But anyways, enough of that, folks. I mean, clearly everybody knows that, we can just pull all of our forces out of the world and it won't end up bad. It's not like the U.S. withdrawal that was started under the current president, that left Bagram Air Force Base under the control of the Taliban. It's not like that was a bad idea that we are even lamenting about right now, and it's not like, withdrawing U.S. forces from Syria is leading to the rise of ISIS or anything. It's not like all of the withdrawals that we've seen over the past 2 years are already leading to dire results or things that are not that beneficial for U.S. strategic interests. So clearly continuing this destructive trend of removing our forces from every critical choke point in the world and every crisis point is going to do us even better. That is an absolutely stupid mindset. Like, it's not doing us any better in any place we've already tried that in, so why would we continue on that steamroller of bad decisions and bad outcomes? But moving us on out of that news, NATO is trying to ask the United States why they're cutting the troops in Europe, just to add a little bit of a cherry on top to that story. Moving us on out of that, we also were able to hear that the Prime Minister of Poland, Donald Tusk, has also stated the greatest threat to the transatlantic community are not its external enemies, but the ongoing disintegration of our alliance. We must all do what it takes to reverse this disastrous trend, already showing that a lot of European countries, like the Polish, are saying that this is a bad idea as well. Moving us on out of all of this, it is now time for us to find... Oh, by the way, forgot to mention one last piece of European news. Russian drones did breach Romanian airspace again today, and according to a statement that was put out by the Romanian Air Defense, emergency alerts issued in Tulcea County as overnight strikes on the Ukrainian Danube ports spilled over into the alliance's territory, according to the Romanian Ministry of National Defense, which you can see the official statement here written and published in Romanian. Moving us on out of all of our European news now, it's time for us to get on up into the drone attacks that the Ukrainians have conducted on the Russians today, and these have been quite significant as usual. A large amount of them were launched towards the area of St. Petersburg and Moscow, and we also were able to hear that the drone threats are quite literally all over. Here are the following areas which are under a drone threat at this moment. The Moscow Oblast, Arkhangelsk, Tver, Belgorod, Penza, Bryansk, Nizhny Novgorod, Kursk, Voronezh, Rostov, Tula, Smolensk, Oriel, Kaluga, Ryazan regions, the Kuban, the Republic of Mordovia, the Luhansk region, Donetsk, Zaporizhia, and Crimea. So, basically the entirety of Western Russia again and all of the Ukrainian occupied territories are under a drone threat. We have also been able to see that some of these drones were filmed on their way up towards St. Petersburg. Let's take a look. There have already been 2 explosions, they say. And then we can see here that there's one of the explosions in the air right there. Oh.
Я хочу домой, мам. А домой там еще страшнее.
Oh, man, the girl said, "Mom, I want to go home," and the mom said, "What are you, stupid? It's even scarier there." What the hell?
I tell you what, the Russians, I tell you what, they just they don't sugarcoat it.
Man, that girl said, "This is too scary. I want to go home," and the mom said, "Bitches, where's it home?" And it's like, what? It's like, that's a crazy response. That's not at all comforting.
Не страшно. Дед, иди сюда, вот тут вот прям смотри.
So the girl's luring her granddad out to slaughter. She's like, "Granddad, come here!" Like, there's a drone attack going on.
Вот.
Oh, well, damn. Oh, well, the granddad isn't a big fan of Putin, apparently. Damn.
Bro, Unc came out. Unc came out and chose violence. Damn.
Bruh, Unk ain't scared of the FSB. He was the KGB. Bro, he said Putin. Oh my God, bro. Oh, damn.
Bro, damn. I bet he didn't know he was being recorded when he said that.
Oh my God, man. He kept going.
Damn. Did him dirty recording this.
Oh my God. And then the mom said, what does Putin have to do with it? And then he went on to say this. Oh man, and
damn, bro.
Oh,
dang. Bro. She messing up her grandpa bad. She should have known not to post something like that with her grandpa talking like that.
Man, that girl said, "Oh my God, look, Grandpa, it's a drone attack." The granddad comes out, "Hey, yo, Putin's a bitch, on God." It's like, he didn't even mention the drone. He just came out and started putting out the rhetoric. It's like, damn, get it, Granddad. It's like, get it, Unc. He got it. Like, the FSB is already on the way to that address right now, unfortunately, but Unc is going down with a fight. He ain't giving up. Gotta respect Unc for that one. But moving us on up to where the actual news is coming out of today, there are significant drone warnings that have been announced over the ports of Primorsk and Ust Luga. You can actually see that right here, as it says Ust Luga, Primorsk I Bielizlacheshny, I believe. And I don't know the other ones, but actually, this is the Leningrad Oblast right here. This is the Leningrad Sky Oblast. So those are the reports of the drone attacks. The bottom part just says drone attacks within the area, but those are the areas that are under attack, including Ust Luga and Primorsk, which are major oil loading ports and the only two within this area of the Baltic Sea. We actually got to see some of them heading in. Oh,
look at that. We got a floater.
Up there on that drone, man, Zelensky is singing, "I can show you the world, make it fantastic and splendid."
Do you have that picture of Zelensky in the little, like, tin can little aircraft thing? Do you have a picture of that handy, offhand?
Oh, man, I can get it. Zelensky.
Yeah, get this pulled up real quick. I need to see this. Well, this is a live view right here. Zelensky flies. He's in there personally himself. Let's see here. It'll come around.
Hold on. I gotta get it on the screen. It's taking a little bit of a minute. There we go.
There he is. Look at that. Zelensky said, "We're going to put long-range sanctions on the Russians." I didn't know he literally meant in less than 24 hours. I didn't know he meant that.
Man, Zelensky's like, "I created a brand new biker gang. I call it the Cry Me to Sleep Mommy Gang. Let's roll." Hops in this thing and starts flying to Leningrad. Bro, it's like, man, get it. Man, bro, I gotta tell you, in between Gramps in the last clip and Zelensky in the current clip, it's a winning streak today for the larger part. It's been a good day in Ukraine. We've also been able to hear, additionally, that within the area of Perm, the fires from yesterday the fires from 4 days ago are still continuing. Here is a video of it from a domestic airline flight flying past Perm on an approach to a runway. Oh, Papliat.
You know why they call it Perm? Because the damage is going to be permanent.
Man, they call it Perm because the Russians down there, man, they be slithering like worms.
Man, that was a good attempt.
It was an honest attempt. It wasn't a good one. What так
Hey, boss, can you turn the airplane around and head back out? I don't think I want to go land in this country.
Man, meanwhile, we need that actor, man, from the Chernobyl miniseries who was in the helicopter said, "Fly us right over the reactor." Man, we need him to say, "Fly us right over that smoke plume." It's coming. No, don't do that. Man, that would probably clog up the jet engines in all honesty, man, or cause like an engine explosion or something crazy. But there's another angle of the fire in Perm today, and here is the next one that we had from inside the city, блядь.
Дождик собирается.
Opa.
Из
Looks like a thunderstorm rolled in.
Man, it doesn't look good. I can tell you that. Amazing grace. But moving us on out of the city at Perm, it's now time for us to move on and down to Tuapse, because we were able to see that down in the port, the fire is still cooking. Right after the Russians put out the first fire, that the Ukrainians kept going for days because they just kept hitting it and blowing it up. On the fourth night of the fire, they hit it again, and that fire is now raging out of control as well, and the Russians are finding it very difficult to extinguish this one. This is the one that happened right after the last one.
Oh,
блядь.
Look at that water source right next to it. That's finished.
Man, that bus is revving up. Looks like an industrial hell here in the city.
Yeah, it's kind of the way it looks across the entirety of Russia. It all looks like an industrial hell. And the crazy part is some of the areas aren't even industrial.
It really begs the question why they look like that when you come to think about that for a minute. It's like, why do they all look like that?
It's called abject poverty.
Yes. Soviet architecture mixed with poverty creates industrial hellhole look everywhere. You can even go into a forest in Russia, and for some reason, it too looks like an abandoned industrial hellhole. Don't know how they do that. It's like magic. But we also heard like a light report today, and I want to say that this is a little bit light, that apparently Putin may be preparing to use a nuclear strike on Ukraine. And that was according to the People's Deputy in Ukraine, Kostenko. But I want to say, folks, that I'm not really running the story a whole lot or even covering it a lot because the Russians are always threatening like some form of nuclear reprisal. And the Ukrainians have also been concerned about that somewhat through the war as well. So, we don't really have any reason to believe that they're legitimately going to attempt to use a nuclear weapon right now. But it was still said by a Ukrainian government official today, so that's why I even got a little bit of airtime. Moving us on out of that story, though, and on into the northern border of Belarus. We were able to hear that, according to Zelensky, there has been some unusual activity near the Belarusian border. Oh my god, it's Lukashenko!
Hey, it really does look like him, by the way. I only spelled his name with the masculine O at the end of it instead of Lukashenko. But yeah, that does look like him, by the way.
I got to tell you, where's my dog? There it is, Fluffy. We need to go talk to Putin and sit in some sort of an orchard and have very weird homoerotic vibes going on, What needs to be done? Anyways, moving on from that, according to Zelensky, he said the situation is under control and Kyiv is closely monitoring and ready to respond if needed. So, quite an interesting situation going on up there. The Ukrainians are saying that it is an ongoing one, but not really giving a lot more information outside of it, and just saying that they have the situation under control and they're working on it. And a lot of people are putting in their thoughts as to what is going on with that, because we also understand that at the same time that the statement was made today, there was a balloon that was launched from Belarus and flew into Ukraine as a Belarusian helicopter watched somewhere within the distance and was visually sighted by the Ukrainians. And a lot of people are putting in their thoughts and comments on this right now. And Matthew, what are people thinking about it, and what are you thinking about it as well?
Okay, so this is actually a pretty serious situation today. It didn't get a whole bunch of news coverage, but it is a pretty big one. Belarus apparently, from what we can tell, intentionally launched a balloon into Ukrainian airspace. Nobody knows what the balloon had on it or anything, but it was flying in and it looked like a weather balloon, but it flew into their airspace inside of Ukraine, and also apparently a Belarusian helicopter was nearby when the thing flew in. So that paints kind of a bad picture that it might have been intentional, most likely was actually. So So what are your thoughts about that? 51% said Belarus is just trying to scare Ukraine, basically on behalf of Putin. 33% said Belarus is probably about to attack Ukraine. And 5% said it seems like a possible accident, and it was just merely an accident, they say. But here's the catch, though. Zelensky's been warning for over a week now, possibly as long as 2 weeks ago, that Belarus is doing weird stuff inside their country. They're also making threats toward Ukraine. They're making threats toward NATO as well. And they're getting more vocal. And also it appears to be that Putin's kind of prodding Belarus to start acting up. So Zelensky also says he's seeing some strange, odd activity, military activity inside of Belarus. And now we're seeing a balloon going into Ukrainian airspace with Belarusian helicopters right on the Ukrainian border. So to me, I'm actually with the 33%. I think Belarus is about to do something, and they're being prodded to do it, of course, by Vladimir Putin, because Lukashenko really doesn't have a choice. He does what he's told from Putin. So I think something's actually about to happen. We'll have to see what it's going to be. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd actually have to be with the 51%. I think that they might just be scaring the Ukrainians and trying to divert some of their combat forces towards the border to alleviate the situation that the Russians are seeing on the current front right now. They've done that a couple of times throughout the years, and we've largely started to see that it's usually a feint to distract the Ukrainians and relieve some of the pressure from the Russians on the front most every time that they do this. And so based off of the historical trend, I would believe that they're doing the same thing about right now. So I hope that does address that the best that they can, but yeah, in my opinion. And moving us on from that, it's now time for us to get on into the war in Ukraine itself. I've got to tell y'all, folks, I never knew this, but the Ukrainians be whipping out that fine China. They, too, much like the Russians did back in the day, are whipping out those S-57s. Let me go see if I can pull this up here really quickly. Oh, it's the S-60, correction. Let me show this to you, so you know what it is. This is what it is, Bliat. It is this gun. It is a flak gun. It is a big one. Its caliber is that of a... Oh, what caliber is it, Bliat? It is a 57mm anti-aircraft gun that was built back in 1950. These guns are ancient, but the Ukrainians have started to realize that they have a purpose, a special purpose, in shooting down Russian drones. And actually, they've done pretty decent. I mean, that's kind of the crazy thing about it. The 112th Territorial Defense Forces, which are largely organized as a gun-based air defense unit, are actually shooting down Russian drones with these ancient or anti-aircraft guns. And here we can see them using it in this clip.
Yeah, see, it's not about necessarily like the age of the gun. It's more about, the Ukrainians knowing how to properly use it, which is something the Russians really can't say that they know how to do.
And there's some of the debris from the drones they shot down with this thing.
They could sell that for parts.
Man, the Ukrainian farmers are about to strip this thing clean. Like, bro, they're gonna come out here. Oh, it's like a tractor kind of, start ripping it apart.
Man, they're about to tear that thing apart like people do when they get that KFC chicken off the bone.
Man, Ukrainian farmers, man, I hear that they carry around with them a bib on the ready, and when they tie the bib around their neck, it actually has like a little image of like a Russian tank or something on it, and then they start like swishing the fork and knife together, like getting ready to start digging in. Man, the Ukrainian farmers are quite resourceful people. They really know how to rip apart any Russian vehicle for its essential parts pretty quickly these days. They can strip one down in minutes. We also were able to see, speaking of some other interesting developments, that the Ukrainian Special Forces of the unit Raven were actually conducting sea raids in the Black Sea against Russian forces that were occupying oil rigs around the Crimean Peninsula. We see a time-lapse here of them making it out to these rigs. That guy is riding like a skidoo.
And these are manned?
Duh. There's the man. Oh, look, it's a Russian aircraft.
I was kind of flying a little bit erratically. Oh, was that it down over there?
Oh, no. That's a rig, boy. They're making it to the oil rig. Everyone, I'm introducing a new system. It's like System of a Down, but this time we're calling it System of a Rig. It's a wonderful thing. Look at the Ukrainians. They're coming up to the rig with their drones, getting the place softened up and ready to go. Like a hot and ready Caesar's pizza, 5 minutes or less. Something incredible right there, like microwave. And they're making their way to the rig. We can see the drones continuing to surveil it, seeing if any Russians are coming outside.
I feel like some nice, like Benny Hill music would go good over this right here. The way it's bouncing around so much.
Man, honestly.
Listen, folks, I got to improvise here, right? We don't pay for copyright music here, or cheap.
Wait, hang on. Let me think of that one song. Let me know. Let me know. Do you love it when There you go.
Oh, those stupid brain rot songs that you hear over 1,000,000 times.
Man, I love the one that they always put on the hiking videos. It's like, when I didn't fall in love, and I didn't I'm like, oh man, it's like that one for the 90th time. That one's great. You know, it's every, they play that song, man. Have you noticed that every single time someone's walking around a corner and there's like a wall obstructing their view, and then they finally get to the view when the high notes hit? That's so annoying to me. Like, the same songs are used in every damn clip these days. But anyways, moving on from that, we also got to hear that there were attacks ongoing in Sevastopol, in occupied Crimea, just to let y'all know that. Moving us on out of that news, we now have to get on into our location unknowns. Over the course of the past 24 hours, we saw something that is going to get Matthew absolutely excited. Here in this clip, we can see that the Ukrainians are training new drone operators, and they're training them on a proprietary system. It's GTA.
Oh my. I didn't know they had a mod like this.
So apparently some...
Oh my god, they're targeting the civilian cars in GTA. What in the hell? Oh my gosh, they're hitting the taco truck. No. Oh my goodness. What's going on, my dude?
Man, they're learning how to target moving vehicles. Like, it doesn't matter that there's civilian vehicles in GTA because they're not obviously not going to hit them in real life. But you know, it's letting them know how to track down a vehicle and hit them. And apparently, this little mod that they have here actually simulates real physics. And believe it or not, this Ukrainian drone unit is actually using GTA to train their new drone operators on how to use an FPV drone.
Crazy. We got Ukraine drone training mods before we got GTA 6. This is getting to a new low.
Bro, honestly, man, that's kind of crazy, dude. It's like GTA 5 is being used to train people in war how to use a weapon. Like you know, folks, when I was a kid, people would always used to tell you when you were growing up, oh, war isn't a video game. It's like... It used to not be, now it is. Like, it's like, now you can literally be trained to fight a war in a video game. That's not even an exaggeration, they're literally doing it.
And what they got against the taco trucks, they're hitting those over and over and over. Oh no, they're going for the blimp.
Oh my god.
That's literally called atomic. Look at this.
Bro, it's got the noises and everything.
Oh my god.
Bro, I don't think Shaheeds do that. So apparently, I'm guessing that they designate these vans as like the quote-unquote transport, like, trucks of the Russian army for the training purposes, and they're like, you can only target those and blow them up. So you can't blow up anything and everything, it's just a specific type of vehicle. So that's a little interesting, like, they're trying to make sure that these pilots selectively pick their targets. Well,
maybe.
Maybe not every time.
Not every single time. Looks like the time they made an exception.
Kind of disprove my claim.
They're going after another one. Man, look at those. Oh, dang. They're going for the debauchery.
Bro, he said, hey, yo, I went to the booty call last night. I mean, it's like, what the hell? Bro, honestly, man, that's like a very Russian thing to say. Oh, bro, now they're having them fly in the buildings. Training them on what to do when they fly through the building.
See me at the club tomorrow.
Man.
Well, this is interesting.
Honestly, man, this is like very interesting to watch. I'm almost getting so engrossed I'm hardly even talking about it. We see them coming on in. I mean, that's something else right there, something crazy. But apparently, I can't play the whole video. I don't know why, but I was
That's not good for him. You only got to use as much as you need to comment on it. You can't just play the whole thing.
Well, I just thought it was interesting. But anyways, we also got to see this Ukrainian engineering vehicle today out there. It's a Soviet-era vehicle. That's why it looks like this. But very interesting to see. We also were able to see as well that the Russian casualty report came out as well over the past 24 hours. And ole mole!
They got one Bobcat today. I mean, one is better than zero. I mean, that's what common sense says, of course. But tell us more.
And according to Misty, keeper of the records, 2,305 drones is the 8th highest daily loss of the war. 265 supply trucks and vehicles and fuel tanks ranks as the 7th highest. 6 MRSs is tied with others as the 6th highest loss. And the 5-day total for Bobcat skid steers amounts to 15. Over the past 24 hours, 1,240 Russian soldiers have been wounded and killed, along with 4 APCs, 265 supply trucks, 3 main battle tanks, 73 artillery pieces, 2,305 drones, 6 MLRSs, and 1 Bobcat skid steer. All in all, a pretty good day to see, and good to know that the Ukrainians are still inflicting high losses onto the Russian Federation's armed forces. We actually got to see a little glimpse of this today up in the Kupiansk area, as the 41st Mechanized Brigade was using its drone forces to target and destroy the Russian Federation's army within this area, including this Moliva. Boyet and this D-30. Opa.
Looks like a piece of junk.
And this Garmat, which is an artillery piece. And that's the end of the clip, but still showing us some of the effective strikes and counter battery today within the Kupiansk front. Meanwhile, we have now been able to hear that the Russian Federation is, oh my god, folks, according to the Telegraph, they've come up with something new. I'm gonna not try and laugh through this here. With 325,000 soldiers killed, Putin's generals are abandoning their tactic of sending wave after wave of troops towards the line. So they're moving away from the World War I over-the-top and charging through no man's land strategy. Now, a quieter, harder-to-detect tactic, which Western analysts say could be more dangerous, is slowly taking place. So,
it says Russia abandons meat grinder tactics to try 4-man ambushes.
Oh my god.
Spoiler alert, that shit ain't gonna work.
Also, spoiler alert, by the way, folks, the Russian army has finally evolved from 1914 era World War I tactics to 1918 era World War I tactics. Because
haven't they tried this before, by the way? I'm pretty sure they've tried something similar to this. Because you remember the whole 2-group thing, like the whole 2-group, like going 2-man groups to go do the ambushes. It's like they've tried stuff like this before. I mean, this isn't like some brand new, like, novel tactic or something.
It's not novel at all. And, I'm not even kidding about this being an evolution from 1914 to 1918, because in 1917 and 1918, the British Army, which was one of the more forefront ones at that point in evolving doctrine, came up with the raiding doctrine, or the raiding tactics, which involved getting 4-man groups, organizing them at night, and then crawling through no man's land under the cover of darkness to make it to the German trenches, hop in them, kill a couple of them, grab a couple of guys to take for prisoners, and then skirt back out over no man's land back to the British side before the Germans were able to really react or notice. So the Russians literally have just evolved, I'm not even kidding, from 1914 tactics of World War I, and they finally made it to 1917 and 1918 in how infantry tactics evolved. This isn't going to help them, though, because unlike World War I, where raiding parties worked, nowadays there's thermal vision and infrared vision, which means that this doesn't work under the cover of darkness or in broad daylight. You're just putting 4 men out to die every time you do this, much like any other tactic, because, once again, drone warfare has changed the game. All of the prior infantry tactics that we've seen throughout all of history do not work on us as a standalone concept. They require significant alterations to be able to make them work. So this is not going to work either. And while the Telegraph is noting that they are seeing minor changes in Russian infantry tactics, which we've seen as well, it's not going to be really producing any significant benefit or change in their success inside of Ukraine. We also were able to see that some Russian soldiers today were getting targeted by Ukrainian FPV drones in the Konstantinivka front. Like this Russian near this burned out Lada. And that's a whole lot of luggage. I bet he'd like to take a load off. This Ukrainian drone will help him take a load off. Oh. Uh-oh. Oh. Oh, he tried to butt it with the
Oh,
gun. That didn't really work. Oh, and,
yikes.
well, I don't think that works for him. What do you think?
I don't think it worked.
I don't think so either. I think he's going to be sitting it out for the rest of the war. But we also were able to hear that apparently Fighter Bomber, who is a Russian military blogger, reported that an Su-34 had been shot down over Zaporizhia, and then he deleted the post. So we're not really sure if it's been shot down yet or not, but we're still trying to gather some information on that, and we're hoping that another Su-34 has been shot down in that area. But with that, folks, that is all of the news that we have for the D. And I've got to say that we're entirely honored and greatly appreciative of so many of y'all watching the stream so far. In the course of just 2 hours and 15 minutes, 120,000 people have watched this channel, and there was a peak viewership of 19,000 people who were here tonight. I've got to say that we're entirely honored and greatly appreciative to know that so many people continue to watch this channel each and every single day and consider it to be their primary source of news. It's actually pretty crazy, folks, to see this as a daily occurrence, because we check the ratings. I check the ratings daily to see where we're at these days, because back in the day, we used to wonder how well we were doing just based off of how many people were watching compared to what we were doing months before or a month before the day we would run a show. Nowadays, we've been doing so well that we just go and check YouTube's top 100 ratings and see where the show is. And over the past few months, we have been consistently either in the top 20s or the top 30s in America on YouTube for live streams, which I've got to say that we're entirely honored and cannot say it enough how thankful and appreciative we are that so many of y'all continue to watch this channel in the tens of thousands every single minute and the hundreds of thousands per hour and the millions per month to get your news from this channel each and every day. I cannot believe that we've made it this far, and I cannot believe that many of y'all have been with us and enjoying this channel with us as we've covered the news over the past 4 years to get to where we are today. And of course, with that in mind, we're about to be getting on into the question segment where we get to talk to each and every single one of y'all. And we get to talk about literally anything and everything except for religion, politics, climate change, and whether the A-10 is relevant in modern warfare or not. And of course, we're going to be getting into that right now and not spending an extra second not getting to talk to the amazing folks who make up the LSA and the viewership of the Enforcer channel. And so, Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so jumping straight into our final question segment of the night, we're going to start off with our super chats. And in the meantime, I have been scanning for some breaking news to see if we have anything else to cover. And right now, it looks like we are in the clear. So we'll keep an eye out during the question segment. But for right now, it does appear to be somewhat clear for tonight. So we'll have to see. But jumping into our first super chat for our last segment here, this one is going to go to Joppy. And thank you very much, Joppy, for the largest super chat of the night. He threw in at 100. And we do appreciate that very, very much. And Joppy said, Europe has already signaled plenty that they don't take it for granted that the U.S. will adhere to Article 5 anymore, and that the U.S. is signaling that more and more as well. So once that happens, it's natural to assume the EU is preparing penalties against the U.S. if it happens.
I would say that that probably is the case, Choppy, but generally in foreign policy, most people only want to take the actions that are absolutely necessary. And that's what's really out of form with the current administration in the United States, is they take a load of actions that are absolutely unnecessary to jeopardize and destroy the alliances that we built over hundreds of years with really no benefit in mind, and only consequences that could follow for whatever actions the United States makes. Most European countries won't really return that in form, because most countries in Europe, or really most countries around the world, aren't really run by self-centered narcissists that focus their entire foreign policy on whether someone said something mean to them or not. And most of them are going to realize that taking any sort of reciprocal or damaging actions or punishing actions towards the United States will most likely become damaging to their own economies as well. Because if they impose a tariff on the United States of America, they are largely starting to see that a lot of their own goods that they produce and sell to the United States may see decreased buyership, and they also may be making some essential goods within their own sphere of influence rather difficult to purchase from the United States because of the increased cost on the consumer because of the increased tariffs. So generally, I would say that they might be brewing that up and planning that, but most statesmen And most people who would be involved in statescraft and foreign policy would generally never want to do that because it wouldn't produce any significant benefit. It would only produce a possible risk or detriment to the nation and its people that they represent and are supposed to be the elected officials of. So, we'll have to see. I mean, like, honestly, like, if they did that, it's like, I could kind of see where they're coming from. But at the same time, it doesn't really produce anything good for anyone whenever people go out of their way that are allied nations to take reciprocal or punishing actions against each other. It only brings up pulling the whole alliance down. So I'd hope that cooler heads prevail in Europe. Generally, they do. And they only conduct the actions that are necessary in this sort of a rift that's growing at this moment, so that way we can try and mitigate the damage on both ends, and hopefully see at some point here in the future that the U.S. and Europe are able to reconcile their relationships and differences and start continuing on the path of very productive alliances that we've had for about the past 80 years and can hopefully have until the next 80 years afterwards. So a huge thanks to you so much once again, and I hope that has addressed that incredibly well, Choppy, and I thank you for helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one is going to go to Give Up Now, who puts in a 50. And thank you as well for that generous support. They said, a rabbit hole for your off time. Hawaiian quiet cricket. The flesh-eating parasites or something are the offspring of the fly. Ormia artresia, which invaded Hawaii from North America, and the mutant crickets are... The mutant crickets, I'm sorry?
The Hawaiian quiet cricket. Huh. So, Hawaiian crickets have fallen silent. Huh. So apparently it's from this parasite, and it helps them hide from these flies, because if they make any noise, apparently the flies find them. So they've evolved to not make any noise at this point already. So that's actually pretty wild. They actually say that that insects are some of the fastest to evolve because their lifespans are so short, which makes them highly adaptable, because any sort of shortcomings in their species can easily be overridden by the next offspring that come around, usually within the year or less than that. So that's really interesting to hear. I actually did not know that. I know that a lot of people may have heard before about our whole rabbit hole on the South American screw fly, which we spend tens of millions of dollars a day stopping from encroaching further on into the North American continent by just basically bombing these flies every day in Panama with a whole bunch of infertile ones that they breed with, and then they don't produce any offspring, and so they can't expand any further than the Isthmus of Panama. But a very interesting sort of a thing. I was actually hearing recently, folks, about another interesting thing in the United States, and this is one that's kind of more commonly known, but because people keep killing rattlesnakes whenever they rattle, apparently rattlesnakes in some instances are actually starting to evolve, at least behaviorally, to where they no longer rattle, so that way they don't end up getting killed. Because, of course, as many of y'all would know, I think, what in the world is this called, Matthew? It's the sample theory where the bombers would come back with a certain amount of damage, and so they thought, let's up armor these areas, and then it turns out that those are the areas that don't need to be up armored. It's the ones that take no hits, because the ones that show no hits, those are the ones that don't come back alive. I forgot what the name of the theory of that is, but it's basically
Are you talking about like what's it called? Are you describing like evolution or something?
No, it's the bomber bullet hole theory. Let me go type this in. It's the survivorship bias. The one where they show, like, the bomber was hit in these places, and we need to up armor these areas because these are the areas that get hit the most. And then someone said, well, actually, that's not the case. It's the opposite. We need to up armor the area where there are no hits, because the planes that get hit in those areas don't survive to come back for us to observe the hits. And that's the survivorship bias side of things. So the rattlesnakes that are surviving are basically a natural form of the survivorship bias, because the ones that survive the longest are the ones that aren't rattling. So they're the ones that are breeding to produce further offspring, and their offspring carry that trait of not rattling, and the ones that continue to rattle get killed off quicker. So generally, that's a trend here in the United States as well. A lot like with the crickets in Hawaii that no longer chirp. There are no more. Well, there's less and less rattlesnakes with each passing year that actively rattle because it gives them away, and they usually get killed by people once they start to rattle. So a really interesting sort of a thing watching behavioral evolution amongst animals in the modern day, because there's a lot of it out there. Another cool one is that recently, for the first time ever that people have ever noticed or recorded, I believe it's some chimpanzees in, I forgot where it is, but it's somewhere in Africa. They're actually finally starting to use primitive tools like sticks and whatnot to be able to achieve tasks with, which is also showing some form of behavioral evolution on their end that they're starting to learn and teach each other and pass along, which has never been recorded before in all of the studies that have been made on primates anywhere in the world. So that's also an interesting one as well. But a huge thanks to you so much once again for support, and I hope that has addressed that very interesting rabbit hole there somewhat well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a $30 support from Marion Deemert. And thank you very much, Marion, for that support once again. And Marion said, go figure. And I do that all the time. I'm always figuring about something. I'm always thinking about it, sort of pondering, trying not to become a doomer, as they call it these days, trying to stay positive. But it's getting harder and harder to do. One thing that really got my goat today, as they say, really kind of got me all messed up, was when I heard today that they asked the president about the Strait of Hormuz blockade, and a reporter asked a pretty sharp question that we asked the other night here on the stream. We said, how can we say that we're not at war with Iran when we're conducting a naval blockade, which is by definition an act of war? And the response was, well, it's really not an act of war, it's just a friendly blockade. And my brain hurt so bad, I almost had to go take pain medication to try to do away with the headache that I got from that statement. I think I'm losing brain cells. But Enforcer, what say you?
Well, Matthew, we all know that in the Civil War, when the Union the Federal Navy conducted a blockade of the Confederacy, it was only the friendliest of blockades. Blockades clearly are an action of friendship, not of war.
Yeah, it's a strange concept that it's a new thing. It's a new thing called a friendly blockade. It's something you do to only your friends. I would hate to be a friend of him. If that's a friendly thing to do, I can only imagine what a bastard thing to do would be. I don't know. I can only imagine a very friendly blockade, they call it. Just cutting off their economic resources. That's the most friendly thing a friend can do.
Man, honestly, man, these days, like, some people like that could, like, murder someone, and then if they said, Mr. President, you just murdered someone. No, I didn't. I helped him get closer to God. It's a wonderful religious thing. And then if you went, that sounds like bullshit, someone would go, my collar's blue, but my neck is red.
Oh, I hate that song.
Man.
Don't ever do that song again. I hate that right there.
Right.
And then they'll show like a picture of some dude that's like slightly overweight. He's like in a white t-shirt, has like mud stains on it, like swinging an axe or something like that. It's like, bro, it's like. Also, by the way, folks, I grew up with people that kind of had that whole thing going on, like the whole macho man thing, like the whole performative masculinity thing where you have to have the look like you're a lumberjack or something. And they'd be soft as like a pillow. Like when it comes down to something like actually being tough, they'd be soft as a donut. But yet at the same time, though, they'd be acting all tough. Like they were really just a real man.
Most of those people are really insecure if once you boil them down to their basic like psyche, they're very insecure of themselves. And so they have to like attach themselves to something that compensates for what they view as their own personal weakness. I find it quite odd. Like the whole Marlboro Man trick and pony show that a lot of people do. Like there was someone we run up upon somewhere out here when we were on a hike. Forgot who. I don't like. Of course, I'm not going to say who exactly they were, but they were wearing a plate carrier and they had a tag thing on the front of it that said something like "Don't be a candy ass" or something along those lines. And they asked us how to get to the top of the mountain. And it turns out they have this plate thing on them that says "Don't be a candy ass," and they were such a candy ass they didn't even make it a third of the way up. And it's like, well, it's like how in the world can you wear these goofy slogans and be this insecure about yourself, and then basically be so weak you can't even make it a third of the way up this thing? It's like if you made it up this mountain and then you went over to like a low peak and went up that one too, then I'd say you might be able to wear that thing. But considering that you didn't even make it up this small mountain, it's like how in the world do you wear something like that and not feel like it's ironic almost? It's like I don't really get the whole Marlboro Man trick.
Yeah, and these days you can't just be performative tough anymore. You got to actually be tough these days. I went to the gas station the other day to go fill up, and I saw the gas prices on the gas pump. I went to go grab the nozzle, and then I got attacked. I was like, "Whoa, holy crap!" I was like fighting, bro. The nozzle was literally trying to rob me. I felt like I was getting robbed by the gas nozzle, and I was sitting there fighting it the whole time, like struggling with it and stuff like that. Finally, I got it back into the gas nozzle holster, and then I just left because I'm not going to get robbed at the gas station. You know what I mean? These prices are crazy. But the people that are really getting robbed though is when you see these people pull up in these like huge lifted trucks, the ones that have like the aftermarket lift kits. Those things get horrible gas mileage because you're really ruining it because you ruin the aerodynamic features of a truck when you do that. So they're probably getting like 5 or 6 miles a gallon, if that, because these are some big V8s too in these big trucks. I could have sworn I saw one of these hard hands dudes crying over there when he was filling the truck up. I could have sworn I saw it, but he hid it away. He was hiding his face behind the gas pump. But I could have sworn I saw him crying.
Matthew, there's an ancient proverb out there. They say, throw a rock into a crowd of dogs, and the one that yelps is the one that's got hit. And I just saw in the chat right now, someone said, funny how you guys dog on people that actually work while you hide behind a computer. All right, everyone. So we got the one that does this, folks. Like, they feel personally called out, and so they have to go on the offensive. I don't know if you know this, but this is a job. Like it's not like obviously like being in a coal mine or anything like that. But it is a job. It's like an office job basically, and then we also have to talk to a load of people as well. So it's not the hardest job out there in the world, but certainly a lot of hours considering you basically have to do this 7 days a week. So I hate to tell it to you. It is a job. What do you say to office workers? Like what do you say to like people on Wall Street? Look at you son of a bitch, not working a real job, hiding behind a computer. It's like,
wait. I got a real question for the guy right here. If we're not doing a real job, we're just sitting here freeloading. I'm just sitting here, sipping a pina colada, not really doing much thinking, even though we have to be engaged for a very long time and cover literally every region of the world of news every single day for multiple hours a day, plus all the prep work for it and everything like that. Let me guess. The only people that are on the media that actually do real work are the people on Fox News. I have a feeling they would say that.
My collar's blue, but my neck is red. Working all day, just keep my family fed. And like also on top of that, like I just gotta add this in as well. Like a lot of those people like basically make them like self-victimize, like they would be financially okay if they didn't spend all of their money on scratch-off lottery tickets and booze. Like I just gotta say, that was my personal experience with people like that, is that they would always be like, oh, it's tough to pay the bills. It's like, well, you spend like $800 a month on cigarettes and another $600 a month on beer, and then about another $300 a month on driving to Georgia to get scratch-off lottery tickets. Maybe you just cut out all of those unnecessary expenses. Maybe you would actually have some, money to put in the bank behind you. But
they're already doing that. They're already doing that, man. Remember the whole thing about all you need to eat for supper is like a piece of chicken and one piece of broccoli. They're already doing that. They're already cutting food expenses right now.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right, totally. So that way they can get more cigarettes. 500 cigarettes. Oh man. All jokes aside, I do have to say a huge thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep it running, Marion Deemer, because it is folks like you that help to make this channel possible and help to keep it running. But I also got to say, folks, because I don't want people to take this the wrong way. I respect everyone who works a job, but I also don't really respect people who like are so insecure about themselves they have to really like trump themselves up a whole deal to get through every day. Like the truth of it is, folks, is that we're all just people. Every single one of us is going to smile, we're going to laugh, we're going to strain one day, we're going to cry. Everyone's going to have a good day, everyone's going to have a bad day. It's just life. There's nothing glorious about it, there's nothing depressing about it. It just is what it is. And that's how I look at it. I really appreciate people who are just honest about it and deal with a full range of emotions instead of being so scared they can't deal with the reality that they're a human like everyone else, and one day they'll laugh and one day they'll cry and some days they'll feel nothing. The big respect to everyone out there working a job, if you're in the coal mines, if you're behind the computer and whatnot. But remember, folks, you're just a person, and that's it. Just be humble, be nice to people. Don't make yourself into something more than you are.
Yeah, you got to remember that we're all terminally ill with the disease of life. So, each day you're dying to live and living to die, essentially. So you got to make the most of it because people forget it's not an infinite thing. Like, your life isn't going to go on forever. So it's like the average person lives 75 years. Are you going to spend it, whining and trying to attack people just because you're angry? Or are you going to spend it trying to be productive? It's a daily choice.
It is a daily choice that one has to make every day. Anyways, talking about that. Talking about the U.S. government. Good God! But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here is going to go to none other than My Trucking Travels, who puts in the 20. And thank you very much, My Trucking Travels, for that support. He said, good evening, enforcers. I hope everybody's having a great day. And thank you for continuing to give us the straight news and analysis. LSA forever. And Fort Stockton to Brownsville, Texas.
Hey, and have a good evening to you, My Trucking Travels, out on the road. And I gotta say, I hope you're having a fun time down there on that Interstate 10 grind. And I gotta thank you so much for enjoying our news and analysis. And where in the world is Stockton, Texas? I've heard, damn.
Whoa, bro, esophagus. I don't know what causes that. I did that the other night. I was thinking, what the hell causes that? It's when you really try to put a lot of thought into speaking. That's what causes it. Because last night when it happened to me, I was really putting some thought into like how I was pronouncing stuff, and then I went, I was like, what the hell? It's crazy,
man. I don't know what it is, but it's happening more and more over the years. Like I'm kind of thinking that maybe it's like vocal fatigue or something. I don't know, but I doubt that because I talk all day every day and have my whole life, and this never happened before. I think it's just bad form or something. But I'm guessing it's Stockton, California. Maybe is it? I hope it is. I hope I'm right on that.
Stockton, California, where you Stockton slap.
Mike, is that you?
No, it's not Mike. That's supposed to be the Diaz brothers.
Oh, here it is. Okay, so this is Fort Stockton. There's a Stockton, California, and then a Fort Stockton, Texas. Let's take. Oh my goodness! Wile E. Coyote would have an aneurysm seeing that.
Holy cow, bro. Don't let that guy see this that was taking those Sinclair dinosaurs. My goodness. They be coming, pull up in a U-Haul truck trying to unscrew this thing and put it in the back of a U-Haul truck. You gotta watch out.
Oh, man. Let's see. Anything cool in this town of Fort Stockton? Very Western looking. Like, this looks like a Wild West town if I had ever seen it. Wow. Something else right here. I've heard of Fort Stockton before, folks. What makes Fort Stockton significant to where I remember it? Like, what do y'all know Fort Stockton, Texas off of?
Because then they have the stockyards.
Maybe. Let's take a look.
Everybody, I can't go wrong with an answer because every place in Texas has a stockyard, so I can't go wrong.
They have a visitor center in the old rail yard. This maybe will give us some answers here. Let's see here. What do they have here? So this is just their entertainment districts and stuff. Fort Stockton.
This is looking hot and looking arid.
I know. I mean, damn. Let's see. The city secured the depot. Let's see. Visitor center arrived. Let's see. The first train arrived in 1912 and proved to be successful. Oh, this is a part of the Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe, Maine. That's why I know it. That just hit me. It just hit me. That's what it is. Because this is the Santa Fe's main line that went through Texas, if I'm not mistaken, and then connected to their larger network that went all the way from Chicago to LA. I think that's what it is. But hey, I don't know if I'm right on that. Someone let me know. But also someone said stockyards or Fort Worth. Yeah, that's a big Fort Worth thing. That's really interesting. Did you know that, Matthew, that like the cattle drives were like a huge thing back in the day that kind of like shaped the landscape of this region?
Yeah, I've actually been to the stockyards in Fort Worth. I've actually physically been there.
What were they like?
Honestly, it wasn't that impressive, really. It was a neat little spot. They've turned into like a little tourist trap in this little area right here. But it wasn't anything crazy or anything. They do the little like mock-up, like, cattle walking through and stuff like that. But it honestly didn't crack it what I thought it was going to be, but it was interesting.
Huh. That's really interesting. What's really interesting about it, folks, is that back in the day, because this is what cowboys used to do, is that they would maintain the cattle while they were out on the grazing pastures that whoever owned the ranch owned. And then I believe it was in the spring and the fall, they would begin the cattle drives. And the railroads would change this in a bit of a way later on. But what they would do is that they would take the cattle, and the cowboys would literally corral them and march them basically all the way over to the Mississippi River, where they'd be loaded on barges and whatnot. Or they would cross the Mississippi River, and then they would be consumed in the East Coast, where most of the major population centers were. And that would happen, I believe, every spring and every fall. And it was something crazy to see, because you would see, hundreds of thousands of heads of cattle being moved all the way across the Great Plains of the United States from their grazing pastures and on over and into the East Coast, where everyone would slaughter them and eat them. Really kind of something else. The railroads changed that a lot, because the railroads made it a lot more efficient to just load them up in cattle cars in the late 1800s and then just railroad them on over and into the East Coast. And then that all disappeared as well in the modern day. Most of that's done by 18-wheeler now, and they send them off to slaughterhouses and whatnot, distributed across the whole of the country. And then in refrigerated trucks and trailers, they then ship it on from there. So kind of a huge change in how that industry has worked over the nation's history, but a really cool one, honestly. But a huge thanks to you once again for support my trucking travels. And before we move on into the next one, we actually have breaking news coming out at this moment. So Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so it looks like we finally got an answer to where those drones were going. As you can see, this is data from the NASA firm's satellite cluster, and right now the oil port, the oil export terminal that is at Primorsk, that was hit, I think a couple of weeks ago, it is once again on fire, and it's a big fire. It looks like the export terminal bridges out to the actual ships is currently burning, and also the actual storage facilities are burning as well. And this is only preliminary, like this isn't the full picture yet, and we haven't gotten the actual images of the site from the ground yet. This is from the satellite. So Primorsk is a confirmed hit. There's definitely a hit there, and it could be pretty large from the looks of it. So we're waiting on some on the ground video, but it's pretty serious. This means that Ust Luga might have been hit as well, because they were also heading in the direction of Ust Luga. So it looks like Ukraine did their long range kinetic sanctions they were talking about, and they've hit Primorsk, which is a very crucial oil export terminal. This is very important.
It is very important, and it looks like they've hit it pretty heavily, especially this area over here, for some reason. I don't know what makes this part of the facility important, and it also looks like this pier is on fire as well. They may have just hit that because that was one of the remaining parts that was still intact and not directly hit. So it does appear that we can confirm direct hits on Primorsk, finally, at this point right now. So humongous news to hear, very positive news, for sure.
Also, between Ust Luga and Primorsk, what is that, like 40% of Russia's export abilities between those two facilities?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, so if those two were hit again and they get either temporarily taken out or, possibly maybe permanently, depending on how bad the damage is, then this is a very big deal, because it takes out pretty much almost half of their export capabilities to a large degree. And this is in addition to everything happening in the other parts of the country. Like down there in Novorossiysk, we're seeing some big damage that's been taking place to their oil export abilities. We're also seeing the pumping stations get hit. We're seeing that massive ecological disaster down in southern Russia. And now we're seeing the northern export terminals get hit again. So Ukraine is putting the pressure on pretty much to the maximum at this point. I'm not sure if they could do any more than this. They're literally going all out.
Yeah, they certainly are, without a doubt. I think the Russians are cooked, like literally. like there's many of them cooking around Primorsk right now. Also, something to distract me. There's a hotel or something right here. I wonder what it looks like. Christ almighty. It's a gulag.
Oh, is it a gulag?
Hey, oh, yeah. Hey,
Brad looks like something I played on as a kid.
Man, this is tough. Good God. This is like a Taliban compound in the mountains of Afghanistan. I mean, this is rough.
Yikes.
Oh my God, man, they rolled out some sod on this. Like, really gave it an improvement.
They built like a state out of it.
Jeez, folks, this is a rough place. Here.
Would you like some goulash in your gulag?
Yes, I'd like some more goulash and goulash. 60. Oh my God, this is a horror movie scene right here. This is a hotel nearby.
Man, this is that noise. You know that sound like the lighting when it gets like out of date. It's like it's like that little sounds like playing from this building right here. The little incandescent sound coming off the lights.
Man, hold up, man. Let me Let me go get this real quick. Man, they sit there and tell you, oh, you're in room 213, boy. And you're like, oh, okay, thank you, room 213. And they give you like that crappy key, and you're like walking down the second floor, 213, 213, and you accidentally unlock 211, and you open up the door, and you just see that.
Oh,
Just be like, sorry, comrade. Wrong room. You just close the door and then just go the room over and unlock it and go in. Oh man, this is
an awful angle. This is an awful angle of the criminal spokesperson.
Yo, man, now we're on their hit list for sure. Kill these people. Like, man, they're saying that right now. It's like, no. So you don't need to do that. You don't need to do that. Y'all can all just calm down out there in the Kremlin. Like, I know y'all look like rats and horses and whatnot, but let us spare us, please. Oh my God, these are the rooms?
Oh,
I don't believe these are the rooms.
this looks like a yoga studio or something.
That's the hotel, mind you all, by the way. I don't believe that
Bruh.
thing has rooms of that quality.
Bro, they got iron on the window.
They got that iron in.
It's a bad neighborhood when you see the irons over the windows. That's you know it's a bad neighborhood.
Oh,
it's
yes.
getting tough.
You just have to come down a horror movie street. Like, this is where, you run from the killer down that long forested road, and then you trip and fall 9 times until he catches up and gets you. Like, this is literally a horror movie set right here. And this is apparently what the gym looks like. I'm not trusting
If it really looks like this inside, this is a sleeper.
Man, this is a sleeper build, really. Oh yes, breakfast is some slices of cucumber, stale bread with cheese, shitty looking eggs, and some slab of some unknown animal, maybe even a human. That's like, jeez, this place is rough, at. What? Wait a minute. What was that last picture? It's a video. I'm not playing it.
Don't play it.
I am not. I don't trust it. I don't trust it, boy. What is? Oh, hold up. Now we're on a hotel. Wait a minute. What is this restaurant here? Shawarma #1 v Primorsk.
Well, they got in there. I like to have a refrigerator full of beverages.
So
I'd like to have some of that. What was that, naan bread or something?
Apparently. Then they have this thing that looks like it might be a burrito. This is the interior. We can see the chipped brick walls.
What the hell's on the TV over there? Hell?
What is this? I think it's a satanic ritual, fairly normal.
Really? That looks like some bad stuff that happens out in the woods in the South, man. That's some bad looking stuff. Whatever's on that TV right there, that's bad.
And
what the heck?
Right here, they have options of red goop, yellow goop, or green goop that's been solidified in the microwave.
This is the stuff right here they were eating at the what they call the delegate meeting on Star Trek. That those aliens were eating all the multicolored fruit.
Right,
this is it.
It is. It literally is. It's like the same fluorescent colors and everything.
That Tellurites were eating. Now, on the Star Trek original series, those bowls are like multicolored fruit that they painted. Like, it looks like a roll of it.
Oh my God! What is that? Seems kind of odd, really. Why is the mirror so damn high up? How's that? How are you supposed? That's not even its standing height. It's above your head. How do you use that?
Man, they have people that are like basketball size coming in here. They're like 7 foot, 8 foot.
Bro, they got this thing specifically kitted out for LeBron James to come to, but nobody is his height, so nobody gets to really use the mirror. And then we have right here, Bon Aqua. I don't think anyone stands like that normally.
Yeah, really. One thing that's always pervasive everywhere is there's always a Coca-Cola sign somewhere. Like if you go down the South, by the way, like pretty much like all the like the backwoods restaurants, they'll have like their like name like a Coca-Cola or a Pepsi sign or something because they apparently get sponsored by them or something. But apparently it happens in backwoods Russia too.
This guy looks like he has a cousin named Vito, and he might be a part of the Italian mob.
He looks like he could be solid. Out of a sea of fakes, he could be a solid.
Man, this guy looks like if he talked, he'd be like, "So I was down in Brooklyn the other day." Like he looks like he'd talk like that kind of. And then we have these fries, a little like mouthful of fries and some sodas.
They are proud of this refrigerator full of beverages. Like they are proud of this.
The pride of Primorsk. Oh my God, that's the exterior of the building. Oh
Oh,
my
when they
God.
said a hole in the wall, they in Russia they literally mean a hole in the wall. Like you would not know that was in there.
Oh my God. This place is terrible
Hey,
looking.
Vadim, you have to go visit the scary building. They have a refrigerator full of beverages.
Oh, really? I'll have to take a picture of it and post it on Google. That must be like people will be blown away with what we have here. Okay, so then they have this one, the restaurant Fanar, which looks like it actually produces somewhat decent looking food. But apparently this one is also in the basement of some commie block, which is quite odd.
Somebody said it looks like the projects. Honestly, the sad part is like I get everybody dogs on the projects here, like in America, but the sad part is like literally the entirety of Russia like looks like the projects. Like it's not a separate thing. Like there's no way to tell it apart. I mean, the whole country's like apartment blocks look like that. Like there is no difference.
You're not going to believe this, Matthew. The restaurant of which we just saw is in that building right next to that large garbage pile.
Yeah, I bet you their prices are good.
You know, I would assume so because I bet a lot of people don't want to get whatever's in that garbage pile outside. Like, I don't think they want it. Okay, one more. This is the last restaurant in Primorsk. This one's called the Ivingo. It's a 4-star restaurant. Another sleeper build,
Okay,
apparently.
okay. They got it going. They've
Oh,
got the
look!
they've got the garlands up. They got the garlands up year round. That's strike one. It's not Christmas.
It's beginning to look a lot like
Man, that's a
Christmas.
universal sign, man. You know if you go somewhere and you see the Christmas decorations up year round, that's a sign.
You know, it honestly is. But they kind of spruced this one up a little bit. Apparently, some kids are trying to run from the incoming Ukrainian attack here on the left. That's, normal. Inside, we can see that they have brick walls, some rotted roof tiles. Some of them are discolored than the others, but, they make it work. They
This
got
ain't bad. This ain't bad though for Russia. Damn. They got
subwoofers.
Man, they are
Oh,
planning on having a rave. That does not look like it's well supported. I feel if you crank that thing up, it's going to collapse the entire bar. I feel like.
oh, look, soup, Bliat.
Whoa, oranges in the soup. How's that work? I've never seen that before. That's a different type of culinary delight I've
Oh
never heard
my,
of. I've never heard of putting citrus in the soup.
oh my God, Matthew. It's sewer soup with a spritz of lemon.
I don't know if this qualifies as sewer soup right here. This looks too good for sewer soup.
Oh, wow.
They've got a little smorgasbord here. It looks like Klingon gah.
Let's see. So, the Russian palette consists of sosog and burnt cucumbers and zucchini. And I don't know what the rest of it is, even. Mashed potatoes and sosog with some white cream looking stuff on the outside. A la Diddy style. We also have these meatballs here in pasta. Meatballs look a little undercooked for meatballs.
Yeah, really. There's no sauce on it either. It's just meat.
Then we have more burnt zucchini. Like, this isn't really like grilled zucchini. This kind of looks like it's getting in the burnt category a little. Then we
You gotta give
have
them credit though. Like even if the actual food looks like kind of like sketch, like they do a good job garnishing it, like trying to make it look better, like with a little rosemary or something like that. But that dog looks like it's seen something. Man, I've never seen a German Shepherd that looks like it looks wise.
this German Sheriff's like, I was there in Ukraine in 2014. Like, I saw it
Hey, it
go
looks like it's
down.
telling a story, and everybody's sitting here gathered around listening to it.
When the Muscles pushed into Ukraine, I was there. Like, there was 30 of them that went in, only 2 that came out. And all of them were like, damn, this dog's, like, wise. Like wise beyond his years, really. What
And
else?
the plot twist, he's the owner of the restaurant.
Dude, man, honestly, man, it's going too far. Too far. But oh, look, fried rice. That doesn't look too bad, actually.
That just looks like normal, like steamed orzo rice. That didn't look like fried rice.
Oh, this pizza looks like ass. Like that looks pretty bad,
Oh,
actually.
bruh, that pizza. The crust actually doesn't look that bad, but there's really like no substance. Like, I don't see the sauce.
Whoopa! Whoopa for the ass!
You walk outside with your pie, and you might only come home with half the pie.
Oh!
Might be somebody that like wants to eat some of it on the way back.
This is the back of the building. There's the red front to it, so the front's around that corner. This is the back side of the building. When you walk out the back of this restaurant, you will get effing mugged. Dun, 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 dun. When they whip out the switchblade and ask for all your cash, that's amore. But, man, I gotta say, Primorsk is a shithole. Like, that is undoubtedly one. And all of these buildings, you can tell, folks, by the style that they're laid out in, with how they try and emphasize park spaces in between. This was all built in the Khrushchev era in the 1960s and has not had a single update to it since then. So this city is about 60 years old, and nothing has been added to it since then. I mean, this is a rough place. But anyways, with that, enough of the whole city of Primorsk deal. The oil loading port below it got blown up, and that's really what was the more important part of the whole deal. But anyways, with that, it is time for us to move on to the next one.
All right, so our next super chat goes to none other than Duncan VR, and thank you very much, Duncan, for that support, and we do appreciate that very much. He said, "Ba move quack. Sir, the new system, feed the troops KFC. It's called finger licking good. They say it's good for your health. It's a great thing. It's a bye-bye. It's a great thing, that chicken. You got to get the type. You got to get drumsticks. That's what they call them, sir. They call them drumsticks. And I say, we're not playing the drums, but we're eating chicken. It's a crazy thing, the way they bring music into it. But Enforcer, what say you?"
Tell you that when I sat there and I went to a KFC, they sat there and said that they were cooking up the chicken in sunflower seed oil, and I said, that's absolute utter bullshit. We need to take this unhealthy food item and cook it in tallow because it's magically going to become a health food. I've sat there and watched sons of bitches eat cucumber that's been fried and it's been cooked in tallow, and they lost like 30 pounds instantly, and they really were enjoying it a great deal. So we need to definitely try to implement that on the national scale. Everything needs to be fried, but fried in tallow.
Damn, man, you're putting a lot of emphasis on that. It's hard to listen to, which means it's a lot more accurate. But I don't really eat KFC anymore. I haven't eaten KFC in a long time. It leaves me so dehydrated feeling after I eat it. Like I'm like, after I get done eating KFC, I become like a freaking like water guzzler. I start just like guzzling water like nonstop, and like nothing will like make me feel like I'm hydrated like until like several hours later. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's just me or what it is, but I'm like, that stuff's like straight up like I don't know what's up with it.
You know what else is so weird about KFC is that their chicken is always so damn dry. Like, one bite of it will choke you to death. Like, trying to swallow it without, like, a drink of water immediately with it. Like, you actually got, like, the way I had to eat KFC, folks, the last time I ate it, is I'd have to pick up the wing, take a bite of it, chew it as much as I could. It would wick all of the moisture out of my mouth while I was doing that. And then I had to pick up the cup of water, before I even swallow, mind you, take a drink of water, and then try and swallow that all together so that way it wouldn't choke me to death. Like KFC chicken has the dryness of a Popeye's biscuit. I don't know how they do that to chicken, because that ought to be impossible. Yet somehow they make chicken the driest thing edible. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And I hope that has addressed that well, Duncan, and I hope you had a lot of fun and a blast with that. And so with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a $20 support from Rosalie, and thank you very much, Rosalie, for that support as well. And Rosalie said, glad to be in the LSA.
And we're glad to have you in the LSA, Rosalie, and we thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be here right now to have an LSA to enjoy. And so big thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Jocelyn White. And thank you very much, Josh, for that $20 support, by the way. And Josh said, thank you for the news. I need to know what was wrong with that sketchy chicken, Matt. I can't stop thinking about it. Honestly, when I heard the enforcer mention that the other night, I was like, I really need to elaborate on this because people are going to be getting worried. But I'll elaborate on it now in honor of Josh. I got one of those Costco chickens the other day, and I came home and I started, taking it apart to, get ready to make sandwiches and stuff with it. And it tasted kind of off a little bit. I couldn't quite place what it was, but it was kind of like a sharp taste to it or something. I was like, is it gone spoiled or something? I was like, I couldn't figure it out. So I did some research while I left the chicken sitting on the counter. I did some research on it, and apparently they use brine or something like
A
that
brine
to like
solution.
in yeah, brine solution or something with the chicken, and apparently it didn't cook off enough, or it cooked off too much or something, and I could taste it in the chicken. So there was nothing wrong with it. It was just simply you tasted the brine solution or whatever a little bit. So it put me off. I didn't want to eat the chicken after that, and I've been holding off on it since. But I'll probably try it again though, because it was just a one-off. I've been eating Costco chickens for ages, and that's the only time it's ever happened like that. So it was probably just a one-off. But I can't give up the Costco chicken. I mean, it just took off in popularity. I mean, the Senate's talking about it, the Congress is talking about it, everybody's talking about it now. So I have to keep eating it. But Enforcer, what say you?
Yeah, so that was the thing that kind of threw Matthew off, but then that kind of threw me off a little bit. But the truth of it is that brine injecting a chicken with brine solution isn't bad. I mean, like it's not like it's poison or anything. It's literally just brine, and brine is fine to eat. And also it seasons the chicken pretty good. I mean, it tastes great. Because the whole reason that they do that before they cook it, and also by the way, if y'all are like, some people are like, ew, brine's gross. It's not like brine, with brine shrimp in it and everything. It's just like basically salty water. That's basically just what brine is. It's just really
Oh, yeah.
salted water.
Yeah, well, apparently here I'm reading. It says this is what it claims. By the way, I'm going off of what it says on the internet, so take it for what you will. It says it's a salt solution. So it says solution generally contains. This is according to AI overview, by the way. So it generally contains water, salt, and a couple other things as well to enhance texture and shelf life. I'm not sure if it's actually that way, like down to the precise like exactness of it, because I don't know if they publicized that or not, but. Apparently it's saline or something like that. I guess, but whatever it was something threw me off about it the other day. I just didn't eat it.
So what well, I just pulled it up. The Costco brine, they actually sell it. They actually sell a brine and rub kit, so you can do your own rotisserie or your own injection of it into your own chicken if you want to cook it that way. And it includes a mix of water, salt, sodium phosphate, which is basically just another form of salt, sugar, and modified food starch. So it's quite like it is very, very tame. Like it's not like like brine from like a person's coffin, that's been festering underground, and then they inject it into chicken. I mean, it's just basically like salty water for the larger part, and it's not trisodium phosphate; it's just sodium phosphate. So they inject that in the chicken, and it keeps it moist, and it preserves its shelf life just a little bit more, and it makes it a little bit tastier. And generally, I've enjoyed Costco chicken a great deal. It's the best rotisserie chicken, or the best chicken I've ever had out there. And considering that none of that stuff is, unhealthy to eat, because I mean everybody drinks water and eats salt every day, and that's the main components of brine. I'm gonna go get one again because they taste so good to me. And also, folks, I'm not one to get too much into what's in something. Like like they always told me growing up, oh, hot dogs that aren't kosher, they got like cow tongue in it and all that stuff. It's like, well, hell, it tastes good. It's like, who cares? It's meat. It tastes good, and it's not
I
killing
still
me.
go for the kosher.
I don't really care. It doesn't really bother me too much, because it's like it's good, it tastes good, it's meat. It's like it's cooked anyways, so what does it matter? And as long as it tastes good, it's fine to me. That's how I think generally.
With kosher foods, the food standards are a little bit higher. Like so, I don't mind kosher foods. I actually prefer them.
Well, I mean, like kosher isn't like the quality's higher. It's just more so that it's kind of meeting like the religious requirements for Jews to be able to eat. It's kind of like the same thing as halal for the Muslims. And actually, like honestly, like kosher doesn't really change a whole lot when it comes to hot dogs, really, because they say that it uses pure beef. But all hot dogs technically use beef. I mean, hot dogs are only made of the parts of a cow. And according to, I believe it's according to the rules of the Torah, as long as the meat comes from an animal that walks on four legs and is hooved and it chews its own cud, then that's fine to eat. So you could eat any part of a cow. I mean, they could throw cow tongue in a kosher hot dog, and that would still qualify as being kosher.
Oh,
The
no,
only
no, no, you can't because according to the dietary laws, you can't put pork and filler ingredients in there. It's not permitted.
Well, I mean, cow tongue isn't a filler ingredient.
Well, I mean, I think under the whole thing with that, I think it is considered that. So no, you can't. It's not put in there. It's like 100% kosher beef that's in those type of hot dogs like that.
What types of meat is in a kosher hot dog? Now we need to find this out. We need to find this out. So let's see. So kosher hot dogs are primarily made of 100% beef, so though some may contain chicken or turkey. Let's see. Let's see, popular brands. Let's see, some kosher. Let's see. I'm trying to see here if I can find what parts.
You know, it's and the whole like dietary rules for the whole Jewish thing. The whole like filler, like these random like components and stuff like that they throw in normal hot dogs and stuff, like these filler ingredients and pork and stuff like that. That is completely not permissible. So they can't just throw that in there. And also they like inspect the stuff. Like it's not like it's just like you're taking their word for it. Like they do a lot of like inspecting and like monitoring of stuff like that to make sure it's like that.
Oh, so yeah, you actually are. For some reason there, man, I was thinking like, since their rules say as long as it walks on four legs and is hooved and it chews its own cud, then, it's good to eat. And that's also, by the way, folks, what disqualifies the pigs from being eaten is that they don't chew on their own cud, which is like regurgitated from one of their inner stomachs like a cow. Pigs don't do that, so that's what disqualifies them from being eaten according to the Jewish faith. I was sitting there thinking, I was like, well, hell, technically you could use any part of a cow and eat it under that rule, but apparently you can. That's news to me because I thought it was different than that. But also there's this whole thing that goes on, like the whole kosher restrictions are very similar to halal restrictions. Like I don't know if you heard this, Matthew, but according to the dietary laws, for meat to be eaten in the proper way, they use this special butchering blade, much like they do in under the practices that make meat halal for Muslims, and they cut the cow and let it bleed out, but it's supposed to be quick and painless, and then they go on to everything else. So like, and I gotta say, folks, I kind of got like a thing of not eating halal stuff because I've seen how halal butchers work, and it's fairly inhumane when you actually watch it. It's not like the stun gun that we put up to a cow here in America and take it out. It's a pretty lengthy and pretty grotesque sort of a process. It's fairly similar to that for kosher food practices, and that's what kind of gets me to be like, I don't really like, being inhumane to an animal, because here in America, how we do it most of the time when we're not trying to follow any halal or kosher dietary restrictions is that when you bring an animal to a slaughterhouse, we have this thing called a stun gun or a bolt gun. And what it does is that you put the thing on the forehead of an animal and you pull the trigger, and a compressed air charge flings a bolt into their forehead, which causes a severe concussion and renders them unconscious, where they don't feel anything else to follow. So they're quite literally knocked out, or if you want to put it another way, lobotomized at that point. They don't feel a thing, and it's very humane. Doing it by the halal standards, it's actually fairly brutal because they don't do that. They just, cut right under the animal's head and then just let it bleed out, and I think that's a fairly inhumane thing. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that the best I can, at least from what I know. But me personally, I mean, if it tastes good to me, that's the only thing that counts. I'll eat anything as long as it tastes good. With some exceptions, though. But a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Our next one is going to go to Chef Danny B. And thank you very much, Chef Danny, for that $50 support. And we do appreciate that. And Chef Danny said, "Good evening, Enforcers. Chef Danny here. I've been working 14 days straight between the basketball social house and B's Catering." And he said, hashtag killing it. But I actually got tomorrow off. And my roommates got me birthday tickets to a concert at the Red Rocks Amphitheater in LLT, LSA.
Oh, that sounds great. And congrats to you, Danny B. You got some days off. I hope you enjoy them. Days off are always hard worked and well earned. And I got to say that it's great to hear that you've been killing it out there lately. We're always happy to hear that people are doing well. And I've got to say, big thanks to you for checking in with us and supporting the channel and letting us know how things have been going for you. I hope that the official chef of the LSA is prospering out there and prospering incredibly well. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Jumpin' Jack, who put in a 20. And thank you for that support, by the way. They said the Long Beach port is owned and operated by, let's see here, owned and operated by a certain individual. And they did a slowdown to make America suffer. Now, I'm not so sure about that. That's what the viewer said, by the way. I don't know that myself. So I'm not so sure about that claim. But Enforcer, what say you?
Let's see. So The Port of Long Beach is owned by the city of Long Beach, and one of its operators, like the actual operator of the port, is managed by Orient Overseas, which is a Chinese-owned company, but that doesn't like they can't just do that because those ports are overseen by the state authorities, the city, the federal government, and so on. So like a company can't just do something to make the United States suffer, because if they did that, the US government could sue them and then force them to relinquish their assets without even being paid, and basically seize them and then hand them over to someone else. So I thank you for the support and of the channel. Keep on running. I'm going to have to look into that a little bit more, because I don't really think that that could necessarily happen per se. There would be a lot of instances where the government would step in and intervene if that was just being done maliciously and it was incredibly obvious. But a huge thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Our next one goes to Con45, and thank you very much, Con, for that $20 support. He said, we are pulling U.S. soldiers out of Germany, likely to appease Putin, and I've heard we are also going to pull soldiers out of South Korea to allow North Korea to send troops to Ukraine to help Putin even more. And have you heard anything about that?
I haven't heard anything about that, particularly, but the first part, I would have to say at this point, that's definitely a solid argument. I mean, there's not really much of a way at this point to rebut something like that and say, we're not doing it to help the Russians, because nowadays we do a lot of stuff that clearly gives Russia preferential treatment over most every other country on the planet. But a huge thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running, and I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have here a $20 support from none other than Daniel Pigon. And thank you very much, Daniel, as well. He said, given the worsening global jet fuel situation, couldn't it significantly impact the upcoming FIFA Soccer World Cup in the summer and all the professional sports organizers, as travel could become restricted?
It certainly could, but they might make exceptions. A lot of countries might, to be able to see that that event is still held, because you got to have your bread and circuses for the public. Like, you got to try and distract them, especially when things get rough, as much as you can, so that way they don't really get to focus on how bad things really are and then start getting outraged about it. So I'm sure that a lot of countries will try and make it happen somehow, some way. They might even allow for fuel that was reserved for military use in their country to be used for those flights.
Yeah, well, right now we have a circus, and most people don't have any bread. That's the problem right now. We're kind of missing the bread. The bread's gotten too expensive, so all we have is the circus.
Man, and if only that was wrong. Yeah, that's a fairly accurate description at this point. But a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that well, and we are on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Dan Brooks, and thank you, Dan, as well, for that $20 support. He said, thank you, Enforcers, for the constant, concise coverage, and give us one from the chat in LLT, LSA.
And thank you so much, Dan, for enjoying it. We try our best, and we will make sure to get one from the chat in your honor. And long live the Lee Spring Army. And Matthew, what do we got?
And the live chat question goes to Clad, who said, if the mines are magnetic in the Strait of Hormuz, can't the ships degauss like they did in World War II?
Yeah, you could try, but there might be some issues with that in the long run that I wouldn't really know about, because I don't know the technicalities in great detail of how modern mines would work with degaussing efforts or techniques. But a big thanks to you so much for the support and help this channel to keep it running, and I hope that does address that the best I can. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Calman is good. And thank you very much, Calman, for that $20 support right there. He said, with all due respect, can we do less joking and more news? I want to hear the news, LSA. Listen, buddy, listen. It's a style, okay? It's a style. If we were deadpan, I guarantee you that it would not be where we are right now if we were deadpan. Also, by the way, this isn't something optional. This is me. So, I mean, it's kind of like hard to change like my whole fiber of my being, by the way. But also lighten up a little bit. Like we were saying earlier, everybody's running around. There's a lot of pressure and stuff like that. Nothing wrong with a little joke here and there. Like, not everything has to be completely serious. And it's not going to be here. But Enforcer, what say you?
Oh, come on, buddy. I mean, there's a lot of channels out there who try and be all serious, and they didn't make it as far as we did. Maybe we can't really change that. Also, on top of that, I mean, like, the channel's been run this way its entire history. I mean, it's literally never changed at all. If you go back to a stream 4 years ago, it was very similar, just less polished in how we were able to follow through on what we were doing. It's the same as it is now as it was 4 years ago. So it's kind of a little bit of a tall order to ask for the whole show to change. And also, I have to say this because this has been a tradition on the channel. We don't change anything. Like, the show is how it is. People either enjoy it or they don't. but whenever there's really no reason in going out of our way to completely change the fiber of the channel's being, because people either like it or they don't, and the way we've been doing it for 4 years, it's come very far, because we've just been who we are and we haven't really changed that, and I think a lot of people really appreciate that. So a big
And
thanks to you.
also, think about it. Like, now, if people put themselves in our shoes for a second, think about this. If you're looking to improve your show and you're getting feedback from people, who do you listen to? Because everybody's unique, everybody has different viewpoints on everything. So you have like 1,000 different people saying 1,000 different things. So do you just randomly pick which one you're going to go with, or you just simply be yourself? And obviously, most people just decide it's a lot easier just to be yourself. And if it works, it works. And if it doesn't, it doesn't. And thankfully for us, it's worked for quite a long time. And thankfully, people enjoy the show. They find it informative. And also, some people overlook the humor if they don't like it. And some people find it funny. Like, either way, like, it's fine with us either way. Like, honestly, some of my jokes aren't funny, to be perfectly honest. But it's okay, though. It's okay to flop occasionally. But, it is what it is.
Yeah, it is what it is. But I can't change how I do things. I mean, how I do things on the show, it's not like it's a really pre thought out thing. It's literally just how we are. So that would be asking us to change everything about the show. And then everyone always, I hate to say it, but everyone's always a critic. Like, people say you need to bash you need to bash Trump, or you need to bash Biden, or you need to praise Trump unconditionally or praise Biden unconditionally. You need to do more news, less jokes. You need to do more analysis or less analysis, more facts or less facts. If I declare ignorance on something, then I'm an idiot that doesn't know everything. And if I try and come up with an answer for everything, then I'm a know-it-all who knows everything too much and doesn't have any humbleness. Like, everyone always kind of complains and criticizes about everything. So at the end of it all, we have to take that as white noise and just do what we do, and people like it or they don't, and people generally like it. So a big thanks to you for the support. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a $20 support from Damian McClay, and thank you very much, Damian, for that $20 support. And he said, "Happy Sunday, lads. Enforcer and Enforcer Matt, LSA forever, and Slava Ukraine."
And a big thanks to you for the support. And it's not Sunday here yet, see? It's not Sunday. For some reason, I actually thought it was Sunday today. Like, when I was going on air, I was about to start working on a fundraiser. I was like, oh yeah, it's Saturday still. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. And we're on to the next one.
We also have here a $20 support from Orda. Orda! Thank you very much for the support. He said, "My guess is that this will be a part of an early rotation out of Germany, but there will be replacements coming soon. I think it's politics to make a point, but the withdrawal is being announced instead of a rotation."
Yeah, I would actually assume that it's the worst case scenario, that this is a legitimate attempt to do what's being done, because everyone always downplay. I hate to say this, but a lot of people who like the president downplay a lot of what he does. Like, you could hear him announce, "We're opening liberty camps to re-educate people," and then people will be going, "Oh, he doesn't mean that. It's just an exaggeration. It's more of a summer camp." And really more so at this point, because of how everything's gone over the last year and a couple of months. At this point, I'm not at all downplaying anything or trying to, tone it down a couple of notches to make it sound okay. If he says something, I'm just taking it at face value as the worst case scenario, because that's almost how it always ends up. So what he's announcing now, he's actually trying to shoot for a permanent reduction in troop size in Germany. Because when he announced that we were leaving Syria, he didn't mean oh, I'm just doing that as a little power play move to try and get the Kurds on my side or to get Jelani on my side. We literally left Syria completely just a couple of months ago. There's no U.S. soldiers there at all, not even 10 of them. There's literally 0 U.S. soldiers in Syria. So I take everything that he says literally, and it sounds like a pretty bad idea. But a big thanks to you for support. I hope that does address that well. And we're on to the next one.
We also have here a $20 support from Order once again, and they said both parties aren't the same here. Well, you know how that goes right there. Y'all know how we feel about that. But they said one person ended the DDG-X for a 17 billion battleship named after themselves. That money buys 5 Flight 3 destroyers, 480 VLS cells versus 128 CPS. That's a monument, not strategy.
Well, they generally are the same. Like, I know a lot of people always want to say that it's not, and it starts a whole political firestorm because, well, this guy isn't so bad because Biden did this and that, and then, Biden isn't so bad because Trump does this and that. But the reality of it is that they're both pretty bad. Both of them, I can't, if I went through everything that makes them equally bad, it would be an endless list, really. But I would say the battleship concept is a stupid idea. Like multiple naval tests throughout the past few decades have shown that that concept is obsolete, cost inefficient, and doesn't really make any sense at all. And so it's a stupid idea. But then again, at the same point, though, just to also say this, it is both parties that have seen that the shipbuilding capacity of this country has diminished so greatly over the past 30 years that we don't even have shipyards to build Arleigh Burkes in anymore, and we're having to look at outsourcing that to Japan and South Korea. To make it sound like, one party's better than the other, we're arguing in between one runny diarrhea turd being different than a solid turd. They're both turds, not really that good for the country, not really that good for the people, and I personally don't find it worth at all standing up for either of them and supporting them, because when it comes to it, when it's convenient for them, they would throw us under a bus, speaking personally, the moment that it suited them. Look at them. I mean, look at any of them recently. If we sat here, folks, on this channel and we went, for an example, the Democrat or the Republican Party is the party of the people. It's chosen by God. That would work well for like a year or two. And then you know what would happen? Someone from the Democrat side, if we supported them, or someone from the Republican side, which would be the guy in the White House right now, would go on Twitter and just start eating us alive and ripping us down for their own personal gain after we sat there and basically sacrificed our own self-autonomy to support them. And I'm not going to stand for people who would do something like that. Like, these people stand for nothing that are involved in party politics except for their own personal gain and the gain of their political party, and that comes at the expense of the citizenry and the expense of the nation. So I'm not really one to really advocate for either side and make either of them sound better. They're both bad for different reasons, but equally so in my opinion. But a big thanks to you for support and help this channel keep on running, and I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a $20 support from Joppy, and thank you very much, Joppy, for that 20 as well. And they said the EU will probably be forced to abandon the U.S. and turn to China in case of economic crash because of Hormuz. Interest rates will go up, central banks will subsidize, and companies will go bankrupt, jobs disappear, and loans go unpaid. And that really is like a problem. Like, I don't think people realize, like, if we put ourselves, like, as Americans, if we put ourselves in the shoes of the EU right now and the European countries, they are really getting shafted quite badly. And that's just being objective about it. I mean, look at it this way. The Strait of Hormuz is a problem that the U.S. caused because it was up to us when we started the war to keep that strait open, and we failed to do that. So everybody's paying for it. It's not just the U.S. paying for it. I mean, Europe's paying for it heavy. The Asian countries are paying for it. Everybody's paying for it. The only one not paying for it is Russia. They're the only ones benefiting from it. As the oil price goes up, they get to sell their oil for more money. So it helps Putin. But also, now the EU is also getting shafted because now we're withdrawing forces from Germany and also punishing them because Germany said things we don't like. So, I mean, it's basically like it's basically a war on Europe at this point, which is it's very sad to see because obviously, Europe is the natural allies of the United States, and to see them getting crapped on left and right. I mean, eventually they're going to turn their backs on us eventually, and understandably so. And I hate that. But Enforcer, what say you?
Yeah, I would have to certainly agree. I would agree with that wholeheartedly. It's not going to turn out well for us. It's not going to turn out well for Europe. It's not going to turn out well for anybody. And I wish that people would see that and wake up to it and stop the destructive path that we're on right now. Oh, look, here's a clown. Y'all are so clearly anti-American. What an idiot. What an idiot. Oh, man. Go to your own little echo chamber where you sit there and gargle the you know what of some political party out there, whichever one, and pretend like that's really supporting the country instead of supporting a party. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Mr. Lunchtime, and thank you very much, Mr. Lunchtime, as well for that support. He said, let's see here. He said, great work, my friends. And unfortunately, Matt, please take a question from the chat in a certain voice impersonation. He says, stay toasted, my friends. And thank you, Mr. Lunchtime, for that $20 of lunch money. And we do appreciate that very much. And we will get a live chat question, and I'll see what I can do here about this. Let me just scroll up here and go grab one in honor of Mr. Lunchtime. And this one is going to go to none other than one visual, and he said, my question for the night is, how many years would it take to push Russia out of occupied territory?
I'd have to tell you that it would take a really long time to push him out of an occupied territory militarily. You would have to take quite a long time, probably a couple of years, depending on the current condition, because it's kind of a bit of a stalemate. So it's a little bit difficult to be able to do that, but if you can economically crush the Russians to where they don't have any more money to pay or use to be able to fight the war, then they lose a lot of their territory basically immediately. So I hope that does answer that question well. And big thanks to you once again for the support, Mr. Lunchtime, and helping this channel to keep on running.
And so with that, we're on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here goes to Coca-Cola Mandate, who puts in a 20, and thank you for that support as well. They said, are oil shocks fundamentally macro, or are we stuck in a 1970s mindset? And will shocks disproportionately hit weaker oil importing economies while the U.S. is largely buffered?
Generally, it's more so going to be macro. Well, really more so, it's going to affect everybody. Like, there's really no way that it can, because the oil consumption in the world is 100 million barrels of oil a day, and right now there's only about 75 million barrels available on the market right now globally daily. So the U.S. is either going to be running into physical shortages, or we're going to be seeing such high prices that there are price-induced shortages because people just won't be able to afford the stuff. That's really how it would go. So I hope that does address that the best I can, and a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Keep in Time. And thank you, Keep in Time, for that 20. They said, this is the question, and this is just a theory, just making that clear. If Russia, Iran, and China all went to war with the U.S., I believe it will be harder to fight against them because they thin out our troops. What do you think?
I think with how the war in Iran's been fought so far, if the current, of course I have to say this right now, with the current or the prior admin, if Russia, China, and Iran went to war with us all simultaneously at the same time, we would be overwhelmed because there is no effective leadership that we've seen so far that would be able to handle that situation properly, because they either have no clue where they even are, today, or they're just absolutely insane. So I would say that we probably have a pretty tough time dealing with them. And that's why we need a little bit more competent, non-senile leadership to lead the country, because that would probably do us a lot more good than it could hurt us at this point. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running, and I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Ross Nib, and thank you, Ross, for that $20 support all the way from Australia. And he said, perhaps the U.S. strategy is to make the entire world suffer, thus getting everyone on board for attacks that would otherwise be war crimes. I don't think so. I don't think so. I know people want to ascribe a method to the madness. I mean, that's just natural. People want to look for patterns and stuff. But I don't think there is a method to the madness here. I think it's just kind of madness. And folks, when I say that, like, I try to say that as neutrally as I possibly can, because I know by nature that sounds like I'm making a political statement. I'm just calling it how it is. I've seen people that have been like professors for ages that are professors in political science and things like that. They're all saying the same thing, and not everybody can be a political hack. So I mean, we can't write off everybody's opinions here when it comes to saying something like that. So I just think it's madness, and it seems like there's no plan, and it's just a lack of planning. I don't know why they're not planning for much. Like, it's kind of a little bit odd because there's a whole cabinet, there's a whole everything, but it seems like they're not utilizing any of it. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to generally agree with that analysis, because there isn't really a larger grand strategy to anything. I mean, it's narcissism, megalomania. I don't know how to explain it, but I'll put it this way. There's only a certain type of leader that has to go around and demand that their picture and name be plastered on everything everywhere. Like that seems like a very small thing, and in reality, but there's not really a lot of leaders historically, any for that matter, in this country that were president that ever did that while they were alive. And also there's not really any other world leaders that have done that ever when they were alive, except for a handful. Usually those are the types who have to demand that power be completely consolidated under their control, and their general strategy makes absolutely no sense. Because there's only a couple of countries right now, folks, in the world that require that you have the portrait of somebody on everything, everywhere, for every reason, and one of those countries would be North Korea. Just not trying to make the direct correlation there, but that's where it is. Or there was another one that was around in Germany in the 1930s and the 1940s, where the picture of a certain leader had to be put on everything everywhere. And there's something to be said about that kind of psychology and what it generally breeds and produces for the nation that person's in charge of, because generally the grander strategy never really makes a lot of sense, and it's mostly at the expense of everyone for their benefit. So that's why I would say I don't really think there's any grander plan there. And on top of that, this won't really get everyone on board with attacking Iran. It's going to more so get everyone on board on hating and attacking the United States instead, because we're the ones directly inflicting this suffering on them through our own poor actions. But I do hope that does address it the best I can. And a big thanks to you so much once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a $13 support from BioLoom, and thank you, BioLoom, for that support. They said, are you familiar with the video game Spec Ops The Line? It's about fractured U.S. military surviving in Dubai and committing war crimes, similar to the haunting prospect of desalination plant strikes. That sounds like a propaganda game almost right there. That's kind of wild. Also, by the way, to make it clear, the U.S. military does not make it a common practice to commit war crimes. Just to make that perfectly clear, in any military, you're always going to have outliers. There's going to be something that happens occasionally. That's just the nature of any organization. There will always be misconduct somewhere. The most important thing to me is that when we catch the misconduct, are those people punished for it? That's the most important part. You can't prevent it, but you can, of course, punish people for it. The moment they stop punishing people for it, that's when it becomes a problem. But Enforcer, what say you?
Yeah, I haven't really played that game myself, and it sounds like it paints the U.S. military in a pretty bad light. Like, it's honestly, like, I'm not really a big fan of games that do that, because they always seem to have a bit of a message behind. They always make another country look like they're some sort of a savior, and it's like, I don't really like games who do that. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Robert Krogan, who puts in a 10. And thank you, Robert, as well. He said, good evening, Enforcers and LSA. A little for the effort, and take one from the chat.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support, Robert. And we will make sure to take one from the chat in your honor. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And the live chat question is going to go to none other than JS Ghost. He said, what do you think about 4 Cobras providing cover for the Apache longbows?
They could, but generally the Apaches can kind of cover themselves. If you're talking about like an AH-1Z Viper or a Cobra of that sort, they could do the same thing as the Apaches actually, but generally that would be my answer. So big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Jacob Steele, and thank you, Jacob, as well. He said, thanks for the great reporting. It's awesome.
And thank you so much for the support, and thank you for enjoying the reporting, because we try our best. And so a huge thanks to you once again, and we are on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Frosty Roder, who said, one day I'm going to be 95 and in a nursing home and just start randomly mumbling about the Strait of Hormuz. Maybe so, possibly. You never can tell the way things go these days. That's really a scary thing, by the way. Like, if your mental faculties start to go and you start losing like your perception, that's a horrifying concept. We actually had a family member that unfortunately developed dementia, and it got to the point where they didn't even recognize us anymore. And that was really just a absolutely tragic situation, by the way. It was really, it was honestly hard to believe, like, until you see that in person, that a mind can go that far, that they can know who you were years ago, and now all of a sudden they don't, and they never will, and they'll just unfortunately pass away, and you'll just never know that person again. That person is basically gone at that point, which is kind of depressing. But Enforcer, what say you?
Yeah, I would have to agree with that. And a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Give Up Now. He said, someone let K-Man know about the ceasefire. A Pyrrhic victory is total victory in LSA.
And a big thanks to you for support, and long live the Lee Spring Army. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have another 10 from Give Up Now. He said, Iran is accepting Chinese currency, and I always thought BRICS would fail on its own. I never thought the U.S. would help that.
Yeah, that's an interesting thing. But I don't think that BRICS is ever going to create a unified currency, because everybody in that group hates each other enough that could never actually happen. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Give Up Now once again, who said, some crabs drag their brethren back into the bucket. Some people are jelly.
That's actually true. There's this thing called the crab bucket mentality, because whenever you throw a whole bunch of crabs in the bucket when you're fishing for them, some of the crabs will actually get lucky enough that they'll be able to kind of pull themselves out almost, but another crab will actually always grab them and pull them back down. That's why people just throw crabs in buckets without any cover on the top, is because none of the crabs will ever make it out. And it's a very interesting thing with that, because sometimes I feel like people all over the world do that to each other in every single one of their countries, every single city, everywhere. Like those sorts of people are all over the place, and truly, really, the problem with the world, to be entirely honest. But a big thanks to you for supporting helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Slinger, who puts in a 10, who said, if it ain't 96 hours a week at the ball crushing plant, then it ain't a real job.
My collar's blue, but my neck is red. Working like a dog just to keep my family fed. Thank you. Thank you. I'll be here all week.
Were you expecting an encore or something?
No, I was expecting you to like pick up and start saying something. I was like, well, he's just silent.
Yeah, there's nothing to say after that. It stands on its own.
But I gotta say, if it ain't 9 to 6 hours a week at the ball crushing factory, there ain't no real job. And you know what's kind of funny though? It's like, the people who like diss on us doing this, it's like I don't know what they do for a job. It's like I have no clue. It's like honestly, I don't really care. It's like, it's like who gives a damn really? Like when I actually like talk about it honestly, it's like who would give a damn? It's like as long as you're paying your bills and getting by in life, who cares what you're doing as a job? I mean, I'm not living with you and I'm not married to you, so why do I give a damn? You could be, a gas station attendant that works full time at a gas station. As long as you're paying your bills, I don't really care, It's like people always want to say, look at your job. It's like, I could pick any job. I could pick whatever job they have, and I could tear it down to sound like it's absolutely nothing or atrocious. You can do that with anyone's job, but it's pretty dumb when you think about it. It's just like, who really cares? Like I'm going around in life going, oh my God, I hope that people are happy with me being a YouTuber. It's like, honestly, I could give a damn. It's like, I pay my rent at the end of every day. It's like my lights are on and my water's running. So who cares what they think? But anyways,
you pay your rent at the end of every day.
Let me repeat, my collar's blue, but my neck is red. It didn't work like a dog.
I don't know anybody pays their rent every day. That's crazy.
Well, I pay my rent at the beginning of every month, and, and that's it, so it's like, who cares if people like my job or not? It's like, it makes a living, so that's what it is.
Yeah, one thing that does irk me these days, like we've gotten this a little bit, but I saw it really strong the other day on the cable news network. And putting aside any of the politics involved with it, like there's this thing these days, and it's always kind of been around, but I feel like it's getting worse. There's like a lot more gatekeeping going on. That when young adults, and I would say we're young adults, I'm 25 personally. I'm obviously not a kid anymore. I'm like I take care of myself and everything else, so we're not kids. But there's this conception now that if someone is like younger than like 40 years old, like they just get kind of discounted to a certain degree, and it's like a huge like bias toward like the older age bracket now. It's really a wild thing, and there's always been that thing going on where it's like the greenhorn has to pay their dues and stuff like that, which I get it. There's a level of truth to that, but like it's just wild that it's like a huge discounting of like young people. It's like young people need all the encouragement they can get these days. Like they need all the encouragement possible because the cards are kind of stacked against them. So, if there's any time to encourage like a young person, it's in this current situation, and they're not really getting it very much. They're just kind of getting a bunch of criticism.
Yeah, it's really stupid. Also, I gotta say this, folks, there are a lot of old people out there, like not old people, but I mean like people who are older than us, from like their 40s to their 70s, even just like 70 years older than us, and some of those people want to act like just because they're older, they must be smarter. But I gotta be honest with y'all, folks, I've run into more people who are older than us that are stupider than us. Like that has been like a running trend, is that a lot of people think that just because you have a couple of more notches under your belt for years lived, you must be smarter. A lot of people end up squandering their lives and not learning a damn thing or evolving after high school or college, and their base knowledge of a lot of things is basically what it was when they were like 19, but then they pretend like they've just been living and paying bills for longer, that they know something more. And it's like, no, they don't. Like for the people who Matthew is specifically mentioning, it's like one of these guys has got a mustache like Salvador Dali. Like anybody in their damn right mind with any experience would know that looks clownish. It looks like you're part of the damn freak show. It's like, it's like with it all gray and everything. It's like some people like have mustaches that look really good, Others don't, like, at all. It's like, maybe you ought to know that you kind of look like a joke a little, or something like that, or you don't really have any real experience
Yeah.
rather than working on reality TV.
And also, it depends on the person. I mean, there's some young people out there that have lived a lifetime of experience at 25, and there's some old people that still haven't learned basic lessons, and they'll be like 70 years old. Like, it depends on the person. Like, to make generalizations that all young people are naive, stupid, and lack experience, it's like that's assuming that everybody's the same, which they're not. I mean, some people have been through shit by the time they're 25 years old, and some people have been through it and been through stuff that most people will never go through in their lives at 25 years old, and they've gotten through it. But yet at the same time, they'll get lumped in the same category as everybody else, that they're naive or young and dumb possibly. So I don't know. Like, it just seems like a strange thing. And also, there is also, on the flip side, to play devil's advocate, there's also young people that just have a natural desire to disrespect the older age brackets. And there is an element of life experience, by the way. I mean, just by having more years under your belt, you naturally encounter more stuff, so you're exposed to more. It's just the way it works. And there's some young people that just love to just go out of their way to go, mess with old people or trying to like just take jabs and stuff like that, which is also pretty lame. But I would like to think that's not as many as people think.
Yeah, but like someone said, just wait, you get it. No, like I won't, because I was 18 at a time and people were saying that stuff, and oh, wait until you get in your 20s, and now we're in our mid 20s and people still say that. People are going to say that until the day we're dead. And the thing that's so dumb about that to me is that a lot of the people who say that are ignorant as hell. Like honestly, I judge people based off of their intelligence, not their age, not their not if they're a man or a woman or their race or anything like that. I just base them off of what they say. Like a lot of people are very judgmental and judge you because of how old you are, what race you are, if you're a man or a woman. I look at their intelligence. If they say something that's stupid, I don't care how old they are or who they are. They're stupid to me now. There's no way that they're going to recover from that. If they say something smart, then they must be rather intelligent. I'm going to assume that until they say enough stupid things to prove otherwise. And that's how I work things. Like, I get to listen to a 70-year-old person and they sound like they've got their head on their shoulders. I'm going to go, that's a smart guy. If they sound stupid, I'm going to be like, that guy has squandered 70 years of his life to be that stupid at the end of it. That's a shame. And then there's a whole bunch of people on the opposite end of the age spectrum that are down here at our level. And I'll be like, that sounds like a fairly smart person. They actually got their head screwed on right. And then there's a lot of them that don't have a damn clue about nothing. And I'll just call it for what it is. I'm like, they don't have a clue about anything. And it's just ridiculous that some people act like if you pay your dues in a certain way, like if you're old enough, then you just automatically become smart. Like working in a customer service job, folks. I was a cashier once at a Publix supermarket, and the amount of stupid people that came through that cash register that were 60 years old was unbelievable. And the amount of stupid people who came through that register that were 20 years old was unbelievable. There are stupid people of all walks of life, so acting like, certain groups that meet certain criteria can't be stupid is ridiculous, because stupidity knows no form and no bounds. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next super chat goes to Max Shibois. Hopefully I'm saying that right there. He put in 10,000 yen, it looks like. I think that's yen. I believe that's yen. But thank you very much, Max, for that support right there. We do appreciate that. He said, to the Andrew for President Fund. And he said, Matt, you're awesome too. Oh, damn. I got sidelined out here. What's going on?
Man,
Matt for deep.
You get the cult of Matt all the time, man. Let me have my moment. Let me have my moment, man. Let me have my moment.
Man, I want to forget cronyism, forget nepotism. It's things of the past. We've put those times behind us. Put me in as a CIA director, coach. Put me in.
Listen, Matthew, by the time I get elected for president, everything's out the window. It's all fair game. You're the CIA director. We'll do it that.
I mean, it's only natural. I have to be. I have to be. I mean, we can't say no. We can't pass up this once in a lifetime opportunity, folks. It's only going to come around once. That's the reason why we have to put it all aside. By the way, we just have to put it all aside.
Yeah, but I do have to say, humongous thanks to you for that incredible support. And I also have to say that Matthew and me are a group package. Some people come in here some nights and they're like, I like Enforcer better, I like Enforcer Matt better. And I don't think they get it. The show wouldn't be possible without either of us. So we're kind of like a group package. One comes with the other no matter what, no matter who you like more. And I don't really know why people come in and make comments like that, because it's like, what do you expect us to do with that information? Like, you like Matthew more, so I'm supposed to get booted from the show, or, people like me more, so Matthew's supposed to get booted. It's like, we're both going to be
Oh yeah,
here until the end of time. It's like, it doesn't really make any sense to even make the comment from most people. But
he didn't mean it like that though.
well, no, I know he didn't mean it like that. I'm talking about the other people who come in and like just go out of their way to be like, I like the enforcer and I do not like the other, or the other way around. Like, I like enforcer Matt and I don't like that. It's like, who cares? It's like, what are we supposed to do with that? Nothing. We're still running the show together, because if it wasn't for either of us, the show wouldn't be able to run the way it does. But I do thank you incredibly for the support for the Enforcer for President Fund, and Matt is pretty sick as well. We both contribute our own things to this show to make it the well-rounded Enforcer show that has been running for 1,529 days continuously at this point. So humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to be on air and compliment each other so well that we become the Enforcer team. And so with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a $20 support from Ross Nibb yet again, and thank you very much, Ross, for that 20. He said, would it be fair to say that the U.S. is using us as a kind of human shield in terms of the economic damage being done, or are we just playing chicken with Iran? I don't think it's a desire to actually inflict damage on the American people. I don't think that would be a fair assessment, in my personal opinion. It's not that. It's just simply a lack of planning, which subsequently it causes damage to the American people. But it's not intentional, I don't think. I would hope it wouldn't be. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say, I don't think it's intentional. I think it's just indifference. Like, they just don't really care, or they don't really realize how much damage this is going to cause. Because, not to sound political here, but I mean, a lot of people have got to understand the current guy who's in charge right now has never lived as a common person. He was born into a family that had hundreds of millions of dollars in net worth when he was born, so he was born with maids and a silver spoon, and then he grew up his whole life never knowing anything different. So why in the world would he know or really comprehend how thin the line is between doing well and doing badly for the common citizen? He just wouldn't. Most people in career politics wouldn't know that either, because, even for the lowest of the low in the House of Representatives and the Congress, most of them have a net worth in the millions. That's nowhere close to being a normal person like you and me. So whenever damage like this starts being done, it's not out of like deliberate want of that harm, or even thinking of it as like some sort of a grander economic strategy. They don't even comprehend probably what's going to be done and how hard people are really going to suffer, truth be told. But a big thanks to you for the support, and help this channel to keep it running, and I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a $20 support from Max Shabai once again, and thank you very much, Max, for the second support. He said, Matt and Andrew sound different. Now, see, that's a very split opinion with a lot of people, because a lot of people say they can't tell us apart. Like some people will come in here and swear that's one schizophrenic person that's the host of the show speaking to themselves and acting like they're talking to themselves. Like, some people will swear by that, and they won't be trolls. They'll be like legit about it. So, also nobody can tell us apart in the videos either. Like, every single time we put a video out, half the people will be saying, thanks, Matt, when it's actually Andrew doing the video. And other time, it's like, it's just a thing. It's just a thing. But Enforcer, what say you?
Matthew's vocal register is a little bit lower than mine. Our vocal registers are very similar to each other, but mine is just slightly higher. And then I also play that up a good bit on air, so that way I can fluctuate my voice more. Because if I talk the way I normally talk off air, and Matthew can attest to this, I'm wildly monotone when I talk in my normal voice. Like, I don't fluctuate at all. So to be able to get some fluctuation to make my voice sound more interesting while I'm talking, I bump my voice up a little bit in tone to be able to do that. And then it started to become pretty common for me to just do that 24/7 nowadays, because it sounds better. It sounds way better. If y'all heard me talk normally, I used to talk like this normally, where it was absolutely no change at all, and it was literally just the...
You sound like you're putting that on, man.
No, that's
like you're putting that on hard.
Man, I used to talk like that because you go, damn, bro, you're so monotone, when we were off air, and I'd be like, oh, sorry. I like what? I don't know. That's just how I normally talk.
Also Marvelous Marvin pointed out, he thinks he has a better mic. I actually do have a better mic. Between the two of us, I have a better mic. Yeah, but the thing is, though, I have a nice mic, but it doesn't come through because we use Discord to route my audio to the stream. So my nice mic gets ruined by the compression. But when I do videos, like, that's the actual quality of my mic when I do videos. Like, there's no messing up with compression or anything like that. But on Discord, though, my nice fancy microphone that I invested in to make the audio sound better actually doesn't come through as well.
Man, honestly, I know I might need to get a better microphone one day. It's just, folks, I hate changing anything, like, as far as my setup. Like, it's very hard for me to do that because I hate thinking about having to pack up and move the thing and how much time that would take to set it up and take it down. And I hate thinking about changing the microphone or how any of it works.
Yeah, it's literally just one cord.
Yeah, but then you gotta set it up, and you gotta go through the option thing, and then you gotta try and get OBS to recognize it, and Discord. And back in the past, when I got this microphone, which is a Shure, like, Discord didn't even want to recognize for like an hour and a half that it was even on and running. And so I had to do all this rigmarole to get Discord to eventually go, oh, look, there's a microphone. It's like, yeah, there is. And then finally get it attached. I just hate that stuff so much. Like, once I get something set up, I just wanted to stay that way and not have it change. But I honestly should get a new microphone because Matthew's microphone is high quality.
I had to force you to get that one you got right now, the MV7. I had to force you to get that one because I remember you had that one that was like a Bing Shaling microphone off of like a drop shipping thing from Amazon or something like that. Like, it was like so rinky-dink. Like, the thing wouldn't even stay still, like the one you started with and stuff. I was like, we have to do better than this. We have to do better. So we upgraded to the Shure microphone, the MV7, which is the one he's still on. I've upgraded to one that's a different type of mic. Let me see what the name of it is right here.
Man, back in the day,
it's the CM15. That's the one I use, which is pretty solid. It's like a proper condenser mic and stuff like that. So it sounds pretty solid. But, you know, like, I like the nice microphone.
man, back in the day when the channel first started, I was on that microphone that was so bad. I was sitting there going,
Well, zip Gallio, boy. It looks like the Ukrainians are putting on a good show. Good golly.
you know, it's like, man, it's like, it was tough. It was very tinny sounding. Like, if you go back and listen to the first shows that I ran solo, it was a very bad microphone quality, like horrendous. But anyways, also someone says it's called Shure.
It is called Shure. I was thinking when you're saying Shure the whole time. I was like, he's putting some exotic pronunciation on this. This is
Look,
it's just Shure.
It says fragile. Man, I should have realized that. But anyways, with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a $20 support from Chef Danny B. And thank you very much, Chef Danny, as well. Once again, he said, Chef Danny again. Enforcer, how far is the Royal Gorge from y'all? As a train guy, you definitely love it. I think even Enforcer Matt would love it. I highly recommend it. I took the kids on it a couple of times. It's beautiful.
Oh, sadly, it's a little distance away from us because it would be 390 miles from us. So we'd have to fly out there, and I don't really think there's any flights nearby. But the Royal Gorge Railroad is a really cool one, and I do want to ride it someday. There's a lot of scenic railroads I want to ride in Colorado. There's many of them that are really cool. But this one's one of the cooler ones because of its vintage diesel fleet, which I really like. I love diesel electrics. And it also has beautiful scenery around it in the Royal Gorge. I mean, look at that. That's really cool looking. I'd love to see that one day, and I want to go there one day. It's just, we've got to find the time. And also the money. I mean, like, flying ain't cheap with all that, you know, with Spirit Airlines going down the tubes and everything. It's hard to find a flight out there that's affordable. But a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that well. And 15! Give it up for day 15! But anyway, so that, we're on to the next one.
We also have here a $20 support from Joppy, and thank you very much, Joppy, for that support. They said social media is giving the stupid people too big microphones, which exacerbates the view of the younger generations. There's normally an IQ increase per generation, but recently, the first reduction of IQ in a generation was found. Now, I don't know about that. I personally hadn't heard that report out there. I mean, I'd have to see that to believe it. But, well, maybe. I don't know. But I'm not going to think too hard about that. I might change my mind. But I think you're right to a certain degree. The social media, it's not really more about stupid people getting a microphone. It's malicious people getting a microphone. Because some people just want to see the world burn. And if you give those people a platform to reach hundreds of thousands and potentially millions of people, and somehow they're able to form a following, and then they start spreading that vitriol to, you know, the entire country, and it starts picking up steam, then you basically have an internal psychological operation that a citizen's conducting that's causing the country to fall apart, and it starts ruining the social dynamic in the country. So we've seen that a lot. I mean, I think nobody will pretty much debate that. I think most people will agree. There's a lot of malicious people running around using their microphone and their platform to cause division just to make a buck. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would definitely agree with Matthew on that. And also, social media algorithms and how things work these days, most of the time what gets promoted the greatest is something that's sensational and extreme of some degree. That's why, like, political discourse has shifted to being far left and far right instead of being reasonable anymore on the left and the right is because everyone gravitates to more extreme views. They're more interesting and they just bring in more attention. So that's generally kind of the reason why it also looks so bad as well. But I'd have to say, honestly, like social media is just destroying like the social fabric that existed before this generation. And honestly, I don't really think it's to the better because there isn't really a lot of regulation or restrictions on what people can do and say on it. And it's really, I think it's honestly pushing the social envelope to the point that it's largely more destructive than beneficial. But I also had to say we're a little bit hypocritical in that because we've also used social media, like this channel, to be able to do some good. And so, it's kind of a bit of a double-edged sword in a way, but I would say across the board, it's more destructive than it is beneficial, sadly. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it running. And so with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Keep in Time, and thank you very much for keeping time for that 10. They said, hello, and you guys are amazing. And thank you, by the way. They said, I know you guys hear that a lot because of my coworker, and I am excited to watch the channel every day. And we are both sad that you guys don't do it on Monday and LSA forever. And also, that Monday, like we actually like these days with the news picking up and how often we have to stay doing this constantly. And most people don't see like when we're off the air, most people probably just assume, oh, they're probably just doing whatever. But we're still like researching, gathering news. It's a nonstop thing. And granted, we can do other stuff, but our mind is always halfway in between work and halfway in between whatever we're doing during the day. So it's never fully off. So the Monday is a welcome reprieve. If we could do it all 7 days a week, that'd be cool. But it's a small reprieve, and we also never take vacations pretty much ever at this point. So the Monday is all we get. But Enforcer, what say you?
Yeah, it's actually a lot of work because on this show goes live at 8 p.m. a local time here in Utah. I get to work on this thing at 5 o'clock these days because some things in the background have extended the work time for me. So I actually have to now get to work at 5 o'clock in the afternoon to get the show ready for the 8 o'clock run time. And then the show runs all the way until midnight local time. So that is about 7 hours for the live stream to 8 each day, depending on how long the stream is. And then if there's a short video to be made, that adds another 3 hours to my work day, just speaking for myself, on those days. So then that makes it, almost a 10 to 11 hour work day whenever there's a short video to be made. So there's actually not a whole lot of free time on a working day.
Yeah, I mean, even on the Monday, like for example, when we go on like occasionally, we'll go on hikes on Mondays and stuff like that, like, further out where we don't want to go solo and it's a little bit dangerous to go solo. We'll go together on a hike. So that way we can make sure we're not getting in a bad situation with a mountain lion or something like that alone out there in the forest. But we'll go out there and I'll say occasionally like, okay, we got to stop here for a second, pull over to the rock, got to check the news and start making posts on Twitter, got to keep up with the news because you can't, take a minute off. If you take too much time off and then you just show up, back here at our studio at the end of the day to start gathering the news, you'll have missed a whole bunch of stuff. And also you won't have your mind thinking about it either. So you got to start thinking about it. You got to start forming what you're going to say on the stream and also on the videos too. So it's a nonstop thing. A lot of people always say, how do you guys like do this without a script? Like you just jump on here every night and you start doing it without a script. You always have stuff to say, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That's because we've been thinking about it all day long as the news has been coming out. That means we've already started forming our talking points throughout the day. And it's something you have to do. You can't just form it all before the stream or you'll be all over the place.
Like during the 3 hours where I'm working before the show, I'm sitting there thinking as I'm putting together the news, I'll be like, okay, an explosion in Primorsk. Okay, good. Let me see if I can find out where that is. Okay, it was on this part of the facility. So it looks like this might be involved in this sort of a process. So it looks like it might have this effect on the facility. And in the broader scope, the facility getting knocked out produces this, which might affect this other story. And then that might need to be tied into this to make it a web. And then that's like my whole thought process while I'm working before the show. And nowadays also, sometimes, because the time is so compressed these days, and honestly folks, I cherish my free time when I'm not working on this thing, and I like to try and think. Matthew does the Twitter, and so he uploads stuff sporadically throughout the day. Like he takes a look at it for like 15 minutes at a time every few hours and puts the new stuff on Twitter. And so he's thinking about it in blocks per the day. I've got to sit down at the end, like at the beginning before the show, and just do it for 3 straight hours without any interruption, pause, or distraction. So I really cherish my free time when I'm not working on the live stream because Otherwise, I'm having to think about this with laser-like focus and don't even get a distraction from it until after midnight. So I'm always like, whenever I'm in my free time, I'm always like, man, I just enjoy this so much. Let me think of everything else other than this. So then when I'm working these days, I'm actually usually listening while I'm working to some sort of an informational like audio piece on something important that's going on, like a change in Russian strategy or something that the Chinese are doing to try and get a little bit of a broader update on them and if anything's changed as far as how they're doing things in foreign policy and whatnot. So I'm listening to that at the same time I'm working on this, and then I'm also thinking on how to make this whole entire thing into a larger overarching story for like a 2.5 hour news segment in the middle of the night. So it's quite a lot of work actually, but I'm happy to do it and I really enjoy it. So a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that incredibly well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, we got to speed up a little bit because we're at midnight right now. But this one goes to Max Shabai once again. He puts in another 5,000 yen. And thank you very much, Max, once again for that support. He said, I love you guys and your political philosophy. And thanks for waking me up from possible brain slip, you say. And you guys sound nothing alike from a Virginianer. Also, by the way, we try not to like put a political philosophy. Like we comment solely on geopolitics, and that is it because that's the focus of our channel. We have never. I would challenge somebody to bring up any exact moment that we've ever brought up a domestic U.S. political point, like something about like gun control or something like that, or border control. We don't bring that stuff up. Like we keep that completely out of the stream. The only type of thing we comment is geopolitics because we can't avoid that. It's literally what our channel's about. So if y'all are on one side of the aisle or the other side of the aisle, like, you know, whatever party you're in, we're not telling y'all to leave that party or enter this party, etc. Y'all believe whatever you want. We haven't commented on our personal takes on domestic issues, and we certainly have our own takes on it, but we keep those out. But we do appreciate the support. And Enforcer, what say you?
I do have to appreciate you massively for support as well, Max. I would say it's a good thing, but I would also say this though. I have to preface this with this. I'm not saying that's a good thing, go to the other side. I'm saying it's a good thing, have no allegiance to anybody. I hope that over the whole time that we've run this show, we've kind of started to get the idea across to people that you shouldn't have a diehard allegiance to a party. You should more so have allegiance to the nation. And while you have to vote for these people, I mean, like the truth of it is, folks, is that in the country we live in, you have to vote for someone from the left or the right. You shouldn't vote for them, though, because you're loyal to the party. You should vote for them because they actually sound like they can do something good for the country. And you should only have any sort of support for them as long as they are doing something that benefits the nation. Once they look like they're doing something that's harming the nation, no matter who they are, you shouldn't really support them, and you should be a free agent to vote for whoever may be the one who looks like they'll help out the country the most. That's generally how I think of it personally, and I have no allegiance to either party or any person in politics, because if they look like they're doing good one day, I might vote for them. If they look like they're doing terribly the next day, I'm not voting for them. That's how I think about it. And I think that's how any good-minded American should think about it, because they should be putting loyalty over the nation over loyalty for any certain political party, no matter whose it is or what person or what president it may be that they're claiming to support. But a huge thanks to you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have here a 10 from Sleef, and thank you very much for the support. They said consistent information and appreciate it, gents.
And I gotta say, a big thanks to you so much for enjoying our work, and thank you for supporting it. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have another 10 from Max Shabai, and he said, I love you guys, and LLT, LSA.
Hey, and long live the Lee Spring Army, and a huge thanks to you once again for the kind words and the support. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Give Up Now. He said something interesting there, but thank you very much for that support, and we do appreciate it. We also have another 5 from Game Theory, who said oil corps are making billions from screwing everyone. My guess, lobbying against clearing the Strait of Hormuz.
Actually, they probably are not wanting this to happen, to be entirely honest, because if they had any real economic foresight in these companies, which I'm assuming they probably do, they're going to understand that a humongous increase in oil prices is going to be slowing down economic activity and actually decreasing purchase orders for the larger part. And it won't actually be economically beneficial for them, because a lot of these companies might fold under the strain and then those purchase orders just completely disappear. So it'd actually be hurting them more than it would be helping them. And anybody who is really smart on the economic side of things always knows that spurning business and encouraging growth is way more beneficial than encouraging stagnation to try and increase short-term profits, because that never ends up good in the long term. Especially historically, many countries who have tried that have failed badly in the past as a result. Maybe they are thinking that way. That is a completely asinine way to think if they are, but I would hope that they're not thinking that way, because anybody with any foresight would know that that wouldn't end up well. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 50 from Con45, and thank you, Con, for that $50 support, and that's very generous of you, and we do appreciate that. He said, guys, you're the best. Thank you, Con. He said, I try not to push politics, but it is really hard not to do so with the folks that we have in charge right now. Anyway, keep up the great work, and LSA. I will say you have a point there. At some point, there's going to be so many stupid statements made in a row that it starts becoming hard to hide the frustration. I mean, folks, listen. Like, even if I get it, if you like the guy, like I get it. He has a little bit of a cult of personality thing going on. Like, I can understand why people might like that side, but here's the catch, though. If you come out and you tell people with average intelligence, people that are generally have their head on their shoulders, and you come out and say this is a friendly blockade, and you try to argue against it being an act of war and say a blockade, a naval blockade of an entire country is friendly. I mean, it's kind of hard to give leeway with stuff like that. I mean, it's kind of hard to, give the benefit of the doubt when people make statements like that, because it's almost like they're calling us a sucker without saying it. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to agree with that. People who insult intelligence or people who piss me off, like the last administration, because everyone always wants to look at us as one way or the other, because only one group is in the White House at a time. So we can't always go, well, this guy sucks, but the other guy, because the other guy isn't in charge anymore. It's whoever is here right now. But we criticized the last guy a good bit, and it was very annoying, the inaction that guy had. But the issue about it that didn't make it as infuriating to talk about and as aggravating is that the guy was so incoherent he could hardly speak. So he really couldn't just come out every day and just lie through his teeth and insult everybody in the process. The current guy isn't that senile and long gone, but he basically, every statement that he says is either taking everyone for suckers or fools, or basically just flat out lying. And that gets very annoying to deal with after a while, especially on our end, because every single day, either something's being said that is schizo, insane, or just a flat out lie. And within the nation has to work off of those statements like they actually make sense in foreign policy. And it just becomes extremely aggravating to watch that day over day, because it could be different. It could be where we don't have someone who's so senile they can't talk, and someone who's so crazy they say crazy shit. But yet, those are the only two options we've seen the whole time we've been covering news, which is very aggravating to me personally. But a huge thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have another from Max Shibai. He puts in another 5,000 yen. And thank you very much, Max. He said, to centrism, I agree with you guys, political philosophy. Matt earning that degree, LOL. Yeah, well, thank you. I try to earn a little bit from it. Actually, I earn nothing from it. But thank you very much, Max, for the support. And Enforcer, what say you?
I gotta thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And I like to think that it's totally fine, folks, to vote for the left and the right. You have to, but it's better to not have any allegiance to them. Like, I am a Republican or a Democrat, and this is the way I must vote. Don't ever do that, folks. You're hurling yourself into being worthless in the political system. The people who actually count and the people that they vie for their votes are the ones who are free-minded and vote for whoever they think is the best for the job. That's why they never campaign in y'all states. They campaign in the swing states, because those people actually vote however they think would be best for the country, not with blind party loyalty. But anyways,
it's hard to be free-minded. It's hard to be free-minded because, people are naturally tribal creatures by nature. It's in our instinct to find a tribe and stick with it. It's just in our system. So to be the outlier, which is somebody who's a centrist, I would say, they're definitely outliers in this current environment. You're sort of considered an outcast to a certain degree, which goes against the grain because, like I said, people are kind of tribal creatures. And if you don't have your group and you feel like you're outside the group, that's a hard thing to do for a lot of people.
Yeah, it is hard, but I mean, with democracy, people, like, honestly, I feel like this is something, if I ever become president, folks, I think this should be mandatory teaching in schools. Democracy is inherently uncomfortable. There is going to be people challenging your mindset and your philosophies and ideology every day, and they have the right to do it. there are going to be people who will lie to you to get your vote. People ought to be taught that it should be very uncomfortable to be in a democracy, because no one should ever have the comfort of going, I'm with the blue tribe or the red tribe, and I'm sticking with them, and the other people are the enemy of the country. That is destructive to democracy. People ought to understand, I don't have any allegiance to anybody. I'm on my own, basically, and whether we all group up and vote for someone at the end of the day, that is what it is. But I should be independent-minded and make my own decisions and not follow the crowd just to feel like I'm a part of something. Like, that's the way people should think, and that would be the most beneficial to our country, because you would actually see some real change if the voters thought like that and voted off of that kind of a mindset. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have here a $5 support from LSA Worm. And thank you very much, LSA Worm, for that $5 support right there. And we do appreciate it very much. There is no comment to address, but we do appreciate it. We also have a $5 from Live Animal, who said Russia's Victory Day lack of celebration will be a national humiliation. I guess Putin's fall accelerates that day.
It might. I mean, that's going to be really sad to see no armor at all in that parade. What a tragedy for the Russians. But a huge thanks to you so much once again, and we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Raphael Saya. He said LLT, LSA.
And long live the Lee Spring Army, Raphael, and a huge thanks to you for the support and help this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 5 from Game Theory, who said, I want LSA flag, merch store, please.
And a big thanks to you for the support, and we will be trying to get the merch store up and running. We're still trying our hardest in the background, and hopefully we'll get that working by the 5th anniversary of the LSA. And so a big thanks to you once again, and we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Game Theory once again, who said, ever get the $2 slice of pizza and Coke combo at Costco?
I did. Honestly, I don't really like Costco's pizza. I don't know if that's a hot take or not. It's kind of like greasy cardboard in my opinion, and it's not the greatest pizza I've ever had. The best pizza I've ever had is actually from this place here in Salt Lake called Mountain Mike's. I would swear by that pizza. It even beats Papa John's. A little bit pricier though, but the quality counts for it. But a big thanks to you once again. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Game Theory, who said, how far away are we from Great Depression 2.0? I would say we're already kind of getting there right now. We're actually kind of close to it. The stock market's not an indicator of how well the economy is doing, by the way. Like, that's a common misnomer these days. Everybody points to the S&P 500 and says, oh, look, the S&P is doing great. Or they point to the Dow. The Dow's above 50,000 points. It's like, that's corporations and stock prices. That's not how people are surviving. That doesn't reflect the wage situation. That doesn't reflect the cost of living. That doesn't reflect anything that's a metric for everyday people whatsoever. So, when everybody points to the stock market, I sort of cringe every time they do that. I'm like, well, yeah, the stock market's doing great, but, mom and pop over here can't afford to eat. So, I mean, where's the consideration for mom and pop over here? And there seems to be none. But Enforcer, what say you?
I generally have to say I'd agree. And a big thanks to you for support. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Cody Geary, and thank you, Cody, for that 5 as well. He said, I think we got crazy tech that hasn't been seen. Makes ships and bombs look ancient. A lot of the current stuff is for show or old stock. What say you?
Everyone said that about the Russians at the beginning of the war in Ukraine, that they were holding back to find China. The reality is that usually everyone uses their best stuff up front, and we already have. So big thanks to you for support. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Game Theory, who said, working 6 days a week, how do you not burn out?
We do. Like, I'll actually be honest. Sometimes I do burn out, and I'm like, damn. Like, I'll be honest with y'all kind of folks right now. For some reason, I'm just kind of getting a little bit tired, and I'm like, damn. I wish I could have a break from this thing. The truth is, folks, it's crazy. Like, y'all aren't going to believe this, but you can just work through a burnout. Like, if you just push yourself through it, and, basically just give up on doing anything else, and you just sleep all day and then just do this only. And do that for like 2 weeks or 3 weeks. You can actually just push through it to the other side and end up fine again. I've done that plenty of times at this point. It's not that I hate the job. I absolutely love what we do here. It's just that sometimes, though, doing this all day, every day for our whole lives, it does get very tiresome. Like mentally for me, and so then I'm like, damn, I'm just like, I wish I could take a break from this thing, and then I just get through it and then power on through to the other end. So a big thanks to you so much once again, and we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Matt Boy. He said, what do you guys think of Bitcoin and what it's currently being regulated in South Africa, where they will go through your phone at the border and check for wallets and apps? Me personally, I don't touch cryptocurrency. That's just me personally. Some people become rich off of it. And also, there's been a lot of people that have kind of, gotten in a bad situation because of it. But I don't touch it. But Enforcer, what say you?
And I'd have to say, I don't touch Bitcoin myself either, but a huge thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Dr. Pickle, who said, do you guys have a black and white version of the LSA flag so I can print it out and stencil printer and tat it? Also, copyright objections.
Me personally, I wouldn't have any copyright objections to it. Like, if you would like to do that, it's your body. You can do as you want. But I sadly don't have a black and white stencil of it. All we have is just the normal white and gold version of the flag, and then the solid white eagle, which is very rare, and I don't think we've ever made a print of that one before. But those are the only ones we have, sadly. But a huge thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 3 from Hormuz Vessel. Wait a minute. What? This is the person we had last night. Wait a minute. How'd they back in the chat? How'd they back in here? They found their way back in here. Hormuz Vessel sneaking through the strait again, it looks like. They said, why not just buy oil, y'all? Of course, it's easier to whine. Oh yeah, that's definitely the same person. That's for sure. But yeah, why buy? I mean, what kind of question is that?
Why
I mean,
are you
also,
homeless?
I can't afford to buy oil.
Why
I
don't
can't
you-
afford to buy oil. I don't have like $1 million laying around to buy it. Also, I mean, where to store it? What the hell question? Oh, but of
hold
course,
up,
what
man.
say you?
I got a good one. Why are you homeless? Why don't you just buy a house? Oh my
Think
god.
it's funny or something?
Yeah, man, because the stupidity of it, it's like you're homeless because you can't
I would like
afford
to
a
buy a
house.
house, but I can't. This is deep for me.
Wait a minute. Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to talk with you again. But anyways,
I would like to have a mortgage.
man, I gotta tell you, man, some of these questions right here, like this one, truly peak ignorance. I don't know. I don't know how in the world a question like that could even sincerely be asked, and I don't even know how the hell they made it through the blockade a second time. But a big thanks to you for the support, and we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5,000 yen from Max, and thank you very much, Max, for the support once again. He said, I've been listening to you guys for over a year now. It's always a highlight, always, but especially when hammering nails. You guys work too hard. You can take a few days off. The East Spring Army is a loyal force.
It is loyal, but generally the algorithm is not loyal. That's kind of what scares us the most. We know that all of y'all enjoy the show and really would like, a lot of y'all say that we are owed, we deserve a break and a vacation from this whole thing. But the YouTube algorithm thinks very differently, because a lot of people always think that when you're on YouTube, you're your own boss. The reality of it is that we're not. The algorithm is our boss, and the algorithm basically demands that we endlessly produce content until our surplus value has expired, and then we will be disposed of in the algorithm by it dropping us off and ghosting us. So we kind of have to work until that happens. So a big thanks to you for the support, and with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Joppy. He said, about the IQ stuff, I'll send you, Matt, a link via email to research article about it if you want to read about it. Yeah, sure. Actually, I would be interested in that myself personally. I'd be curious to see what the actual science says behind it. If the IQ has gone down, that's obviously not good. I wonder why that would be. But thank you very much for the support, Joppy. We also have a 5 from Game Theory once again. He said, how about a guest host to run the show to allow y'all to take vacation?
Oh, that's
scary.
That's a control freak kind of a thing. We were very heavy into quality control, and we wouldn't know if the quality would be up to enforcer standards if we did that. And also, what if they just go rogue on air? Like, for example, they start saying things that are clearly against YouTube's terms of service, and the channel gets banned while we're gone, and it's gone at that point. There's nothing we could do. So sadly, there's no way to do that. And also on top of that, it really wouldn't be the Enforcer show if me, the Enforcer, or Enforcer Matt weren't on it in some way. It wouldn't even be the Enforcer show anymore. But a big thing, Steve, for more interesting idea is just that the quality control and also the wild cardness of having a random person do it for us, that concerns us enough we probably never do that. But a big thanks to you once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Chef Danny B. And thank you very much, Chef Danny, for that support once again. He said, Chef Danny again. He said, Enforcer Matt's turn for a rabbit hole. 1968 GT 500 Fastback Mustang versus 2020 GT 500 Mustang. And 1968 Dodge Charger with a 440 or versus a 2022 Dodge Charger Hellcat. Opinions. And I will almost certainly go with the modern options pretty much every single time. If you ask me about pretty much any vehicle except for a handful, I'll always go with the modern option. The Dodge Charger Hellcat, like the modern version, that car is pretty much useless for anything other than pretty much cutting up, in my opinion. It's literally made to spin the rubber, like on the road. It's literally what it's made to do, like, at least in my opinion. Like, it's got so much power, like, you can't help but, like, slide the thing around, at least from what I've seen. And also with the Mustang, I will admit the GT500 actually does look pretty good, like the modern one. They're pretty expensive for what they are, but they do look pretty solid, I will say. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say I don't even know where to go with that rabbit hole. I just don't know enough about those cars to be able to talk about them in great detail. They're cool looking, though. I will give them that. But a huge thanks to you for the support, Chef DDB, and I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, a big shout out to Max once again. He put in 1,000 yen. He said, just kidding, but about something. He said, you guys rock.
Oh, we know you're kidding. No braga. Big thanks to you for your support. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Con45 who said, I worked 84 hours a week, 7 days a week, 12-hour days. Damn. In both Iraq and Afghanistan from 2004 to 2014. You get to where you love your job and don't want to go back to the barracks when days end.
Yeah, it's kind of like that at a point. And also on top of that, like, it's so weird because I get tired sometimes of doing this. Like, not that once again, I have to say, I don't hate it or anything. I love doing this, but it gets tiresome to do it every day. And so then I'll be like, man, I really want to go do something else. And then when we actually schedule that time or slate it off, like, even when we're moving out here to Utah, like, Matthew can tell you, there's this weird phantom feeling that you get in your head of like, what the hell am I doing? This shit sucks. I need to be running the show. Like, you like think that in your head when you're not doing this. But then you get tired enough, sometimes you're like, wow, I would really love to go and do something else for just a little bit and then come back to doing this after a quick break. But a big thanks to you for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Our next one here is going to go to none other than Joppy once again, who left a 5. And thank you very much, Joppy, once again for that support. We also have a 5 from Max, who said, buy a certain thing right here, which I'm not sure what that is, but he said, buy a certain thing.
The USO? You mean like the fundraiser that we run on Sundays sometimes? Yeah. But a big thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep them running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 2 from Plazoth, and thank you very much, Plazoth, for that support once again. And he did not leave a comment, but thank you very much, Plazoth, for keeping the channel running. We also have a 2 from Sarge, who said, LLC, hit that like button. That's an order.
Hey, and hit the like button, folks. We got up to a whopping 4.6 thousand likes so far tonight, and hopefully we'll be able to get even on up there further. And so with that, a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Battle Frog, who said, the orb is not pleased.
And I gotta say, the orb is never pleased, really. But a big thanks to you so much once again, and we're on to the next one.
We also have a 2 from Sean McKenna Music. He said, I actually used to think this was AI years ago, LOL.
So for some reason, people have thought that. I don't know what it is about the show that makes people think that. I guess that's maybe, like the sound of our voice or that we don't show our faces on air. But some people have legitimately thought that this thing is AI, but then also a lot of people maliciously claim that we're AI for some reason, and it's weird. But a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 1 from Thorny, and thank you very much, Thorny, for that $1 support, and we do appreciate it very much. And with that, folks, I think tonight might be setting a record for how long our stream's gone tonight, but a huge thanks, though, to everybody for supporting the channel once again, and we do appreciate all that support, because that keeps the channel running night in and night out. It's now time to grab some live chat questions in our Morse code decoders, and for our Morse code decoders, we had Paul, Kevin, Mason, Joni, Norm, Arabelle, Heroic Fluffness, Coach Kovateric, Sire, and Brian. They said, Morse code for today says, how are those gas prices and groceries feeling nowadays, giving me pain? LLT LS8.
And that's the sound of money. And y'all got that down on the nail. That is the Morse Commission tonight. I gotta congratulate y'all. for getting that correct. The Least Springer Synchro never misses a single Morse code message. Really something else. And I gotta congratulate y'all greatly on getting that correct time and time again. Because y'all never get it wrong. It's amazing, really. We actually have one last super chat to address here, and I also got to tell you, folks, I'm sure everybody knows this. Due to time constraints, due to the fact that we're almost an hour overtime from what a normal show is supposed to be in length, we're only going to be able to get 3 live chats after this, and then we're going to be rounding out the show. So, Matthew, what do we got?
And the super chat we have here is from Max once again. He puts in a 5,000 yen. He said, to Andrew's love of trains, sorry, Matt. Also, USO is a stock ticker. Sorry.
Oh, and I thank you so much for the support and supporting my love of trains. I love them. They're great. Matthew doesn't really hate them. He his relationship with trains is complicated because of his experiences on the Coast Starlight. But a huge thanks to you once again.
Good trope. It's a good trope to hate something that the other person likes. Every show has that. Like Top Gear. Like they have to hate on the fact that James May is very detailed about stuff. It's just what you got to do.
Well, I mean, you don't have to, but if you put it that way,
I
I guess you give some justification to it. I mean, I guess that sounded so much like a Jimmy Carr laugh, man. You sound like that British comedian who goes, ha, 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 ha. Man, you almost sound like that.
Laughs in rich.
I guess you could say his package was prime.
Laughs in $100 bills. Jeff Pesos.
Okay, we gotta get this thing rolling. We gotta get this thing rolling. But a big thanks to you so much for the support of the show to keep it running. And with that, we're on to the third to last question of the night.
We also have here a question from Reldman. He said, why aren't the fast boats being destroyed? Why?
I just don't know. They should be destroyed per the president's prior statement of a public order that he made on Twitter, but they're not being destroyed, and we have no clue why that decision was made today when it was challenged. So I hope that has addressed it the best I can. And with that, we're on to the second to last question of the night.
And someone said, at least it's not that other guy's laugh. That guy that talks crazy over there.
That didn't even come
At
through.
least it's not that.
That sounded like a horror movie, man. It literally said, that's what it sounded like on my end.
Man, you gotta remember, sin's not a sin.
Hold up, man. Hold
But
up.
anyway,
Wait, let me see if I mute that.
Laugh. That guy that talks crazy over
Here
there.
he comes. That's what you sounded
Man,
like.
that sounds horrid. Man, that sounded so bad. It was so putrid. The mic wouldn't even send it through the signal.
Bro, it literally sounded like again, like waited in a horror movie, or then he went, oh, bro, like it's like, oh my god. But anyways, with that, we actually have one more super chat to address here before we get on to the final question of the night.
And this one goes to none other than Max Shabai. Once again, he puts in a 5,000 yen. And thank you, Max, once again for all the generous support tonight. He said for Matt's motorcycle fund and whatever weird shit he decides to spend it on. LOL. I'll tell you all this, honestly. I gave up on the motorcycle thing. The cost of everything's getting too expensive, and a motorcycle is 100% discretionary spending. I gave up on that. I'll use my bike. I now use the bike to go everywhere when I don't need to use the car because I hate spending that money. I don't want to get robbed at the gas station. But thank you very much, Max, for that support once again. And we also have here another live chat question, the second to the last one here.
Oh, second to last? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. And this one goes to Matthew, but it's not me, it's Matthew. He said, is Spirit Airlines really that big of a loss? That may be one of the few good things to come from the shortage. Well, also, it is a big loss, by the way. I mean, forget the service for a minute. Like, I know people bash Spirit because, it's like the Ultima disguise. Customer service wasn't that great. But look at it from the economic side of things. That was a lot of jobs. I think that was like 14,000 jobs right there, if I'm not mistaken. That's a lot of economic displacement with that, and a lot of people out of jobs now, which is very bad position for people to be in. Also, it's going to reduce competition, drive the cost of airfare up even further than it already is, and it reduces competition, which is probably going to lower service quality on other aircraft, believe it or not, that were better already than Spirit. They'll probably lower their standards a little bit. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say it's not that good. Like Matthew's saying, the impact to the job market's pretty bad. It's 14,000 jobs wiped out in a day. That's a terrible sort of a thing to hear. A lot of people are supporting their families on the livings that they made working at Spirit, and now they don't have a job to even go to at this point. So that's not good. And also on top of that, it's going to cause a lot more reverberations economically. Like the purchase orders that company made that other subcontractors and contractors relied on for a living, it's all going to be affected. So the ripple effect's going to be pretty nasty from that one. Not economy ending, but it's not going to be good for the people who were directly affected or slightly directed with Spirit Airlines. But with that, I hope that has addressed that the best I can. And big thanks to you for the support. Help this channel keep it running. And with that, we're on to the final question of the night. And so, who is the lucky last person who threw in the lucky last question of the night?
And that viewer is going to be none other than Aaron. He said, what if the planes are getting out of Dodge due to fears of Russia sending strikes into Europe?
I would doubt it. Generally, if they did that, the U.S. would probably just pack up and leave anyways, and the Russians probably wouldn't hit it bases with Americans at them because they would probably expect that the United States would probably just pack up and leave anyways at that point if they could. Well, if the president had anything to say about it. So I hope that does address it the best I can. And with that, we've reached the end of tonight's stream. And what a record stream. This has been one of the longest streams I think we've run ever since the opening of the war in Iran in late February. This stream was 4 hours and 30 minutes long. And despite our best efforts to try and make it a little bit more of a manageable length, it just kept going. But it was a blast. I had a great deal of fun with all of y'all tonight, getting to talk to each and every one of y'all in the question segment, and it was an absolute blast getting to cover the news as well. I've got to say that we're massively appreciative and thankful to each and every single one of y'all for helping this channel to keep on running and also watching the news every night from here. We will see you all tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern Time for the Sunday night fundraiser, where we will be supporting a nonprofit that supports a group that we talk about on the news every day in the Middle East or in Europe. It depends. We'll have to see. But also on top of that, if there is a short war video to be made tomorrow, Enforcer Matt will be the one making that short war video. So with that, good night, good luck, take care, stay safe. Slava Ukraini, Haram Slava. Long live the Leaf Spring Army and long live the Republic.
And with that, folks, thank you to all 150,000 plus people that were here by the end of the stream once again tonight. And we hope to see you all tomorrow night on the Sunday night fundraiser stream to help raise more funds for a charity that we will announce, of course, on the stream tomorrow night. And in the meantime, thank you all for joining us once again. And we will see you all tomorrow on the short war video if there is enough news to cover midday as well. But in the meantime, though, Slava Ukraine, Herom Slava, get some rest and good night.
Some